20, 20, 20, hit with 220, 222 and a half, 225, 227 and a half, going to be 230 here, going to be 232 and a half, going to hit with 235, 5, going to be 237 and a half, going to be 40 here, going to be 242 and a half, going to be 245, 5, 47 and a half here, going to be 50, now 52 and a half, going to be 55, 5, 52 and a half, going to be 255, going to be 257 and a half here, going to be 257 and a half, going to be 260 here, and then going to be 232 and a half, going to be 235, going to be 237 and a half. 270, 272, and then I'm going to be 275, 5, I'm going to be 277 and a half, going to be 280 here, going to be 282 and a half, going to be 285, then I'm going to be 287 and a half here, going to be 290, going to be 292 and a half, going to be 295, 5, 5, going to be 295, 5, 5 here, 97 and a half, $3 here, and then I'm going to be 333, and then I'm going to be 302 and a half, then I'm going to be 305, I'm going to be 307 and a half, going to be 310, 10, then I'm going to be 310, 10, 10, 310 here, going to be 312 and a half, 312 and a half, 312 and a half, then I'm going to be 310, then I'm going to be 312 and a half here, and then I'm going to be 315, and then I'm going to be 317 and a half here, and then I'm going to be 320, 322 and a half, 322, and then I'm going to be 325, 5, 5, and then I'm going to be 322 and a half, going to be 325, going to be 327 and a half, going to be 325, going to be 227 and a half, 330, 332 and a half, then I'm going to be 332 and a half here, and then I'm going to be 332 and a half, 330 here, going to be 332 and a half, 335, 5, 5, going to be 337 and a half, 337 and a half, then I'm going to be 40 here, and then I'm going to be 342 and a half, and then I'm going to be 340 here, and going to be 342 and a half, 342, and then I'm going to be 342 and a half, then I'm going to be 340 here, and then I'm going to be 342 and a half, all in, all done, 342 and a half, going to be 345, 47 and a half, going to be 350, 352 and a half, then I'm going to be 355, going to be 357 and a half, going to be 360 here, and then I'm going to be 362 and a half, going to be 335, 337 and a half, 370 here, going to be 372 and a half, 75, 77 and a half, going to be 80, 382 and a half, then I'm going to be 385, then I'm going to be 385, going to be 387 and a half, going to be 390 here, and then I'm going to be 392 and a half, going to be 395, 397 and a half, $4, $4 here, and then I'm going to be 4, and then I'm going to be 4, and then I'm going to be 4, and then I'm going to be 402 and a half, half, all in, all done. $4 your way, 606, $4, 606 sold. By the head. Yeah, no kidding. By the head here, and then I'm going to be 100 here, and then I'm going to be 1, 1, 1, I'm going to be 100, and I'm going to be 100 here. 50, 75, and then I'm going to be 50, 75, I'm going to be 100 here, and then I'm going to be 125, and then I'm going to be 125, 5, I'm going to be 50 here, 125, 130. 135, and then I'm going to be 135, I'm going to be 140 here, I'm going to be 145, I'm going to be 150, 155, and then I'm going to be 150 here, I'm going to be 155, 5, 155, I'm going to be 160, 165, 165, and then I'm going to be 175, 5, I'm going to be 170 here, and then I'm going to be 175, 5, 170 here, 175, I'm going to be 180 here, I'm going to be 185, I'm going to be 185, 5, 185, 90, 195, and then I'm going to be 195, 5, I'm going to be 200 here, and then I'm going to be 205, and then I'm going to be 200 here, and then I'm going to be 205, 5, I'm going to be 205, 210, 215, 220 here, and then I'm going to be 225, 5, and then I'm going to be 225, 5, I'm going to be 225, 220, and then I'm going to be 225, 220 here, going to be 225, all in, all done. 220, 624. I was by the head. Head again, and then I'm going to be 200, and then I'm going to be 210, and then I'm going to be 210, 10, 10, and then I'm going to be 200. 210, 210, 200, and then I'm going to be 210, 10, 10, 200, and then I'm going to be 210, 10, 10, and then I'm going to be 210, 200 here, I'm going to be 210, going to be 220, 220, 230, and then I'm going to be 240 here, and then I'm going to be 230, and then I'm going to be 240, 40, 40, 230 here, I'm going to be 240, and 230 here, I'm going to be 240, 240, 230 here, I'm going to be 240, where, and then I'm going to be 230 here, I'm going to be 240, 40, 40, all 240, got to be 250. 250, 60, out 70 here, and then I'm going to give 280 here, and then I'm going to be 280, 280, 290 here, and hit a bit 300 here, and then I'm going to be 333, and then I'm going to hit a bit 3, 290, going to be 3, 293, 293, all in, all done. $90 right down there. Put it on 601. 290 by the head, 601, yep. Good steer here. Going to be 250 here. $2.50 a pound here. Going to be 250. Going to be 252 and a half. 250 here. Going to be 252 and a half. 250 here. Going to be 252 and a half. Going to be 252 and a half. 250 here. Going to be 252 and a half. 252 and a half. 250 going to be 252 and a half. 250 here. Going to be 252 and a half. Going to be 252 and a half. Going to be 252 and a half. All in, all done. 250, 102. Good steer here. Going to be 250 here. Going to be 250 here. Going to be 225. 225. Going to be 27 and a half. 225. Going to be 227 and a half. Going to be 30 here. Going to be 30. 30. Going to be 32 and a half. Going to be 235. Going to be 37 and a half. Going to be 240. 240. Going to be 242 and a half. Going to be 245. 47 and a half. Going to be 50 here. Going to be 50 here. Going to be 52 and a half. 255. 57 and a half. 260 here. Going to be 262 and a half. Going to be 235. 267 and a half. Going to be 270 here. Going to be 272 and a half. 75. 277 and a half. Going to be 280. 282 and a half, gonna be 285, gonna be 287 and a half, gonna be 290 here, gonna be 292 and a half, gonna be 295, gonna be 297 and a half, gonna be 3 and a 32 and a half, gonna be 5 here, 7 and a half, now 10, 312 and a half, gonna be 315, gonna be 17 and a half, gonna be 220 here, gonna be 222 and a half, gonna be 225, 5, 5, 322 and a half, gonna be 325, 322 and a half, gonna be 325, 5, 5, 322 and a half, gonna be 325, 322 and a half, 325, 322 and a half, gonna be 325, all in, all done. Sold it to you, 322 and a half, 102, 322 and a half, 102, thank you. Here we go, nice heifer here. Here we go. What do you want to gonna be 225? Gonna be 225, 5, gonna be 225, 5 here. Had all the shots, ready to rock and roll. 225, gonna be 225, 5, 220, 210, $2 here. Gonna be 210, $2 here. Gonna be $2 here. Gonna be 2 and a half. Gonna be 2 and a half here. $2 here. Gonna be 2 and a half. $2 and 2 and a half. Gotta be 5, 5, 5, 5. Gonna be 205, 5, 5, 207. I have here, 210, 10, 10, I'm going to be 210, 2 and a half, going to be 210, 207, I'm going to be 210, 10, 10, 207 and a half, I'm going to be 210, 207 and a half, going to be 10, 207 and a half, I'm going to be 210, 10, 10, 10, I'm going to be 210, 10, 10, 10, 10, all in, all done, 207 and a half, right over here, 376, 376. Hey, little Red Bull here. 325, $3 here, be three, be $3 here, be 333, 280 here. Gonna be 280 right there. Gonna be 285. Gonna be 285. Gonna be 287 and a half. Gonna be 290 here. Gonna be 292 and a half. Gonna be 292 and a half. Gonna be 295. 297 and a half. $3. 333. Gonna be 302 and a half here. Gonna be 55 high. Gonna be 305. 5, 305 here. Gonna be 307 and a half. Gonna be 307 and a half. Gonna be 310. 310. 312 and a half here. Gonna be 315. Gonna be 315. Gonna be 315. You want to do that, Dave? 315. Gonna be 317 and a half here. Gonna be 317 and a half. 317 and a half. 315. Gonna be 317 and a half. Half. Gonna be 317 and a half. 315, 17 and a half, all in, all done. Sold at 315, put it on 360, 315, 360. Good steer here. Hey, $3 here. Gonna be 333. Gonna be 333. 333. Gonna be 285. Gonna be 280. Gonna be 285. 285. 250 here. Gonna be 250. Gonna be 282 and a half. 282 and a half. 282 and a half. Gonna be 285. 285. Gonna be 287 and a half. 287 and a half. Gonna be 260 here. Gonna be 282 and a half. Gonna be 235. Gonna be 235. 267 and a half. 270. 270 here. Gonna be 272 to hang, gonna be 275, 272 to hang, gonna be 275, 77 to hang, gonna be 280 here, gonna be 280, 280, 280 here, gonna be 282 to hang, gonna be 285, gonna be 285, 5, gonna be 285, gonna be 287 and a half, now 290, 290, 287, gonna be 290 here, gonna be 290 here, 287 and a hang, gonna be 290, 290 here, gonna be 292 and a hang, gonna be 295, 97 and a half, 297 and a half, 3, now 302 to hang, gonna be 305, 5, gonna be 7 and a half here, gonna be 310, gonna be 312 and a half, gonna be 315 here, 17 and a half, 320, 322 to hang, gonna be 322 to hang, gonna be 325, gonna be gonna be 330 here, gonna be 332 and a half, 335, 37 and a half, 40 here, now 40 here, gonna be 342 and a half, gonna be 340 here, gonna be 342 and a half, 340 here, gonna be 342 and a half, 340 right there, and then gonna be 342 and a half, 340 here, gonna be 342 and a half, gonna be 342 and a half, gonna be 342 and a half, 342 and a half, all in, all done, right here, 340, sold it to you 606, 340, put it on 606, thank you. Here we go, another open heifer here, had all our shots here. What do you want to bid here? $2. $2, $2, $2, $2 here, $2, $2 a pound here, $2, thank you, now 2, 2 and a half here, $2 and a half, $2 and a half, now 210, $205, gonna be 27 and a half here, gonna be 210, gonna be 210, 212 and a half. I'm gonna be 15, gonna be 217 and a half, gonna be 220 here, I'm gonna be 222 to hand, I'm gonna be 225, gonna be 225, 225, 227 and a half, 230 here, I'm gonna be 232 to half, gonna be 235, 5, gonna be 37 and a half, gonna be 240, 242 and a half, 245, then I'm gonna be 245, 5, 47 and a half here, I'm gonna be 250, I'm gonna be 252 and a half here, I'm gonna be 255, 255, I'm gonna be 257 and a half, I'm gonna be 260 here, I'm gonna be 262, and I'm gonna be 262 and a half, 260 here, 262 and a half, 260 here, and I'm gonna be 262 and a half, 262 here, I'm gonna be 262 and a half, I'm gonna be 262 and a half, all in, all done, 260 right here. Put it on 610, sold it to you 610. $3 here. Give three, three, three. Be $3 here. Be three. $3. $2.85. Be 285. 285. 285, 250, 250 here, gonna be 252 and a hang, gonna be little monkey 285, 5, gonna be 257 and a half, 260 here, little monkey 32 and a hang, gonna be 35, 5, 37 and a half, down 70 here, gonna be 272, $3, 302 and a little monkey 302 and a hang, gonna be 5, 5, 5 and 7 and a half here, gonna be 10, now 10, 10, gonna be 310, 12 and a half here, gonna be little monkey 15, gonna be 17 and a hang, gonna be 320, 322 and a little monkey 325, 5, gonna be 327 and a half, and 330 here, gonna be 330, little monkey 332 and a half, 330 down there, and then it'll make it be 332 and a half, 330 here, who'd be 332 and a half, 330 here, and then it'll make it be 332 and a half, who'd be 332 and a half, 330 here, and gonna be 332 and a half. Sold it to you, 330, 260, 258, 258. Yeah. Here we go, by the head. By the head, make it 1200 here, gonna be 12 right there, gonna be 1225, 5, gonna be 1225, gonna be 1250, 1250, 1275, gonna be 1300 here, gonna be 1325, gonna be 1350, 1375, gonna be 14 and a quarter, gonna be 14 and a half, 1475, 15, 15. Gonna be 1500, 1475, then I'm gonna be 15, 15, 1475, gonna be 15, 15, 15, 1475, 1500, all in, all done. Sold it to you 1475, put it on 63. Good black heifer here. 438, it looks like. $4 here, $4 a pound here. Gonna be $4. Gonna be 4. 385, 385, 5, 385, 350 here. Gonna be 350. Ingman, what do you think here? Gonna be 350 here, 350 here, 350, 50. Gonna be 350, 325, 5, gonna be 325. Gonna be 327 and a half, 325. Gonna be 327 and a half, 325. Gonna be 327 and a half. Gonna be 30 here. Gonna be 32 and a half. Gonna be 35, 5, gonna be 37 and a half. Gonna be 40. 342 and a half, 345, 5, 47 and a half, gonna be 50 here, 52 and a half, 355, 57 and a half, now 60, 362 and a half, gonna be 35, 37 and a half, gonna be 70 here, gonna be 72 and a half, 75, 77 and a half, gonna be 80, 382 and a half, gonna be 385, 382 and a half, gonna be 385, 5, 382 and a half, gonna be 385 here, 382 and a half, gonna be 385, 382 and a half, gonna be 385, gonna be 385, all in, all done, all in, all done, sold it to you 382 and a half, put it on 63. 4-month spread here. $185. 5, gonna be 150 here, 82 and a half, gonna be 82 and a half, 150 here, gonna be 152 and a half, 150, gonna be 82 and a half, and gonna be 150 here, gonna be 152 and a half, gonna be 152 and a half, 155, 155, 157 and a half here, gonna be 157 and a half, gonna be 160 here, gonna be 152 and a half, gonna be 152 and a half, 132 and a half, 165, 167 and a half, 167 and a half here, 185, gonna be 137 and a half, gonna be 170 here, gonna be 170 here, gonna be 170, 172 and a half, gonna be 172 and a half, 175, 75. 77 and a half here, gonna be 77 and a half, 75, 77 and a half, gonna be 180 here, gonna be 182 and a half, gonna be 182 and a half, 185, gonna be 187 and a half here, 187 and a half here, gonna be 190 here, gonna be 192 and a half, gonna be 192, gonna be 192 and a half, gonna be 195, 97 and a half, 97 and a half here, gonna be 197 and a half, gonna be 222, gonna be 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, gonna be 5, here to be 7 and a half here, gonna be 2 and a half, gonna be 210, gonna be 12 and a half here, 212 and a half, 210, then I'm gonna be 212 and a half, 210, gonna be 212 and a half, 210 here, who to be 212 and a half, 210, gonna be 212 and a half, all in, all done. Sold it to you 210, put it on 250 on 33. Black steer here, gonna be $4 here, gonna be 4, gonna be 4, 3. 380 here, gonna be 388, gonna be 382 and a half. Thank you. 82 and a half, gonna be 385, 385 here, gonna be 37 and a half, gonna be 390 here, gonna be 392 and a half, gonna be 395, 97 and a half, gonna be $4 here, gonna be 4, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half. Now 10, 4, 10, 12 and a half here, gonna be 4, 12 and a half, gonna be 4, 15, gonna be 17 and a half here, gonna be 4, 20, 4, 22 and a half, 4, 25, 27 and a half, gonna be 4, 30, 32 and a half, 32 and a half, gonna be 4, 35, gonna be 4, 35, 5, 4, 32 and a half, gonna be 4, 35, 4, 32 and a half, gonna be 4, 35, gonna be 4, 35, 4, 32 and a half, 4, 35, all in, all done, sold him, 4, 32 and a half, 63, 63 buyer. By the head, bull calf here. Gonna be 1400. 14 here, by the head here, 14, 13, 1300, 1300 there, and then going to be 13, going to be 13, 25, 5, 5, 13 here, going to be 13, 20, then going to be 13, 25, 5, going to be 13, 25, 13, 25, 1300 here, and then going to be 13, 25, 5, 5, then going to be 13, 25, 13, 25, all in, all done. Sold it to you 1363, 1363. Thank you. Betcha. Nice little black heifer, the Paragu cattle. Now 2.5. $3 here, and then give it 3. 2.5. Half. Give me 2.5. $3 here, and then give me 2.5. 5. 5. 5. 7.5. 10. 10. Gonna be 12.5. 15. 17.5. 320. Gonna be 322 to hang. Gonna be 325. 5. 5. Gonna be 327.5. 330 here. Gonna be 32 to hand. 35. 37.5 here. Gonna be 40. 42.5. 342.5. 340 here. Gonna be 342 and a half, and 345, 347 and a half, 347 and a half, 340, and then going to be 347 and a half, and then going to be 350 here, and going to be 350 and 52 and a half, 355, 357 and a half, 60, now 60 here, and going to be 32 to hang, going to be 35, 5, 5, 35, 5, 5, 37 and a hang, going to be 70 here, and going to be 72 to hand, 372 and a half, and 370 here, 2 and a half, 370 here, and going to be 372 to hand, 370 here, going to be 372 to have, all in, all done, 370 on 63, 370 on 63. Here's a good thick one here. Turner cattle. Turner cattle here. Gonna be $3 here. Gonna be 302 and a half. Gonna be 302 and a half. $3 and a half. $3 and 2 and a half. Gonna be 302 and a half. $3 here. Gonna be 302 and a half. $3 here. Gonna be 302 and a half. $3 here. Gonna be 302 and a half. Gonna be 302 and a half. 305, 5, 5, who do 7 and a half here, going to be 10. Now 12 and a half, they're going to be 315, going to be 17 and a half, going to be 320 here, going to be 322 to hand, 25, 27 and a half, now 30, 32 to hand, going to be 35, 37 and a half, going to be 40 here, 42 to hand, going to be 45, 47 and a half, now 50 here, 52 and a half, 55, 57 and a half, 60, now 362 to hand, going to be 35, 5, 5, 37 and a half, now 70 here, 72 and a half, 75, 5, 5, 372 to hand, going to be 375, 5, 5, 372 to hand, they're going to be 375, 72 to hand, going to be 75, 372 to hand, going to be 375, all in, all done, sold it to you 372 and a half, 63. Yes. Nice heifer here. $2 here, and then I'm going to be two. Throw it on the scale there, Sage, and then I'm going to be 2, and then I'm going to be 2, and then I'm going to be 2, and then I'm going to be 2. $2 here, and then I'm going to be 2. Now 2, 2.5 here, and then I'm going to be 2, 2.5, half, and $2 here, going to be 2.5. $2 here, and then I'm going to be 2.5, half, and then I'm going to be 2 and a hand, then I'm going to be $2, and then I'm going to be 2 and a hand, $2 here, and 2 and a half. Now 5, now 7.5, 2, and then I'm going to be 10, 10, 10, going to be 2, 12 and a half, I'm going to be 12 and a half, half, and going to be 2, 12 and a half, going to be 2, 15, 10, 17 and a half here, going to be 2, 17 and a half, 2, 15, 17 and a half, 2, 15, going to be 17 and a half, 2, 15, then I'm going to be 2, 17 and a half, half, here to be 17 and a half, 2, 15 here, going to be 2, 17 and a half. Sold it to you 215. 250.99. Black Bull. $3 here, gonna be $3 here, gonna be 3, gonna be 3, 250, 250, 250 here, gonna be 250, 50, 50, gonna be 250, $2. $2. Now 2.5. Then I'm going to be 2 here. Going to be 205, 210, 210, 215. Going to be 220 here. 225. Going to be 230 here. Going to be 235. Going to be 240 here. Going to be 240 here. Going to be 245 and 50 here. Going to be 55, 55, 260, 265. Going to be 270 here. Going to be 270, 275. Going to be 277 and a half. Going to be 270 here. Going to be 270, 272 and a half. 270 here. Going to be 272 and a half, half, and 270 here. Going to be 272 and a half, half, half. 272 and a half, 270 here, going to be 272 and a half, going to be 275, 5, 5, here to be 275, going to be 275, 5, 5, 72 and a half, 75, 272 and a half, going to be 275, 5, 5, 272 and a half, going to be 275, all in, all done. Sold at 272 and a half on 258. Nice steer here. DeVries cattle. Here we go. What are we going to be 250 here? Going to be 250 here. Going to be 225. 225. $2. 225, 227 and a half here, and I'm going to give you 227 and a half, going to be 230 here, and 230, and I'm going to give you 232 and a half, going to be 235, 37 and a half here, and going to be 240, 242 and a half, going to be 245, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, going to be 250 here, 252 and a half, going to be 285, 7 and a half, now 260, 262 and a half, going to be 235, 37 and a half, going to be 70 here, going to be 72 and a half, 75, 277 and a half, 275, going to be 277 and a half, 275 here, going to be 277 and a half, 275, going to be 277 and a half, 275, going to be 277 and a half, 277 and a half, going to be 280, 280 here, going to be a little bit 282 and a half, going to be 282 and a half, going to be 285, 55, here to be 287 and a half, going to be 290 here, now 292 and a half, going to be 295, 297 and a half, here to be 3 and 32 and a half, half, $3 here, and I'm going to be 302 and a half, $3 here, and going to be 302 and a half, half, $3 here, here to be 2 and a half, all in, all done. Going to be $3, 102, $3, 102, thank you. Nice little baldy bowl here. $4 here, make it 4, 380 here, gonna be 380 here, gonna be 380 right there, gonna be 382 and a half. 2 and a half, gonna be 385, then I'm gonna be 387 and a half, gonna be 390 here, gonna be 392 and a half, 95, 97 and a half, $4 here, then I'm gonna be 402 and a half. 5, who to be 7 and a half here, going to be 10, and I'm going to be 10 today, going to be 12 and a half, going to be 415, 415, 412 and a half, and I'm going to be 415 here, 412 and a half, going to be 415, and I'm going to be 412 and a half, going to be 415, 10, going to be 412 and a half, 415, 412, and then I'm going to be 415, all in, all done. Sold it to you 412 and a half, put it on 250 by 5. Yeah. Here we go, $2 here. Gonna be two. Gonna be $2 here. Gonna be 2. 185, 500. Gonna be 150 here. Gonna be 50. 125, 125 here. Gonna be 125, 500. Gonna be 125. Gonna be 127 and a half. Gonna be 27 and a half. 125, 127 and a half. 127. Gonna be 127 and a half. 25. Gonna be going to be 130 here, going to be 132 and a half, going to be 32 and a half, 35, 35, 37 and a half, going to be 40, 140, 145, going to be 147 and a half here, going to be 150 here, going to be 150, no, 152 and a half, going to be 155, 155, 157 and a half, going to be 160 here, 157 and a half, going to be 160 here, going to be 132 and a half, going to be 132 and a half, 160 here, going to be 132 and a half, going to be 132 and a half, city here, going to be 132 and a half, city here, going to be 132 and a half, all in, all done. Sold at 160 on you. 260, buyer 260. Here we go. Paragu here. Gonna be 385. Gonna be 385. 350. 350 now 352. Gonna be 350 here. Gonna be 352. Gonna be 355. 5. Gonna be 57 and a half. 60. Now 62. Gonna be 35. 37 and a half. 30 here. 32 and a half. 35. 37 and a half. Gonna be 80. 92 and a half. Gonna be 85. 87 and a half. 90. 92 and a half. Now 5. 7 and a half. $3 here. What do we have? $4 here. Gonna be 4. And then gonna be 5. 7 and a half here. Gonna be 410. Gonna be 412 and a half. Gonna be 415. 17 and a half. 420. 422 and a half. 425. Gonna be 425. 5. 422 and a half, gonna be 425, 422 and a half here, gonna be 425, 5, 422 and a half, gonna be 425, 422 and a half, gonna be 425, 5, all in, all done. Sold at 422 and a half, put it on 63. Hey, look at this guy. Looks like a bull from here. Buyer 500, Phone Farms. Here we go. Hey, he's feeling good. He's feeling good here. Look at 385. 385. Let me 350 here. gonna be $3, gonna be $3.50, $3. $3 here, and then I'm gonna be three. Good little bowl here, and then I'm gonna be three. And then I'm gonna be three. Gonna be gonna be $3. $2.85, $2.85. And then I'm gonna be 2.87 a hand. 2.85, gonna be 2.87 a hand. Gonna be 2.90 here. Gonna be 92 and a hand. 2.92 and a hand. Gonna be 2.95. 2.97 a half. 2.95. Then I'm gonna be 2.97 a hand. Gonna be 3. Gonna be 2 and a half here. Gonna be 3.05. Gonna be 7 and a half here. 10. Now 12 and a half. Gonna be 3.15. Gonna be 3.17 and a half. Gonna be 3.20. Gonna be 3.20. 20. Gonna be 2.20. 17 and a half. 20. 3.20 where? 3.17 and a half. Then I'm gonna be 3.20 here. 3.17 and a half. Gonna be 3.20. 3.17 and a half and 20. All 20 and 22. And then I'm gonna be 3.22 and a half. 3.22 and a half. 3.20 here. Gonna be 3.22 and a half. 3.20 here. Gonna be 3.22 and a half. Gonna be 3.22 and a half. All in, all done. Sold at 3.22. 258. $3 here. And then I'm gonna be three. And then I'm gonna be 250 here. And then I'm gonna be 250 on them. 250 here. And then I'm gonna be 250. 225. 227 a half. 220. And then I'm gonna be 227 a half. Who do we 227 a half? 225. Gonna be 227 a half. 225 7 a half. 220. And then I'm gonna be 227 a half. 227 a half. Gonna be 230 here. Gonna be 232 and a half. Gonna be 235. 237 a half. 240. 42 and a half here. And then I'm gonna be 242 and a half. Gonna be 245. Gonna be 247 a half. 250. Now 250 here. And gonna be 250 here. Gonna be 252 and a half. Gonna be 255. Gonna be 257 and a half. 257 and a half. 255. Gonna be 257 and a half. Gonna be 260 here. And then I'm gonna be 262 and a half. Gonna be 262 and a half. 262 and a half. 260 here. Gonna be 262 and a half. Who to be? I'm gonna be 262 and a half. Gonna be 235. 267 and a half. 270 here. Now 272. And then I'm gonna be 272 and a half. Who to be? Gonna be 275. 277 and a half. 277 and a half. 280 here. Now 280 here. Gonna be 280. Gonna be 282 and a half. Who to be? 285. Gonna be 285. 287 and a half. Now 290. 290 here. And then I'm gonna be 290. 292 and a half. Gonna be 292 and a half. Gonna be 295. 297 and a half. Now 333. Gonna be 302 and a half. Who to be? 305. 305, 302 and a half. Gonna be fine. Sold at 302 and a half over here. 376, 376. $250 here. Gonna be 250 here. Gonna be 250. Gonna be 225. 225. 227 and a half. 227. Gonna be 227 and a half. 225. Gonna be 227 and a half here. Gonna be 227 and a half. Gonna be 230 here. Gonna be 222 and a half. 35. 37 and a half. Now 40. Now 242 and a half. Gonna be 245. 242 and a half. Gonna be 245. 242 and a half. Gonna be 245. 47 and a half. 47 and a half. Gonna be 250. 252 and a half. 255. Gonna be 252 and a half. Gonna be 255. Gonna be 255. 257 and a half here. 260. Now 260 here. 257 and a half. Gonna be city here. Gonna be city here. Gonna be city here. 257 and a half. 260. 257 and a half. Gonna be 260 here. 257 and a half. Gonna be 260. All in, all done. Sold at 257 and a half. 250 on 33. I think it's at 65. I think I put it at 65. Oh, yeah. $2 here. Gonna be two. Gonna be two. Spin them around here. Looks like it, yeah. I think so. Gonna be $2 here. Gonna be two. Gonna be 185. Short horn bowl. Gonna be 185. Gonna be 185. 185 here and 187 and a half. 185. Gonna be 187 and a half. 85. Gonna be 187 and a half. 85. Gonna be 187 and a half. 85. Gonna be 187 and a half. 185 here. 187 and a half. 190 here. Gonna be 190. 192 and a half. Gonna be 195. 97 and a half. Gonna be 2 and a half. 2 and a half. Gonna be 205. 7 and a half here. Gonna be 210. 2 7 and a half. Gonna be 210. 10. Gonna be 212 and a half. 215. 17 and a half. 220 here. and then gonna be 220, 20, 20, 17 and a half, gonna be 220 here, gonna be 222 and a half, gonna be 225, 5, 5, 227 and a half, 225, then I'm gonna be 227 and a half, 225, then I'm gonna be 227 and a half, here be 227 and a half, 225, gonna be 27 and a half, 225, gonna be 227 and a half, 225, here be 227 and a half, all in all done. Sold it to you, 225 right over here, 181, 380. Send them to the vet. Send them to the vet. Thank you. $4 here. Four, 2 to hand. 5, 5, 7 half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, gonna be 20, 22 to hand, gonna be 25, 27 and a half, gonna be 30 here, 32 to hand, 35, 37 and a half, 40, 42 and a half, 45, 47 and a half, 50, 52 and a half, gonna be 55, 57 and a half, 50 here, 32 and a half, 32 and a half, 32 and a half, 30 here, 32 and a half, 460 here, gonna be 432 and a half, 430 here, gonna be 432 and a half, 430 here, gonna be 432 and a half. Sold it to you, 460, your wave, 250 by 5. Sweet little black bull here. Turner cattle. $4 here, and then I'm going to be 2 and a half, and then I'm going to be 5, 5, 5, 7 and a half here, and going to be 10, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 22 and a half, 25, 27 and a half, 30, 32 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, 40, 42 and a half, 45, 47 and a half, 50, 52 and a half, going to be 55, 57 and a half, now 30 here, 32 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, 70, 72 and a half, 75, 77 and a half, 72, 75, going to be 77 and a half, 75, 77 and a half, all in on 475 your way. Same way, 250 by 5, yep. Little 609, 608. Hey, Bronco, my Charlotte calves here. Here we go. $5 a pound here. Gonna be 5, 5, 5. Nice young little Charlotte heifers here. $5 here. Gonna be 450 here. Gonna be 450, 450, 450, 420. Gonna be 425, 5, 5. Gonna be 425. Then gonna be $4. $4 here, and then gonna be 4 here, and then gonna be $4 here, and then gonna be 380 here, and then gonna be 380 here, and then gonna be 380, 80, and then gonna be 380, 350 by the pound here, and then gonna be 350, 50, and then gonna be 350, 50, 3, now 2.5, now 5, now 10, then gonna be 5, 5, 5, 7.5 here, who'd be 10 today. Hang gonna be 15, 17 and a hang gonna be 20, 322 and a hang gonna be 325, 5, 5, who'd be 27 and a half here, and 330, 335. Going to be 7.5 here, going to be 340 here, going to be 342 and a half, 45, 345, 47 and a half, now 50, now 52, going to be 355, going to be 357 and a half, 57 and a half, going to 60 here, going to be 330 here, 32 and a half, 365, 367 and a half, 70 here, going to be 372 and a half, 375, 77 and a half, going to be 380, 382 and a half, 385, 387 and a half, 390 here, going to be 392 and a half, going to be 395, 397 and a half, going to be 4 and a 2 and a half, now 4, 5, 7 and a half, 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 22 and a half, 27 and a half, 30, 32 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, 40, 37 and a half, 40, 447 and a half, gonna be 437 and a half, gonna be 440, 437 and a half, gonna be 440, all in all done. Sold them 437 and a half, 63. Hey, little British white bull calf. $1,000 here. Buy the head here. Gonna be 1, be 800. Gonna be 800 right there. Now 9, 800. Gonna be 900 here. Gonna be 1,000. 1,100. Gonna be 1,200. Here. Gonna be 12, 1,100. Gonna be 12. Now 12. Now 12. 13. Gonna be 13. 13. Gonna be 1,400 here. Gonna be 14. 13. Gonna be 14. 13. 14. 14. 15. 15 here. Gonna be 14. Gonna be 15. 14 here. Gonna be 15. 15. 14. 15. 14. 15. 14. 25, ladies. Gonna be 14. 25. 5. 14. 25. 14. 50. 1475, gonna be 1500 here, then I'm gonna be 15, gonna be 1525, 5, 1525, gonna be 1550, 1550, 1575, now 1600, then I'm gonna be 16, 16 and a quarter here, gonna be 1650, then I'm gonna be 1650, 1625, 1650, 1625, gonna be 1650, where is 1625, then I'm gonna be 1650, 1627, 50, 1625 and 50, all in all done. Sold them to you 1625 right here, 608. There you go, fellas. Got the one you're looking for. Here, by the head. head here, it'll be 15. 1500, 15, it'll be 15 here, it'll by the head, it'll be 15, it'll be 15, 15, 15, 1400, 1400, it'll be 14, yes, 14, 1400, we're going to be 1400, 13, 13, it'll be 13, it'll be 13, 13, 12, 12, 12, it'll be 1200, going to be 1225, 1225, it'll be 1225, going to be 1250 here, it'll be 1275, going to be 13 here, going to be 13 and a quarter, 13 and a half, 1375, 14 and a quarter, 14 and a half, 1475, 1500, going to be 1525, going to be 1550, 1525, going to be 1550, where 1525, it'll be 1550, 1525 and 50, 1525 and 50, all in all done. Sold at 1525.63. Ooh, sweet little red calf, little red bull. Pretty tame little guy too. I really like this little red bull calf. Be a good little project for somebody. 1400, maybe 14 here, maybe 1200, maybe 12, 12, 12, maybe 1200 here, maybe 1200, now 12, 1100, maybe 11 here, maybe 12, 12, 12, 1100 here, maybe 12, 12, 12, maybe 12 here, 1112, 1100, maybe 12, 12, 12, 1100, maybe 12, how about 1125, maybe 1125, 1100 here, maybe 1125, maybe 1125, 5, maybe 1125, 1150, 1150, 1175, 5, going to be 1225, going to be 1250, 1275, going to be 13, 13 and a quarter, going to be 13 and a half, 1375, 14, 14, 1375, going to be 1400, going to be 1400, 1375, going to be 1400. Sold at 1375.63. Hey, fancy little belted calf here. Sweet little bull. 1200, going to be 12, 12, 12, going to be by the head, and then going to be 1200, then going to be 1000 on it, 1000, and then going to be thank you. Now 1100, going to be 1, going to be 1100, 1100, now 12, 12 here, and then going to be 12, 12, 12, then going to be 1125, 5, 5, then 25, 1125, 1150, 1175, 1175, going to be 1175, who do it 1200 here, and then going to be 12, 12. 25, 1250, 1275, 1275, then going to be 1275, going to be 13 here, and then going to be 1325, going to be 1350, 1375, 1400 here, going to be 425, 5, going to be 1425, 1400 here, going to be 1425, 1425, 14, going to be 1425, 5, 1400 here, going to be 1425, 5, going to be 1425, 1425, all in all done. Sold at 1463. Hey, look at this little guy here, 6. Little red white guy here. Or excuse me, you're right. White back there. Says RWF on my screen, my bad. Here we go. It'll be 500, 500, 500. Then it'll be 5, 5, 5. Going to be 600. Then it'll be 5. Then it'll be 600. Going to be 7 here. It'll be 800, going to be 9, 900, 900, it'll be 9, 9, it'll be 900, 800, it'll be 9, 1000, 1000, 1000, it'll be 1100 here, it'll be 1100 right there, and then it'll be 12, 12, 12, going to be 13, then it'll be 13, 1213, 1213, 1213 here, going to be 14, then it'll be 1400 here, how about 13 and a quarter, then it'll be 1325, 1350, 1375, 5, 1375, it'll be 1400, then it'll be 1425, 5, going to be 1425, 1425, 1400 here, and then it'll be 1425, 5. All in, all done, all in, all done. 1400 right here. Put it, sold it to you. 245. Put it on 245. Thank you. Here's a little dandy. 606. 606. This one's had all its shots. Born 6'8". Here we go. Maybe not. Here we go. Be by the head here. Be 1500. Be 1500 here. 1500. 15. Be 15. 15. Be 15. 15. 15. Be 1200. Be 12. 12. 12. 1200 bucks here. Be 1200. Be 1200 here. Thank you. Be 1200. Be 13. 12 now. 13. 12 here. Be 13 here. Be 13. Here. Gonna be 13. Yes. 13. Gonna be 14. Now 15. 15 here. Gonna be 16. Gonna be 16. 16 now. 17. Let me give you 16 and a quarter. 16.25. 16 here. Let me give you 16.25. 5. 16 here. Let me give you 16.25. Gonna be 16.25. 1600 here. Gonna be 16.25. 5. All in. All done. 1600 on 608. 1600 sold it to you. 608. Thank you. Hey, little guy here. Nice little black calf. 100 by the head. Let me give you 15. 15. Let me give you 15 here. Let me give you 15. 14. 14 here. Let me give you 14. Let me give you 13 here. Let me give you 1300. Let me give you 13. 13. 13. 13. 1200 here. Let me give you 12. 12. 12. Let me give you 12 here and get 12 there. Let me give you 13 here. Let me 13 and 14. Now 15. 16 here. 15 and a quarter. Let me give you 15. 25. 5. 1500 here. Going to be 15. 25. 15. 25. 1500. Let me give you 5. 1500 here, going to be 1525, 1500 here, who to be 1525, 1525, all in all done. 1500 sold it to you 63, 1563. $4 a pound here, buy the pound, be four, $4, 380, 380 here, let me get 380 here, let me get 380, 80, let me get 80, let me get 350 here, let me get 350, now 352 and a half, 350, let me get 352 and a half, gonna be 355, 87 and a half, 360 here, gonna be 352 and a half, 85, 87 and a half, 370, now 72 and a half, gonna be 375, 77 and a half, gonna be 380, 82 and a half, gonna be 385, 87 and a half, gonna be 90, 92 and a half, 392 and a half, 390 here, gonna be Blake Ingman, 390 here, gonna be 392 and a half, 390 here, going to be 392 and a half. 390 here, going to be 92 and a half. Here, going to be 392 and a half. All in all, 92 and a half. 395, 397 and a half. 397 and a half. 397 and a half. Going to be $4 here. And then I'm going to be 4, 2 and a half. Going to be 4 here and 4, 2 and a half. I got Mike at 4. Need 2 and a half. 4, 2 and a half. 4, 2 and a half. Now 405, 5, 7 and a half here. And then 7 and a half. Going to be 410, 10. Going to be 412 and a half. 412 and a half. Sold it to you 410, 63. Here we go. By the head here. 1200, let me give you 12, 12, let me give you 12 here, little heifer there. 1200, let me give you 1000, let me give you 1, 1, 1, let me give you 1000 here, let me give you 1, who'd be 800, 800, 800, let me give you 8, 8, let me give you 8, let me give you 8, let me give you 700 here, let me give you 600, 600, 600, let me give you 6 here, let me give you 6 here, let me give you 600 here, and who'd be 5, 5, 5, gonna be 500 where? 500, let me give you 5, 5, 5, there, and 600, 5 here, let me give you 600, 500 is the bid, gonna be 600 here, let me give you 6 here, let me give you 6 here, gonna be 5, now 6. 5 now 6, 5 here, 6 where, 600 here, 6 here, gonna be 700, gonna be 8, 8, gonna be 8, 8, 8, gonna be 8, 7 now 8, 7 here, gonna be 8, 7 here, gonna be 8, 9, 9, 9, gonna be 900, 800 here, gonna be 9, 9, 9, 800 here, gonna be 9, 809, 825 here, gonna be 825, sir, you wanna go 825, gonna be 825, 580, 850, 850, 820, let me be 8, let me be 50, 50, 825, be 850, 825, gonna be 850, 50, 50, 825 and 50. Sold it to you 825, 601. Little Brahma action here. Nice little bowl. 800 here. Give you 800. Let me give you 800 here. Let me give you by the head. 800. 800. Let me give you 800. Let me give you 800. Let me give you 999. Let me give you 9. 800 here. Give you 900. 1,000. 1,000. 1,100. Let me give you 12. 12. Let me give you 13. Let me give you 14. It'll be 15. 15. Gonna be 16 here. 15. 16. 15 and 25. Let me give you 15. 25. 1500 here. Let me give you 15. 25. It'll be 15. 25. 1500. Now 15. 25. 1500. Gonna be 15. 25. 5. All in. All done. Sold at 1563, 1563. Hey, look at this. Sweet little heifer. $1,000 here. 1,000. Thank you. Be 1, let me give you 1,100, let me give you 1,000, let me give you 1,100, 1,000, let me give you 1,100, 1,000, let me give you 1,100 here, and gonna be 1,100. Cute little heifer. 1,000 here, let me give you 1,100. Where? Let me give you 1,100 here, 1,000 gonna be 1,100. Could be a match to your other one. 1,000, let me give you 1,100 here, let me give you 1,100 here, let me give you 1,000, let me give you 1,100, 1,000 who'd have been 1,100. 1,000 gonna be 1,100. All in all done, all in all done. Michael. 1100. Now 12. Now 12. Look at me 12. 12. 1100. Gonna be 12. 12. 1100. Gonna be 12. 1100. Gonna be 12. 12. 12. 1100 here. Gonna be 12. 12. Gonna be 11. 1125, ladies. 1125. 1150. 1150 here. Gonna be 1175. 5. Then gonna be 1175. 5. That's cheap on them. 1175. 5. 5. Gonna be 1175. 1150. 1175. 1150. Gonna be 1175. 1150 here. Gonna be 1175. 5. All in. All done. 1150 going on 63. 1150 on 63. Turner Cattle here. Turner Cattle. Been selling a lot of this stuff over the last few months here. Here we go. Gonna be $3 here. Gonna be $3 here. Gonna be $2.50. $3 here. Gonna be $2.50. $3 here. Gonna be $2.50. $3 gonna be $2. Gonna be $2.50. Gonna be $2.50. Gonna be $3.05. 5. 7.5. Now 10. Now 10. 10. 10. Gonna be $3.12.5. Gonna be $3.15. Gonna be $3.17.5. Gonna be $3.20. $3.22.5. 25. 5. 27.5. 30. $3.32.5. $3.32.5. Gonna be $3.35. 5. Gonna be $3.37.5. Here. Gonna be $3.40. Here. Gonna be $3.40. $3.42.5. $3.45. $3.45. 5. Gonna be $3.45. Who to be 347.5 here? Going to be 350, 350, 352 today. Then I'm going to be 355, 355. Going to be 357.5, 60 here. Going to be 360 here. Going to be 330. Then I'm going to be 332.5, 335, 367.5, 370 here. Then I'm going to be 370. Going to be 370, 372.5, half. Going to be 375, 375, 77.5, 380 here. Then I'm going to be 380 here. Going to be 380, 377.5. Going to be 380, 377.5 here. Then I'm going to be 380 where? 377.5. Going to be 380, 377.5, 80, 377.5. Going to be 380. All in, all done. Sold it to you 377.5. 250 by 5. Yep, I'm sure. Heifers. Turner Cattle still here. Here we go. 350. 350 here. They're going to be 350 here. They're going to be 325. 5 high. Here to be 325. 325. 325. 5. $3. 2.5. They're going to be 2.5. Going to be 305. 5. 5. Here to be 305. 5. Now 7.5. 7.5 here. They're going to be 310. 10. 10. Here to be 310. 10. Going to be 312.5. 315. 17.5. 320. 320. 17.5. Going to be 320 here. Here to be 322.5. Going to be 325. 5. 327.5. Now 330. Going to be 332.5. Going to be 35. 5. 37. Going to be 40 here, 42.5. Now 45, 345, 5. Going to be 345, 42.5, 345, 47.5, 347.5, 350 here. Going to be 352.5, 350 here. Going to be 352.5, 355. 357.5, 357.5, going to be 360 here, going to be 362.5, 365, 5, 367.5, 370, 370 here, going to be 370, 70, 70, who to be 370, and 372.5, 372.5, 372.5, 370 here, going to be 372.5, all in all done, going to be 370 your way, 250 by 5. Here we go. Same deal here. 385. 385. 385, 5, 350, 350, 350 here. 350, 325. 327.5, 327, going to be 327.5. Turner Cattle here again, 325, going to be 327.5. 325, going to be 327.5. All the way from Darrington here, going to be 325, going to be 327.5, 327.5, 330, 330, 330 here. You want to do it? 330 and 332 to hang, going to be 35, 5, 332 to hang, going to be 335, 337.5, 340, going to be 342 to half, who to be 345, 5, going to be 345, 42.5, 45, 42.5, 45, 47.5 here, going to be 350, now 50, now 50 here, going to be 52 to half, 52 to half, 352 to half, going to be 355, 5, 355, 5, 357.5, 360, 360 here, going to be 360 here, going to be 360. 362.5. Now 362 to hang. Going to be 335, 5, 365 here. Who to be 365, 67.5, 367.5, 367.5. Going to be 370. Now 370. Then I'm going to be 372 to hang. Going to be 375, 5, Who to be 375? Going to be 377.5. Going to be 380, 380. Now 382 and a half. Going to be 385, 5. Who to be 37.5, 37.5. Going to be 390, 392 and a half, 392. 395, 395, 392 to hang. Going to be 395. Who to be 395, 390. Going to be 395. Sold it to you 392 and a half, 63, 392 and a half on 63. Here we go, black steers, Bannerman steers here. Don't get any better than that one. Look at these ones. $3 here. Three, two and a half. Two and a half. Two and a half. Gonna be 5. Now 7.5. Now 10. Gonna be 12.5. 15. 17.5. Gonna be 20. Gonna be 22.5. Gonna be 25. 27.5. Now 30. 2.5. 35. 37.5. Gonna be 40 here. Now 42.5. 47.5, 47.5, gonna be 352.5, 355, 57.5. Now 60 here, gonna be 332.5, 35, 37.5, and 70 here, 72.5, 75, 77.5, 80, 382.5, 382.5. Did you say it? 382.5, 380 here, gonna be 382.5, 380 here, gonna be 382.5, half, 2.5, 380 here, gonna be 382.5, 380 here, gonna be 382.5, 380 here, gonna be 382.5, gonna be 382.5. All in, all done. Sold them to you 380, 102, 380, 102. Thank you. I think they're coming back. Can we go ahead on this one in the ring? Or you gotta wait? All right, we'll sell this one right here. A little heifer. 683. Little Bannerman heifer here. 350, 350, 325, 5, gonna be $3 here, gonna be 3, gonna be 3, gonna be 3, 285, 285, gonna be 285, 5, gonna be 285, gonna be 285, gonna be 285, 5, gonna be 285, 250, 250, 250 here, gonna be 50, 50, 50, gonna be 252 and a half, 250 here, gonna be 252 and a half, gonna be 255, 5, 257 and a half, 60, 62 and a half, 265, 262 and a half, gonna be 275, gonna be 277 and a half, and then 270 here, gonna be 272 and a half. 275, 277 and a half, 277 and a half, gonna be 280 here, gonna be 282 and a half, gonna be 282 and a half, gonna be 285, 5, gonna be 287 and a half, 287 and a half, 290, 290 here, gonna be 292 and a half, 295, gonna be 297 and a half, gonna be 297 and a half. 295, 297 and a half, 297 and a half, gonna be $3 here, who'd have been 2 and a half, $3 here, gonna be 2 and a half, 302 and a half. Do you want to do that up there? 302 and a half, now 5, now 7 and a half, here, gonna be 307 and a half, 310, 10, 10, who'd be 12 and a half, 312 and a half, gonna be 315, 17 and a half, 320, 322 and a half, gonna be 322 and a half, 320 here, who'd be 322 and a half, 20 here, gonna be 222 and a half, 322, 22 and a half, all in, all done. 320 on 63, 320 on 63, thank you. Here's a dandy. $4 here, gonna be 4, gonna be 4, gonna be 380, 380, 380 here, gonna be 380, gonna be 380, 80, gonna be 50 here, 350 here, gonna be 350 here. Fancy little steer, 350 here, gonna be 325, 5, 327 and a half, 227, gonna be 327 and a half, 325, gonna be 327 and a half, gonna be 330, 330, now 2 and a half, now 35, 37 and a half, gonna be 40 here, who'd have been 40, 342 and a half, 345, 347 and a half, gonna be 350 here, gonna be 347 and a half, gonna be 350. 352 and a half, 355, 357 and a half, 357 and a half, gonna be 357 and a half, 357 and a half, 357 and a half, 60 here, gonna be 60, 357 and a half, 60, 357 and a half, gonna be 360 here, gonna be 32 and a half, 32 and a half, 31, gonna be 35, 37 and a half, now 70, now 72 and a half, gonna be 75, 77 and a half, 77 and a half, gonna be 80 here, gonna be 382 and a half, 385, 387 and a half, 390, 387 and a half, gonna be 390 here, gonna be 392 and a half, gonna be 395, 97 and a half. Now $4, 397 and a half, gonna be 4, 397 and a half, gonna be 4, 397 and a half, and 4, all in, all done, 4, 4, 4. Sold it to you, 397 and a half, 606, 606. Thank you. That's a nice little steer you got. Right? They should be. They're quick. 641, 635, 638, 640, 66, 637. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Charlotte Wilder cattle here, Angus cattle. Here we go. Gonna be $4 here. Gonna be 40. Gonna be 2.5. Gonna be 2.5. Be 2.5 or 2.5. $4 here, gonna be 2.5. $4 here, gonna be 2.5. And gonna be 2.5. 42.5 here, gonna be $4 and 2.5. $4 gonna be 2.5. $4 gonna be 2.5. Now 405, 7.5, gonna be 10, 12.5, 15, 10, gonna be 415. 415, 412 and a half, gonna be 415, 17 and a half, gonna be 17 and a half, gonna be 20. Now 22 and a half, gonna be 25, 27 and a half. Now 30 here, gonna be 32 and a half, gonna be 35, 5, 5, 35, 432 and a half, gonna be 435. Blake, 435, 437 and a half. Now 440. 440 here, 437 and a half, gonna be 440, 437 and a half, gonna be 440, 40, 40, 437 and a half, gonna be 440, 437 and a half, 440, 442 and a half, 445, 445, 447 and a half, gonna be 450, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 450, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, sold it to you 447 and a half, 250, 55. A little heifer side here. $450 here, a little lighter here, gonna be 450, gonna be 450, gonna be 450, 435, 435, gonna be 437 and a half, now 440 here, gonna be 440, 40, 40, 42 and a half, 45, 47 and a half, now 50 here, what's that? Thank you, now 2 and a half, here, gonna be 405, 5, 5, gonna be 7 and a half, here, gonna be 410, 4, or 510, 512. 512 and a half, gonna be 515, 17 and a half, gonna be 520, 22 and a half, 25, 27 and a half, gonna be 30, now 32 and a half, 35, 32 and a half, 532 and a half, gonna be 535, 532 and a half, gonna be 535, 532 and a half, gonna be 35, 5, all in, all done. Sold it to you 532 and a half, put it on 63. $649. There you go. 50, 650. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. Good to go. 40 here, gonna be 40 here, gonna be 450, 450, 450 here, 450, 50, 50, 50, same deals here, same owners cattle here, gonna be 450, 425, 420, 5, 5, gonna be $4 here, gonna be 4, 4, and a 2.5 here, gonna be 2.5, 2.5, $4 here, gonna be 2.5 now, 5, 5, 5, gonna be 5, 5, gonna be 7. Gonna be 410, 410, 12 and a half, gonna be 415, gonna be 415, 17 and a half, gonna be 420, now 20, 22 and a half, now 25, gonna be 27 and a half, gonna be 430 here, now 2 and a half, now 30, then gonna be 435, gonna be 437 and a half, gonna be 440 here, gonna be 442 and a half, 445, 5, 5, gonna be 445, 47 and a half, now 50, now 452 and a half, gonna be 455, 5, 5, gonna be 455, gonna be 457 and a half, now 60 here, gonna be 62 and a half, 75, 67 and a half, now 70, 72 and a half, 75, 77 and a half, 80, now 82 and a half, gonna be 85, 87 and a half, 90, 92 and a half, 95, 97 and a half, $5, 497 and a half, 5, 497 and a half, gonna be 5, 5, 5, all in, all done. Sold them to you 497 and a half, 63. What do we got? Spin them around there. Little single here. Gonna be $4 here. Gonna be four. Gonna be $4. $3.80. 380 now, 382 and a half, 82 and a half, 380 here, 82 and a half, gonna be 82 and a half, 380 here, gonna be 32 and a half, 85, 385, 87 and a half, now 390 here, gonna be 392 and a half, 395, 97 and a half, gonna be $4 here, 2 and a half, and 5, 5, 5, gonna be 405, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 10, 412 and a half, gonna be 415 here, gonna be 17 and a half, gonna be 420, 422 and a half, 422 and a half, 422 and a half, gonna be 422 and a half here, 422 and a half there, 425, 27 and a half, now 30, gonna be 432 and a half, 432 and a half, 430 here, gonna be 32 and a half, 32 and a half, 432 and a half, gonna be 435, with 437 and a half, gonna be 440, 442 and a half, 445, 47 and a half, here gonna be 50, 52 and a half, now 55, 55, gonna be 57 and a half, gonna be 460 here, gonna be 472 and a half, 465, 467 and a half, gonna be 470 here, gonna be 472 and a half, 475, 55, 475, 477 and a half, gonna be 480, now 40 here, and then gonna be 40 here, gonna be 42 and a half, 45, gonna be 45, 55, 42 and a half, gonna be 45, sold them to you 42 and a half, 63. 639 in the ring. Here we go. 250 here. 285. 285. 285. 250 here. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. 255. Going to be 255 right there. Now 260. 265. Going to be 270 here. 270. 275. Going to be 270. 270. Now 275. 280 here. Now 280. Going to be 285. Going to be here, gonna be 292, 95, 5, gonna be $3 here, gonna be 333, gonna be 295, gonna be 297 and a half, $203. Now 2.5, gonna be 302 and a half, gonna be 305, 5, gonna be 7 and a half here, gonna be 310, 212 and a half, 315, 317 and a half, gonna be 320, 322 and a half, gonna be 325, gonna be 227 and a half, now 30 here, and 32 and a half, gonna be 332 and a half, and 330 here, now 2 and a half, 330 here, gonna be 332 and a half, gonna be 332 and a half, 330 here, gonna be 332 and a half, 332 and a half, all in, all done. Sold them 330 your way by the pound, they're 608. Hey, where have they been hiding this one? 642, 642. $1,000 here, the little red steer here, gonna be 1,000 here, gonna be 1,000 by the head here, gonna be 1,000, 1,000 here, gonna be 800, 800, 800 right there. Now 9, gonna be 9, 900, gonna be 9, 9, 800, gonna be 9, who to be 9, 9, 9, 800, gonna be 900, 800, 900, 800, gonna be 900 here, gonna be 1,000, gonna be 1, gonna be 1,000 here, gonna be 850 or 950, gonna be 1,000 here, 950, 1,000, 1,000, gonna be 1, 1, 1, 950 here, gonna be 1,000, who to be 1, 1, 1, 950. 1,000. 1,050 right behind you, ladies. Gonna be 1,050. 1,050. 1,000 here. Gonna be 1,050. 50. Gonna be 1,000. 1,000 here. Gonna be 1,050. All in, all done. All in, all done. Sold it to you. 1,000 your way. Put it on 623. 623. Thank you. He's bluffing, Junior. There you go. He's going to follow him out. Get out of here. Get your gate, boys. Get your gate. Don't let him go through your doorway back there, whatever you do. It'll be a fun one. Better get a pallet of grain for that one. Yeah, we're getting into the Stremler cattle here. Yep, 1, 2, 3, 6. All right, here we go. 350 here. 350 here. 350. Now 352 and a half. 350. 352 and a half, 352 and a half, 352 and a half, 352 and a half, 350, and then I'm going to be 352 and a half, and then I'm going to be 352 and a half, 352 and a half, 350 here, and then I'm going to be 352 and a half, going to be 352 and a half, going to be 352 and a half, 355, 355, going to be 355, 55, 355, and then I'm going to be 355, 55, 357 and a half, 360 here, now 360, and I'm going to be 332 and a half, going to be 335, 55, 367 and a half, 67 and a half, now 70 up there, and going to be 370, 72 and a half, going to be 72 and a half, going to be 75, 55, going to be 77 and a half, 77 and a half, 377 and a half, going to be 380 here, going to be 382 and a half, going to be 382 and a half, 380 here. 385, 387 and a half, 387 and a half, 390 here, 387 and a half, gonna be 390, who to be 392 and a half, gonna be 392 and a half, 392 and a half, to 395, 395, 5, 97 and a half, who to be 397 and a half, gonna be $4, $4 here, and 397 and a half, gonna be 4, 4, 4, who to be 4, 397 and a half, and 4, 7 and a half, gonna be 4, 4, 4, who to be then gonna be 4, 4, 4, sold it to you, 397 and a half, your way. Put it on 255, 250, 397 and a half. We'll spin them around one more time. All the way, all the way. 515, 516, 521, 519, 520. Yeah. 350 here. Nice little set of steer. 350. 350, 350, 350, 350 here. 350. Should we cut that red one out or what? You guys want to cut the red one out? $3. Now 2.5. $2.5. All the way. $3 here. Going to be 3 or 2.5. Now 5. Now 5. Now 5. Going to be 7.5. Who'd be 10, 10, 10, 12.5 here. Going to be 15, 15, 15, 17.5 here. Going to be 20. Now 22.5. Going to be 25. Now 25. 25, 27.5 here, and going to be 30. Now 30. Now 2.5. 32.5, going to be 35. 5, 5, who'd be 35. 37.5 here, and going to be 340. Who'd be 340, 40, 40, going to be 340. 342.5, 345, 47.5, 347.5, going to be 350. 352.5. 352.5, going to be 355. 5, 5, going to be 355. 57.5, going to be 60 here. Now 362.5. 365. 367.5. 370 here, going to be 372.5. 375. 5, 5, 77.5, going to be 380 here, going to be 380. 77.5, 80. 77.5, going to be 380. Where going to be 380, 77 and a half, going to be 380 all in, all done. 380, 382 and a half. 380 here, going to be 382 and a half. I got Braun at 380. You got somebody else? 382 and a half. 382 and a half. Nobody else. Sold it to you 380. Put it on 250 by 5. A little later here, heifer side. Same deal. $4 here. Be four. Gonna be four. Gonna be four. Here. Gonna be four. Now 4. Now 4. Gonna be 380 here. Gonna be 380 here. Gotta weigh 529 separate. 380 here. Gonna be 350. Gonna be 3. Who to be 350? Sure, we'll sell 529. Was it 529 separate? 512 is the one that needs to be separate. You want to cut one? We'll just cut one. Buy one. Selling choice here. Buy one. 350. 352 and a half. 350 here, going to be 352 and a half. 350, then I'm going to be 352 and a half. Ingman, what do you think? 352 and a half. 350 here, and I'm going to be 352 and a half. 350 here, going to be 352 and a half. 352 and a half. 350 going to be 352 and a half. Sold it to you 350, 250 by 5. Takes 529. Yep. Straight deal still. We good on this group now? 512's getting weighed separate, boys. Well, sell them together here. It'll be 3. Gonna be 350. Gonna be 325. Who'd be 325? 325. 320. $3 here. Gonna be 3. Gonna be 3. 3. Gonna be $3 here. Who'd be 3. 285. 285. Then I'm gonna be 285. 5. Who'd be 285? Gonna be 250. 250 here. Gonna be 2. Sure. 250. 252 and a half. 252 and a half. Gonna be 285. 5. Who'd be 285? 257 and a half. 260. 262 and a half, 265, 267 and a half, going to be 270 here, 72 and a half, 75, 77 and a half, going to be 280, 282 and a half, 85, 87 and a half, 90, 92 and a half, going to be 95, 97 and a half, going to be $3, now 2 and a half, going to be 5, 7 and a half, 10, 10, 10, 10, going to be 212 and a half, 312 and a half, 15, going to be 17 and a half, and 20, and 22 and a half, going to be 25, 5, 5, 322 and a half, 25, 322 and a half, going to be 325, all in, all done, sold them 322 and a half, 63, picks one, the one closest to you, 530 going out. Is it? Good job, guys. 250 here. 250, 225. $2. $2 here. Then I'm gonna be two. Then I'm gonna be two. Then I'm gonna be two. Who'd have been 180? 150. 150. And then I'm gonna be. That's a deal here. And then I'm gonna be 150. 50. Then I'm gonna be 150. And then I'm gonna be 50 right there. Now 152 and a half. 152 and a half. Gonna be 155. 57 and a half. Gonna city here. City here. City here. Gonna be 160. City 2 and a half. City 2 and a half. Gonna be city 5. City 5. 5. 5. Gonna be 135. 135. 5. 5. 167 and a half. Here. Gonna be 167 and a half. Gonna be 170. 172 to hang, gonna be 172 and a half, 170 here, gonna be 172 and a half, 172 and a half, 175, 175, gonna be 177 and a half, gonna be 180 here, and then gonna be 180, who'd have been 180, 82 and a half, gonna be 85, 85, 87 and a half, gonna be 190, 2 and a half, 5, 97 and a half, gonna be $2 here, gonna be 2, 2 and a half, now 205, 5, 5, 7 and a half here, gonna be 210, 2, 7 and a half, 210, 2, 7 and a half, and then I'm gonna be 210, 10, 10, 2, 7 and a half, gonna be 210, 210, 2, 7 and a half, and 10, all in, all done, 2, 7 and a half, your way, 203 by, 2, 2, 2, 3 on 22. Nice red steer here. Same deal. Yeah, same deal here. Same deal here. Gonna be 350. 350 here. Gonna be 325. 325. 325. 5. 325. Gonna be 327 and a half. 25. 27 and a half here. Gonna be 27 and a half. Gonna be 330. 330. You gotta be 332 and a half here. You're gonna give it 335, 37 and a half. Gonna be 40 here. Gonna be 40 and a 42 and a half. And 45, 347 and a half. 350 here. Gonna be 350 and 352 and a half. 355, 55. Gonna be 357 and a half. And 60 here. Gonna be 32 and a half. 360 here. Gonna be 362 and a half. Half and 360 here. Gonna be 362 and a half. All in, all done. Sold at 360, 250 by 5. To 528. Same deal. $3 here. Gonna be 3. Be 275, 275, 275, 5, Strimler cattle here, gonna be 275, 5, who'd be 250, 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 250 here, gonna be 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 55, 5, who'd be 55, 5, gonna be 255, 5, 255, 57 and a half, now 60, now 60 here, gonna be 250 here, gonna be 252 and a half, 235, 235, 5, 35, 35, 37 and a half, now 70, now 70 here, gonna be 72 and a half, gonna be 72 and a half, 75, 5, gonna be 75, 77 and a half, now 80, 282 and a half, gonna be 285, 87 and a half, 87 and a half, 285, gonna be 287 and a half, gonna be 290 here, gonna be 292 and a half, gonna be 295, 5, 295, gonna be 297 and a half, 3, 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 10, now 12 and a half, gonna be 212 and a half, half, gonna be 210, gonna be 212 and a half, 210, who to be 212 and a half, 15, 15, 17 and a half, 317 and a half, gonna be 220, 20, who to be 22 and a half, 22 and a half, gonna be 225, 27 and a half, here, gonna be 227 and a half, 327 and a half, 330, now 32 and a half, 332 and a half, 330 here, gonna be 332 and a half, 330 here, who to be 332 and a half, gonna be 332 and a half, all in, all done, sold at 330, 63, 330, 63. New one. He's a steer. Same man's cattle here, and Stremler cattle here. Base steer here, $3. 3, gonna be 3 now, 2 and a half. Was that a bid, Ron? So gonna be 285, 5, and then I'm gonna be 285, gonna be 287 and a half, 285, gonna be 287 and a half, 285, gonna be 287 and a half, gonna be 292, 92 and a half, 95, 97 and a half. Now 3, gonna be 2 and a half here, gonna be 305, 5, gonna be 305, 7 and a half here, gonna be 7 and a half, gonna be 310, 12 and a half, 15, 15, 15, 3. 17 and a half, gonna be 20. Now 20. 320 here, gonna be 322 and a half, 322 and a half, 25, 27 and a half, gonna be 330, gonna be 332 and a half, 35, 37 and a half. Now 40. 42 and a half, gonna be 42 and a half, 340 here, gonna be 342 and a half, 340 here, gonna be 342 and a half, 342 and a half, 340 here, gonna be 342 and a half, 340 here, gonna be 342 and a half, 340 here, gonna be 342 and a half, all in, all done. Sold it right here, 340, 606, 340, 606, thank you. Oh, look out. Gonna be a heifer on the run here. 527. Nice thick heifer. Here we go. Gonna be $3 here. Gonna be $3. Gonna be $3. Gonna be $3. Gonna be $3 here. Gonna be $3. $3. $3. here, let me give you 285, let me give you 285, let me give you 285, 55, 285, 250, 250 here, let me give you 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 250 here, gonna be 252 and a half, 250 gonna be 252 and a half, 255, 255, then I'm gonna give you 257 and a half, half, 257 and a half, 60 here, gonna get 262 and a half, 265, 265 gonna be 267 and a half, half, 267 and a half, gonna be 270, down 272 and a half, 272 and a half, 75, 5, high, gonna be 77 and a half, here, gonna be 277 and a half, here, gonna be 270 and a half, 280, 280, 282 and a half, gonna be 285, 5, gonna be 285, gonna be 285, gonna be 287 and a half, gonna be 290, 292 and a half, 290 here, gonna be 292 and a half, gonna be 292 and a half, 290 here, gonna be 290 and a half, 292 and a half, 95, 295, 97 and a half, now $3 here, gonna be 302 and a half, gonna be 5, 5, 5, gonna be 7 and a half here, 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, gonna be 20, 22 and a half, gonna be 25, 27 and a half, 30 here, 32 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, 40, 42 and a half, 45, 47 and a half, 50, 47 and a half, 50, 347 and a half, now 50, 347 and a half, gonna be 350 here, all in, all done, sold them 347 and a half on 63. Here we go. 531 down here. Here it'll be $4. $4 here, gonna be 444 now 405. Gonna be 405. Gonna be 405. $4 here now 5 cents. 405. 405. $4 here. Gonna be 405. 55. Gonna be 405. Gonna be 410. 10. 10. Gonna be 415. 420. 25. 30. 35. Gonna be 440. 445. 5. Gonna be 450. 55. 60. 65. 70. 75 here. Gonna be 80. Gonna be 85. Gonna be 490. 495. 495. 495. Gonna be $5. Now 495. Gonna be 555. 495. Gonna be 555. 495 and 5. Sold it to you, 495, 63, 495, 63. That was by the pound, Denise. Thank you. Look at that. That's a tiny little one there. 646 in the ring. 746. $500 here by the head. Little thing, then it'll be 5, 5, it'll be 500, it'll be 600, then it'll be 600, 5, now 6, 500, gonna be 600, 500, it'll be 600 here, then it'll be 5, then it'll be 600, who do you got in, Terry? Who do you got in? Who's at 5? 600, it'll be 6 here, it'll be 6 here, 5, who'd be 600, 5, it'll be 600 here, it'll be 600 here, how about 525, 525, 525 right there, and a 550, 560, 550, 575, gonna be 600, now 625, then it'll be 625, 5, who'd be 625, 650 here, gonna be 675, 5, 5, who'd be 675, 650, now 675, 650 here, gonna be 675, 650 here, gonna be 675, 5, 5, 650 here, gonna be 675, 650 here, how about 660 down there, gonna be 660, 670, 670, 660, 670, gonna be 680 here, gonna be 690 here, gonna be 700, then it'll be 700 here, gonna be 710, 710, 720, 720 here, 710, gonna be 720, 710, 720, 20, 20, all in, all done. All in, all done. 710 your way, put it on. 203 on 10, 203 on 10, thank you. All right, here we go. Getting into some of the show cattle here. Larry Gadboy cattle here. Maine Anjou Black Angus cross feeders here, born in the end of December to the 1st of March. Heifers and steers here. Easy going. Hot wire broke, single strand. Feed bunk broke, weaned 2 weeks. Eating good on grass silage bales. These things are ready to rock and roll, ready to go to work for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in there. Here we go. It'll be $3 here. It'll be 3, it'll be 3, 3, 3. It'll be 3, 3, it'll be 3. $3 here, then I'm gonna be 285, 5, I'm gonna be 285, gonna be 287 and a half, 287, I'm gonna be 287 and a half, 287 and a half, 285, then I'm gonna be 287 and a half, 287 and a half, I'm gonna be 290 here, gonna be 292, 92 and a half, 92 and a half, gonna be 295, 295, 5, I'm gonna be 297 and a half, I'm gonna be 333, gonna be 302 and a half, 305, now 7, I'm gonna be 307 and a half, gonna be 307 and a half, gonna be 210, 10, 10, gonna be 212 and a half, 312 and a half, 312 and a half, gonna be 315 here, gonna be 17 and a half, I'm gonna be 317 and a half, gonna be 320, 322 and a half, 322 and a half, gonna be 322 and a half, gonna be 325, 5, gonna be 327 and a half, 330, 332 and a half, gonna be 320, 35, gonna be 337 and a half, 340, 42 and a half, gonna be 42 and a half, gonna be 45, 47 and a half, gonna be 50 here, 52 and a half, 55, 57 and a half, 360, 62 and a half, gonna be 360 here, gonna be 362 and a half, 360 here, gonna be 362 and a half, half, 360 here, gonna be 362 and a half, 360 here, gonna be 362 and a half, all in, all. Sold them 360 on 102, 360 on 102. One, two, three, four, 5 in there. Man's cattle. Here we go. 345, 340 here. 340. Gonna be 340, 340 by the pound. Gonna be 340, 40. Who'd be 320, 320, 20, 20. Gonna be 20 here. Same deal. Gonna be 320, 20. Gonna be 320. Who'd be $3? $3 now. $2.50. $2 here. Gonna be 302.5. Who'd be 5. Gonna be 7.5 here. Gonna be 307.5. 310. 310. Gonna be 212.5. 315. Gonna be 315. Gonna be 17.5. Gonna be 317. 320, 320, 322 and a half, 322 and a half, gonna be 325, 5, who'd be 325, gonna be 327 and a half, 330, 332 and a half, 332 and a half, gonna be 332 and a half, gonna be 335, 5, who'd be 335, 337 and a half, 337 and a half, 340, 340, gonna be 340 here, gonna be 42 and a half, gonna be 42 and a half, 45, 5, gonna be 345, 47 and a half, 350, 350 here, gonna be 352 and a half, 355, 5, gonna be 355, 57 and a half, here going to be 360, here going to be 362 and a half, 362 and a half, 365, 367 and a half, 367 and a half, going to be 370 here, and going to be 372 and a half, going to be 370 here, going to be 372 and a half, 370 here, going to be 372 and a half, all in on to 370, put it on by 5, 250 by 5. Here we go, three more here. Gonna be $3 here. Now $3 here. Gonna be $3 here. Who'd be 3? Now 2.5. 302 and a half. $3. Gonna be 302 and a half. Same man's cattle now 5, 7 and a half here. Who'd be 3? 10. Gonna be 212 and a half. 15, 17 and a half. 20, 22 and a half. 25, 27 and a half. 30, 32 and a half. 35, 37 and a half. 40, 42 and a half. 45, 47 and a half. 50, 52 and a half. 55, 57 and a half. 60, 62 and a half. 360, gonna be 362 and a half. 360 here, gonna be 362 and a half. 360 here, gonna be 362 and a half. Gonna be 62 and a half. 62 and a half, all in, all done. 360, 102, 360 and 102. Yeah, I'd say so too. Here we go, we're getting serious again here. $59, $58, $70, $69. Yes. Loving it. Here we go. Same man's kettle here. Got about 40 head of these in here today. Nice black ones here. Gonna be $3 here. Gonna be three. Now $3. Gonna be $3 here. Gonna be three. You want a good group here? Good group here. Gonna be $3 here. Gonna be 285. Gonna be 285. 285, then I'm going to be 285, then I'm going to be 285, going to be 287 and a half, 285, then I'm going to be 287 and a half, 285, going to be 287 and a half, 285, going to be 287 and a half, 287 and a half, going to be 290, now 292 and a half, 292 and a half, going to be 295, 297 and a half here, going to be 33, going to be 302 and a half, 5, now 7 and a half, now 7 and a half here, going to be 210, 10, going to be 212 and a half, going to be 12 and a half, going to be 315, 17 and a half, 317 and a half, going to be 320 here, going to be 22 and a half, going to be 322 and a half, going to be 225, 27 and a half here, going to be 330, 32 and a half, 32 and a half, going to be 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, going to be 40 here, 42 and a half, 42 and a half, going to be 45, 47 and a half, 347 and a half, 350, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 55, 57 and a half here, going to be 360, now 62 and a half, 65, 67 and a half, now 70, 372 and a half, 375, 77 and a half, going to be 383, 82 and a half, 385, 382 and a half, 385, 382 and a half, going to be 385, 385, 382 and a half, going to be 385, 382 and a half, now 85. Sold them to you 382 and a half, 255. On 33, 250, 33. Thank you. Heifers here. There's no way. 47. Oh, there is a 477. I'm sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. All right, same man's cattle here. Maine and Jew Angus cross heifers here. I'm gonna get older too. Look good now. Here we go. Maybe $4 here. Maybe $4. Maybe $4 here. 380. 380. Gonna be 350 here. Gonna be 350. 350. 350. 320. 325. Let them make it be 3. Let them make it be 3. Let them make it be 325. 5 5. Let them make it be 325. Would it be 325? 5 5. $3. $3 for 4. Oh, you got it. Now 2.5. $3 here. Let them make it be 2.5. Now 305. Gonna be 305. 7.5 here. Gonna be 310. Gonna be 12.5. 15. 15. 17.5. 20. 322.5. 325. 327.5. Gonna be 330 here. Gonna be 332.5. 330 here. Gonna be 332.5. 330 here. Gonna be 332.5. 330 here. Gonna be 2.5. 330 here. Gonna be 332.5. 332.5. 332.5. All in, all done. Sold them 330 for 4. Yep. Just gate cut 4. Gate cut 4, guys. Buyer number 604 looks like. Thank you. Gate cut 4. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4. 52, 53. How about that? Yeah, you guys are getting pretty fancy down there. Yeah. Yeah, you get 10 cents. Just on today. Just on today. Yeah. Yeah, right. All right, here we go again. Gonna be $3 here. Gonna be 3. 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 333. 285. 285. Gonna be 285. Gonna be 285. 5 5. Gonna be 285. 250. 250 here. Gonna be 252 to hand. Gonna be 250 here. Gonna be 252 to hand. 55. 55 and a half. 60. 62 and a half. 65. 67 and a half. Gonna be 70 here. 72 and a half. 72 and a half. 75. 275, 275, gonna be 275, gonna be 277 and a half, 77 and a half, 75 and a half, gonna be 80, 82 and a half, 82 and a half, gonna be 285, 282 and a half, gonna be 285, gonna be 287 and a half, 287 and a half, 287 and a half, 290, 292 and a half, here's gonna be 292 and a half, half, gonna be 292 and a half. 292 and a half, 95, 297 and a half, now 3, 3, gonna be 2 and a half, here, gonna be 305, 5, 5, here, gonna be 5, 5, 7 and a half, here, 305, 7 and a half, 305, then I'm gonna be 7 and then I'm gonna be 7 and a half, 305, gonna be 7 and a half, all in all done. 305 up top there. What are we doing now? 100. Buyer 100. Thank you. Oh. It's for sale, right, Todd? It's for sale. You want to auction it off? 455. Okay, we got 2 more Gad Boy heifers here. $3 here. Gonna be $3 here. $3 here. Gonna be 3. Gonna be 3. Gonna be 3. 285. 285. Gonna be 285. Main Anju Angus Cross. Main Anju Angus Cross. 285. 285. 250. Now 252 to hand. They're going to be 252 and a half. Now 255, 255, 257 and a half, 260 here. Going to be 252 and a half, 265, 267 and a half, 270, 272 and a half, 275, 277 and a half. Going to be 280 here. 277 and a half. Going to be 280. Back to your run. Going to be 280, 282 and a half. Going to be 282 and a half. Going to be 285, 5, 5. Going to be 285, 287 and a half, 287 and a half, 290. Now 290 here. Going to be 292 and a half. Going to be 292 and a half. Going to be 295, 5, 5. Going to be 297 and a half here. Going to be 297 and a half, 295, 97 and a half, 295. Going to be 297 and a half. 295, going to be 297 and a half, all in, all done. 295, 250 by 33. $49, $50, and $48. Same deal here, same as cattle. $350. $3 a pound. Then I'm gonna be 302 and a half. Then I'm gonna be 302 and a half, and then I'm gonna be 302 and a half. $3 here, gonna be 2 and a half. $3 and 2 and a half. $3 here, then I'm gonna be 302 and a half, and $2 and a half. $3 here, gonna be 302 and a half. $3 here, gonna be 2 and a half. $3 here, then I'm gonna be 302 and a half. Gonna be 305, 5, 5, 7 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 15. 17 and a half, 320, 22 and a half, gonna be 22 and a half, 325, gonna be 227 and a half, 330, 332 and a half, gonna be 335, 5, 5, 337 and a half, 40 here, gonna be 42 and a half, 42 and a half, 42 and a half here, 45, 345, 345, 47 and a half here, gonna be 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 347 and a half, gonna be 350, Ron, you wanna go 350? 352 and a half, now 352 and a half, gonna be 350 here, gonna be 352 and a half, 350 here, sold it to you 350, put it on 250 on 5. Let's catch a weight on these bad boys. 04.99. Here we got Camp House. Bill Camp House coming in here. Big red ones here. Nice ones. Let's see what they weigh. Right, they'll just be just shy of 1,000 pounds or what? I think so. 918. Bring them back, boys. Probably. Ooh, almost spilled my whole coffee. Nice and quiet, easy going steers here. You want three to finish out here. Here we go. 225. 225. Now 227 ahead. 227 ahead. 227 ahead. Now 30. Here going to be 230. Here going to be 232 to hand. Going to be 232 to hand. Going to be 235. 237 and a half. 237 and a hand. Going to be 240. Here going to be 240. Here going to be 242 to hand. Going to be 245. 47 and a half. Here going to be 250. 252 and a half. 255. 255. 257 and a half. Now 260. 262 and a half. 265. 267 and a half. 267 and a half. 267 and a half. Going to be 267 and a half. Going to be 270. Now 272 and a half. Here going to be 275. Going to be 277 and a half. 277 and a half. Going to be 280. 280. 277 and a half. Here going to be 280 there and 277 and a half. How about 278, Ron? 277 and a half. Going to be 278. Where? Going to be 278. 277 and a half. 277 and a half. Going to be 278. All in, all done. You bottom. Whoa, hold on, guys. Right behind you. 278. 279. 279 here. Going to be 280. 281. 282. 281. Going to be 282. Sold them right here. 281. Your way. Right back to you. 614. 281. 614. Thank you. 603 down there. Maybe nice black steers here. Camp House cattle here. 350, 350 here. $3 here. Let me give you $3 here. Good thick steers here. $3 here. Let me get 333. Yes, sir. Now $2.5. $3 here. Let me get $2.5. Half. $3. $2.5. Gonna be 305. 305. 7.5. Now 310. Gonna be 12.5. Gonna be 15. 17.5. Gonna be 320. 22.5. 25. 27.5. 30. 32.5. 35. 37.5. 40. 42.5. 45. 47.5. 50. 52.5. 55. 57.5. 60. 62.5. 65. 67.5. 70. 72.5. 75. 372 and a half, gonna be 375, 372 and a half here, gonna be 375, 372 and a half, gonna be 375, 5, 72 and a half, gonna be 375, 5, 72 and a half, 75, 72 and a half, 75, all in, all done, sold them to you, 372 and a half, 102, 372 and a half, 102, thank you. You betcha, these things are ready to rock and roll. Weaned, ready to go. Here we go. $3 here again. Make it 3 now, right there. Now 2.5. Make it 2.5. $2.5. $3 here. Going to be 2.5. $3 here. Going to be 2.5. $3 here. Going to be 2.5. $2.5. $3 here. Going to be 2.5. You want steers that'll eat right here? 2.5. 5. 2.5. 5. 5. Going to be 305. 5. Going to be 305. Going to be 307.5. 305. Going to be 307.5. Going to be 310. 310. Going to be 2.5. 315 here. Going to be 315. 315 here. Going to be 317.5. 320. 322.5. 322.5. Going to be 325. Going to be 27.5 here. And a half, gonna be 330. Now 32 and a half, 332 and a half, 330 here, gonna be 332 and a half, gonna be 335, 37 and a half here, gonna be 37 and a half, gonna be 35, 37 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, gonna be 340. Now 342 and a half, 345, 47 and a half, gonna be 50 here, 52 and a half, 55, 57 and a half, 50, 52 and a half, 55, 57 and a half, 70 here, 367 and a half, gonna be 370, 367 and a half, now 70 here, 367 and a half, gonna be 270, 377 and a half, 70, all in, all done. 367 and a half, put it on 102, 102, thank you. Here you go. Dandy's right here. Same man's cattle. Some Sim Angus here. Here we go. Gonna be $3. 3 now 302 and a half. 2.5 $3 here. 2.5 302 and a half. Now 5. Now 5. Gonna be I got him at 302 and a half. Need 5. Now 5 here. Gonna be 7 and a half. 310 10. Gonna be 212 and a half. Gonna be 15. 17 and a half, gonna be 320. Now 22 and a half, gonna be 25, 5, gonna be 27 and a half, gonna be 330 here, gonna be 332 and a half, 335, 37 and a half, gonna be 40, now 42 and a half, 45, 47 and a half, gonna be 50. Now 52 and a half, gonna be 55, 57 and a half, city here, 52 and a half, city 5, city 7 and a half, now 70, now 72 and a half, 375, 77 and a half, 77 and a half, gonna be 380 here, gonna be 382 and a half, 380 here, gonna be 382 and a half, gonna be 382 and a half, 380 here, how about 381, 381, 380 here, gonna be 381, let me get you 381, 1, 1, at 382, 2, 2, gonna be 382, 381, gonna be 382, 381 and 2, 381, gonna be 382, 2, 2, all in, all done. You bought them 381 right there. Put it on 608, 608. Yep. Here we go. Nice feeders here. 3 beauties. These things are thick, thick, thick. Here we go. 375. Gonna be 375. 375. 375. 350 here. Gonna be 350. Gonna be 350 here. 350, 350, 325, 325, 500, 325, 500, 325, 325, 325, easy going, 5, $3. 3, now 3, then I'm gonna be 3, then I'm gonna be 285, 285, then I'm gonna be 285, I'm gonna be 250, 250 here, then I'm gonna be 252 and a half, I'm gonna be 252 and a half, 250 here, I'm gonna be 252 and a half, 255, 57 and a half, now 60 here, I'm gonna be 52 and a half. 67 and a half, 67 and a half, 70 and 70 and 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 70 here, gonna be 72 and a half, gonna be 75, 77 and a half here, gonna be 77 and a half, gonna be 80, now 80, now 82 and a half, then I'm gonna be 82 and a half, gonna be 85, 85, gonna be 87 and a half, 87 and a half, gonna be 290, 292 and a half, 295, 297 and a half, 3 here, gonna be 302 and a half, 2 and a half, 3 here, 2 and a half, 3 here, gonna be 302 and a half, 3 here, and I'm gonna be 302 and a half, 5, 5, 7 and a half here, gonna be 307 and a half, 310, 312 and a half, 15. It's got to be 17 and a half here. Going to be 320. Here, let me get you 320. 317 and a half. Going to be 320. 317 and a half. Going to be 320. Where? Let me get you 320. 317 and a half. Going to be 320. 317 and a half. 20. 317 and a half. Going to be 320. 20. 20. Going to be 220. Who do we 20? All in, all done. Sold them to you 317 and a half. 250 by 32. Did you say 33? 33. Good little red heifer, red and black heifer here. 350 here. Gonna be 350. Gonna be 350. 325. 325 here. Gonna be 325. Gonna be $3. $3 here now. 2.5. You bidding up there? 2.5. $3 in. Gonna be 2.5. Then gonna be 2.5. $3 here. Gonna be 2.5. $2.5. $3 here. Gonna be 302.5. 302.5. 302.5. There it is. Now 5. Gonna be 7.5. 10. 10. Gonna be 10. 10. 12.5. Now 15. Now 15. Gonna be 17.5. 320. 20. 20. Gonna be 220. Gonna be 322.5. 325. 325. 327.5. Now 30 here. Gonna be 32.5. 32.5. 35. 37.5. 37.5. Now 40. 340. 342.5. 345. 47.5. Now 50. Now 52.5. 55. 57.5. Now 30 here. 32.5. 35. 35. 32.5. 35. 362.5. Gonna be 335. 362. And then I'm gonna be 335. 332.5. Gonna be 335. All in, all done. Sold them 362.5 on 63. 362.5. 63. Nice little Angus cross here. 250 here. Gonna be 250 here. Gonna be 250. Nice little Angus cross steer here. Gonna be 250. 250, 225, 225, 5, 5, 25, 27 and a half, 227 and a half, 227 and a half, 225, gonna be 227 and a half, 225, who'd be 227 and a half, 225, then I'm gonna be 227 and a half, who'd be 227 and a half, 225, gonna be 227 and a half, 225, gonna be 227, and then I'm gonna be 227 and a half, all in, all done. You bought it 225, 102, 225, 102. Yeah, knock it off back there. We got young ears in here. We got young ears in here. The first time I've ever heard that in this barn. Is it 626? 625. Nice work. All right, nice little heifer here. Little dandy. $4 here. Gonna be $4 here. 350 on her. Gonna be 350. 350. Camp house heifer here. 350. Gonna be 350. 350. 325. 325. Gonna be 325. 3 bucks. Now 3. Gonna be 3. 2 and a half. How about 285? Then I'm gonna be 280. Then I'm gonna be 285. Then I'm gonna be 285. I'm gonna be 280. Then I'm gonna be 285. 250. 250 here. Then I'm gonna be 250. Then I'm gonna be 250 here. I'm gonna be 252 and a half. 250 here. I'm gonna be 252 and a half. Half. 252 and a half. 250 here. I'm gonna be 252 and a half. 252 and a half. 255. 57 and a half. 60. 62 and a half. 75. 77 and a half. 70 here. 270 here. I'm gonna be 272 and a half. 72 and a half. 75. 55. 77 and a half. Now 80. Now 82 and a half. 85. 85. 87 and a half. 85. Gonna be 285. Gonna be 287 and a half. 87 and a half. Now 90. Now 90 here. Gonna be 290 here. Gonna be 292 and a half. Gonna be 295. 97 and a half. 3 and a 2 and a half. Now 5. 7 and a half. Down 10. 312 and a half. 15. 315. 17 and a half. 320. Gonna be 22 and a half. Gonna be 325. 5. 327 and a half. 330. 330. 332 and a half. Gonna be 330. Gonna be 335. 335. 7 and a half. 340. 40 here, gonna be 342 and a half, 345, 347 and a half, 347 and a half, gonna be 350, 352 and a half, 355, 355, gonna be 357 and a half, 360 here, gonna be 362 and a half, 362 and a half, 365, 367 and a half, 370, now 370 here, gonna be 372 and a half, 375, gonna be 375, 72 and a half, 75, 372 and a half, 75, sold her to you, 372 and a half, 63, 372 and a half, 63. $250 here. Gonna be 250. Gonna be 252 and a half. Gonna be 252 and a half. 257 and a half. 257 and a half. Gonna be 257 and a half. Gonna be 257 and a half. Now 260. 62 and a half. Now 65. Gonna be 67 and a half. Gonna be 70 here. Gonna be 72 and a half. 272 and a half. 275. 277 and a half. Gonna be 277 and a half. 280. 280. 280 here. Gonna be 282 and a half. Gonna be 285. Gonna be 285. Gonna be 287 and a half. Gonna be 290 here. Gonna be 290. 287 and a half, gonna be 290. Where? 287 and a half, gonna be 290. 287 and a half, gonna be 290. 287 and a half, gonna be 290. All in all done. Sold it. Oh, 290. 292 and a half, gonna be 292 and a half. 292 and a half. 290 here, gonna be 292 and a half. Sold it to you. 290. Buyer number 610. What do we got here? 503. 503. Getting into that Audi livestock. Yep. Right here. They got about 20 head today. They've been vaccinated and boosted. They've had Tri-10, Ultravac, Pour-On Wormer. They've been weaned 25 days. Audi livestock. Off the island. Here we go. Give me $3 here. Give me three. Give me two. Three. 285. 285. 500. Give me 285. Give me 285. 250. 250. Give me 250. Give me 252 and a half. 250 here. Give me 252 and a half. 255. 57 and a half. Now 60 here. 72 and a half. 75. 77 and a half. 70 here. Going to be 72 and a half. 75. 77 and a half. Going to be 80. 80. 80. 82. 82. 82 and a half. Going to be 85. 87 and a half. Now 287 and a half. 287 and a half. Going to be 290 here. Going to be 292. 92 and a half. Now 95. 295, 292 and a half, gonna be 295, 55, 292 and a half, who'd be 295, 292 and a half, who'd be 295, 292 and a half, gonna be 295, 295, gonna be 295, 297 and a half, 297, 295, 97 and a half, 297 and a half. Todd, I'm looking at you, 297 and a half, 295, gonna be 297 and a half, 295, who'd be 297 and a half. All in, all done. 297 and a half. Now 302 and a half, gonna be 305. You've been too quiet over there. 305, gonna be 7 and a half here, gonna be 307 and a half, gonna be 310, 312 and a half, 312 and a half here, gonna be 315, gonna be 17 and a half here, gonna be 320, 20, gonna be 222 and a half, 322 and a half, 322 and a half, 320 here, gonna be 222 and a half, sold it right here, 320, 102, 320, 102. Sweet bull. I'm sure, yeah, I would imagine, yeah, 4 away. Beautiful bull here. Here we go. 250 here. 250, 225. Gonna be 225, 227 and a half, 225, gonna be 227 and a half, who'd be 30 here, gonna be 32 and a half, 35, gonna be 35, 37 and a half, now 40, now 42 and a half, gonna be 42 and a half, gonna be 45, 47 and a half, who'd be 50, 52 and a half, now 55, 55, gonna be 255, 57 and a half, 57 and a half, now 60 here, gonna be 260 here, 260 here, now 62 and a half, gonna be 265, 265, 62 and a half, 65, 262 and a half, gonna be 265, 262 and a half, gonna be 235, 55, 265, 262 and a half, 235, all in, all done. 262 and a half, 250, 262 and a half, 250, straight. 131, please. I'm gonna have you jump in after we get going on here. $3 here. Let me give you 2 and a half, $3 here, let me give you 2 and a half, $3 here, 2 and a half, $3, let me give you 2 and a half, $3 here, who'd be 2 and a half, $3 here, let me give you 2 and a half, $3 here, who'd be 2 and a half, gonna be 2 and a half, gonna be 2 and a half, $2 here, now 2 and a half. Todd, what do you think? 2 and a half, now 5. Now 5, gonna be 305, 302 and a half, who'd be 5, 302 and a half, Ron, wanna be 305. 302 and a half, gonna be 305, 7 and a half. Now 7 and a half here, 305, gonna be 7 and a half, 305, gonna be 7 and a half, 305, 7 and a half, 305, gonna be 7 and a half, 305, that'll make it be 7 and a half right there. Now 310, 10, 10, who'd be 10, 10, 10, gonna be 310, 12 and a half. Now 12 and a half, 315, 315 here, and 12 and a half, gonna be 315, 17 and a half. 315, gonna be 317 and a half, who'd be 317 and a half, 315, gonna be 317 and a half, 315, 17 and a half, all in, all done, gonna be 315 on 250, 33. No. I don't think there's any problems. We did. I'm gonna go out there and eat as much food as I can, as fast as I can. Did you order something? No, you better order now. I'll want a sandwich or something. 401, 398, 402, 509, 507, 510. I think that'll do it. Does it? 6. All right. Audi Livestock here again. Here we go. They've been weaned here, ready to go. And then I'm going to get to 250. 250 here. 252 to hand, 252 to hand, 250 here, 252 to hand, 250, and I'm going to be 252 to hand, 252 to hand, 250 here, 252 to hand, 250 here, and I'm going to be 252 to hand, 252 to hand, 250 here, and I'm going to be 252 to hand, 252 to hand, 250 here, and I'm going to be 252 and a half, 255, 255, going to be 257 to hand, 57 to hand, 57 to hand, and 60 here, and going to be 52 to hand, 55, 55, 55, 55, 67 to hand, 67 to hand, going to be 70 here, going to be 70, 70, going to be 72 to hand, going to be 72 to hand, 75, 75, 77 to half, 80 here. 80 here, gonna be 80, who to be 82 and a half, gonna be 85, gonna be 85, 85, 285, gonna be 287 and a half, 87 and a half, gonna be 90 here, who to be 290, 290, 292 and a half, gonna be 292, 292 and a half, 292 and a half, 290 here, gonna be 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 292 and a half, gonna be 295, 55, gonna be 295, gonna be 295, 97 and a half, now 3, now 3, 3, 3, gonna be 3, 3, 3, gonna be 2 and a half here, gonna be 5, 5, 5, gonna be 5, 305, 2 and a half, 5. Did you say 5 over there? Gonna be 305, 7 and a half here. Gonna be 307 and a half. Gonna be 210, 10, 10. Now 12 and a half. Gonna be 12 and a half. Gonna be 12 and a half. 310. Gonna be 12 and a half. 12 and a half here. Gonna be 12 and a half. 315, 17 and a half. 17 and a half. 315. Then I'm gonna be 317 and a half. You want to do that? Now 20, 322 and then I'm gonna be 322 and a half. Gonna be 320 here. Gonna be 322 and a half. Gonna be 322 and a half. 320 here. Gonna be 322 and a half. All in, all done. Sold them to you 320, 250 on 33. Yeah, 320. Here we go again here. 508, 506, 405. Okay. $3 here. Gonna be $3 here. Gonna be 2.5. $3 now, 2.5. $3 here. Gonna be 2.5. 3 here. Gonna be 2.5. 3 here. Gonna be 2.5. $3 here. Gonna be 2.5. Gonna be 2.5. $3 and 2.5. Gonna be 2.5, half, 2.5, 3, 2.5, gonna be 5, 5, 5, 3, 5, 7.5. Now 10, now 10, 10, 10, gonna be 12.5, gonna be 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 15, 17.5. Here, gonna be 20, 20, 320, 320, now 22.5, gonna be 222, gonna be 225, 5, gonna be 325, 27.5, 327.5, 30. Now 30, gonna be 32.5, gonna be 32.5, 30 here, and 32.5, 35, 5, 5, 5, 5, 37.5, 337.5, 337.5, half, gonna be 3. 342 and a half, gonna be 342 and a half, 342 and a half, 345, 342 and a half, 45, 342 and a half, gonna be 345, 42 and a half, gonna be 345, 55. All in, all done, all in, all done. Sold them to you 342 and a half, put it on 43, 43, thank you. Two more. $3. Hey, gonna be 3, gonna be 3, same deal here, let me get 3, now 3, 333, 285, gonna be 285, 285, 5, gonna be 285, gonna be 285, 250, 252 and a half, 250 here, gonna be 252 and a half, 52 and a half, gonna be 255, 5, 255, 255, gonna be 257 and a half, 260, now 60, 60, 60 here, gonna be 32 and a half, 35, 35, 35, 35, 37 and a half. 267 and a half, now 70. Now 70 here, gonna be 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 72 and a half, gonna be 75, 5, 75, 5, 77 and a half. Now 80. Now 80 here, gonna be 280 here, gonna be 282 and a half, 85, 85, 85, 87 and a half, gonna be 290 here, gonna be 290 here, gonna be 292 and a half. Did you say up there? 292 and a half, 290 here, gonna be 292 and a half, 290 here, gonna be 292 and a half, 95, 95, 95, 295, 5, 5 and a half. Now 3. Now 2 and a half. Now 2 and a half here, gonna be 5, 7 and a half. Now 7 and a half here, gonna be 10, 10, 10, gonna be 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 317 and a half, 317 and a half, 317 and a half, 317 and a half, 315, gonna be 17 and a half, 318, who to be 17 and a half, 318, you sure? 17 and a half, 17 and a half, now 20, 320, 317 and a half, gonna be 20, sold to you 317 and a half, 43, 317 and a half, 43. 3 more. 350 here. 350. 302 and a half. $3 here, you're gonna be $2 and a half. $3 here, you're gonna be 2 and a half. Gonna be $2 and a half. $3 here, you're gonna be 2 and a half. $3 here, you're gonna be 2 and a half. They're gonna be 2 and a half. Half. Gonna be 3 2 and a half. 3 here and a 2 and a half. 3 here, gonna be 2 and a half. 3 here, gonna be 2 and a half. Half. Gonna be 2 and a half. Gonna be 2 and a half. What do you think, Mike? 3 or 2 and a half. Then gonna be 3 or 2 and a half. $3 here, then gonna be 2 and a half. Gonna be 3 and a half. 2 and a half. 3 or 2 and a half. $3 here, gonna be 2 and a half. Gonna be 2 and a half. $3 here, gonna be 2 and a half. Gonna be 2 and a half. Gonna be 2 and a half. Now 5. Now 5. Now 5. Gonna be 7 and a half. Here, gonna be 7 and a half. Half. 2 10 10 10. Gonna be 12 10 12 and a half. 12 and a half. 15. 15, 17 and a half. 17 and a half, gonna be 317 to 20. Now 22 and a half. 22 and a half, gonna be 325. 5, 5, gonna be 225. Todd, 325. 7 and a half here, gonna be 30. 32 and a half. 332 and a half, gonna be 335. 37 and a half. 37 and a half. 37 and a half. 335, gonna be 337 and a half. 335, lot lighter. 337 and a half. 40. Now 42 and a half, gonna be 45. 5, 5, 45, 5, 5, 45, 47 and a half, and 50. Now 50. 47 and a half. 50. 47 and a half, gonna be 50, 50, 50, 40, 50, 52 and a half. 352 and a half. 355, 5, 5, 357 and a half. 60. 62 and a half. 65, 67 and a half. Now 70. 72 and a half. 75, 77 and a half. 77 and a half. 75, 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 77 and a half. All in, all done. 375 on 63. 375 on 63. Yeah, a little frustrated down there, huh? $3 here. Gonna be 3, 3, 3. Gonna be 275. Gonna be 275. 5, 5, 250. 250. 250 right there. Gonna be 250. 2 and a half. 250 here. Gonna be 250. 2 and a half. 50 here. 52 and a half. 250 here. Gonna be 250. 2 and a half. 250 here. Gonna be 252 and a half. 55. 55. 57 and a half. 55, 57 and a half. 60 here. Gonna be 52 and a half. 52 and a half. 75, 75, 75, 77 and a half. Now 70. Now 72 and a half. Gonna be 75, 55, 77 and a half. Gonna be 280 here. 282 and a half. Gonna be 285. 287 and a half. Now 92 and a half. 95. 95, 97 and a half. Now $3 here, gonna be 333, 297 and a half, gonna be 333, gonna be 3, 297 and a half, now 3, 297 and a half, now 3, 297 and a half, gonna be 333, gonna be 3, 297 and a half, gonna be 3, gonna be 333, gonna be 297 and a half, and 3, all in, all done, 297 and a half on 376, 376, thank you. Here we go, good red heifers here. Here we go. 75, 275, 275, 250, 250 here, gonna be 2, 2, 2, 2, gonna be 2, gonna be 2, gonna be 2, gonna be 2, 2, 2, gonna be 2, 2, 2, now $2, $2 here, gonna be 2. Gonna be 2, 2, 2, 2, 2 and a half. Now 2 and a half. $2 gonna be 2, 2 and a half, half, half. Gonna be 2 and a half. $2 here. Gonna be 2 and a half. $2 here. Gonna be 2, 2 and a half. $2 here. Now 2 and a half. 2 and a half. 2, 2 and a half. Now gonna be 2, 2 and a half. Gonna be 2, 5, 5, 5. Gonna be 2, 5, 7 and a half here. Now 2, 7 and a half. 2, 10, 12 and a half here. Gonna be 12 and a half. Gonna be 15, 15, 17 and a half. Gonna be 17 and a half. Gonna be 17, 20, 22 and a half. 22 and a half. Gonna be 25, 5, 5. 227 and a half. 225. Gonna be 227 and a half. Now 230. 232 and a half. 232. Then I'm gonna be 232 and a half. Half, half. 235. Gonna be 237 and a half. 240 here. Gonna be 42 and a half. 45. 47 and a half here. Gonna be 50, 50, 50, 50, 52 and a half here. Gonna be 55, 5, 5. Gonna be 55, 52 and a half. 55, 55, 5, 5. 255. 52 and a half. 55, 57 and a half. 55. Gonna be 57 and a half. 255. Gonna be 257 and a half. 255. Gonna be 257 and a half. 255, 57 and a half. Now 60. 260. You gotta be 260 here. 257 and a half. Gonna be 260 where? 257 and a half. Gonna be 260 here. 257 and a half. Gonna be 260 where? Gonna be 260. 57 and a half. 60. Sold them 257 and a half. 43. 257 and a half. 43. Nice little black heifer here. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Go here. $3 here. $3 here. Gonna be 3, 3, 3. Now 3, 3. Gonna be 3. Gonna be 3, 3, 3. $3 here. Now 285. Gonna be 285. 5, 5. Then gonna be 2. 250, let me give you 250, let me give you 250, 250, 250, right there, 252 to hand, let me give you 252 to hand, 55, 57 to hand, city here, 52 to hand, 55, 55, 57 to hand, 70, 72 to hand, 75, 75, 55, 72 to hand, gonna be 275, 272 to hand, gonna be 275, 5, 72 to hand, 75, 272 to hand, 75, 272 to hand, gonna be 275, right there, and a 277 and a half, 277, 75, 77 and a half, 275, gonna be 277 and a half, 275, 77 and a half here, Blake, 275, 77 and a half, gonna be 280, 282 and a half, 282 and a half, gonna be 285, 55, 287 and a half here, gonna be 290, 92 and a half, 95, 97 and a half, now 3, 2 and a half, 2 and a half, 3, 2 and a half, $3 here, gonna be 2 and a half, 5, 5, 5, 7 and a half here, gonna be 310, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, gonna be 20, 22 and a half, 25, 27 and a half, now 30, 32 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, 40, 42 and a half, 345, 345, 42 and a half, 345, 47 and a half here, gonna be 47 and a half, 47 and a half, 50, 50, 50, 50, 52 and a half, 52 and a half, gonna be 52 and a half, 350 here, gonna be 352 and a half, 350 here, gonna be 52 and a half, 350 here, gonna be 52 and a half, 52 and a half, 50, all in, all done. 350 your way, 376, 350 on 376. Kick her around there. $3 here. Gonna be $3 here. Gonna be three. Gonna be three. 250, 250 here. Gonna be 250. Get a little heifer there. Gonna be 250, 250, 250 here. Gonna be 270 or 225. Gonna be 225, 27 and a half, 25, 27 and a half, 220. Gonna be 227 and a half, 25, 27 and a half, 27 and a half, 27 and a half. Now 30. Now 30 here, going to be 30, 32, 27 and a half, now 30, 32 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, now 40 here, going to be 42, 42 and a half, going to be 245, 5, 47 and a half, 47 and a half, going to be 252, 52 and a half, 255, 57 and a half, now 6, you want to do that? 60, 62 and a half, 75, 65, 65, 65, 67 and a half, going to be 270 here, 72 and a half, 275, 77 and a half, now 279, now 280, 277 and a half, 80, 277 and a half, going to be 80, who to 80, 277 and a half, going to be 80, 80, 80, who to 80, 277 and a half, 80, 277 and a half, 80, you bought her, 277 and a half, on 260, 258, 258. Here's another good red heifer here, or bull, excuse me, good red bull. Here we go. $3. $3 here. Gonna be 333. Gonna be 333. Gonna be 285. 285 and 287 and a half. 285. Gonna be 287 and a half. 285. Gonna be 287 and a half. 285. Gonna be 287 and a half. 285. 287 and a half. 87 and a half. 87 and a half. 87 and a half. 85. Gonna be 87 and a half. Now 92 and a half, 92 and a half, going to be 292 and a half, 95, 97 and a half, 297 and a half, going to be 333, going to be 297 and a half, now 2 and a half, 302 and a half, 5, 5, 7 and a half, here, going to be 7 and a half, going to be 310, 10, going to be 310, going to be 212 and a half, 312 and a half, 15, 15, 15, 15, 12 and a half, going to be 315, 17 and a half, 317 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 315, going to be 317 and a half, 315, who to be 317 and a half, 315, going to be 317 and a half, all in, all done, going to be 315 down here, 360 taking it home, 360, yes sir, thank you. Bigger steer here, bigger steer. He wants to go home with you and some good feed here. 250, 250 here. 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 250 here, going to be 252 and a half, going to be 252 and a half, going to be 252 and a half, 250 here, going to be 252 and a half, 250 here, going to be 252 and a half, 250. And then I'm going to be 252 and a half, 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 half, 252 and a half, 255, 257 and a half, 60. Now 260, going to be 62 and a half, going to be 262 and a half, going to be 62 and a half, 265, 67 and a half, 267 and a half, 267 and a half, now 270, going to be 72 and a half, going to be 272 and a half, 270 here, 272 and a half, 270 here, going to be 272 and a half, going to be 272 and a half, 270 here, going to be 272 and a half, all in, all done. Sold at 270 on 102, 270 on 102. Here we go, little set of bowls here. Little set of bowls here. $3 here. Nice set of little lightweight bowls there. Gonna be three. Gonna be $3 here. Gonna be 333. Send it in the vet. $3 here. $3 here. Gonna be 333. Gonna be 333. Gonna be 285. 285. 285. I got 285 here. Gonna be 287 half. You buying all three? going to be 287 and a half. 285 going to be 287 and a half. 287 and a half. I got 285 for 3. Got to be 287 and a half. 290. 287 and a half. Going to be 290. 292 and a half. 292 and a half. Going to be 333. Going to be 302 and a half. 332 and a half. Going to be 305. 7 and a half. 307 and a half. Going to be 307 and a half. Going to be 310. 10. Going to be 310. 10. 212 and a half. 312 and a half. 312 and a half. Going to be 315 here. Going to be 317 and a half. Going to be 317 and a half. 317 and a half. Going to be 317 and a half. Going to be 317 and a half. 315. 17 and a half. 315. Going to be 317 and a half. Going to be 317 and a half. All in, all done. 315 right over here to 360. 315 on 360. Thank you, Dave. Nice big steer. Catch a weight on him. Terry, you cool jumping in for a little
$10.35. Bring them back. Yep, bring them back on in. Nice little Hereford steer. Been on good feed. All right, 1,000 pounds. 250, 250, $2, $2, $2, 150, 150. 150 now 5, 155, 155, 155 5 now 60, 160 now 5, 165 now 7, 170 5, 180, 185, 185 to 90, 195, 195 now $2, 2, 10, 210, 2 to 510, 210, 210. Sold them 205. Mark, what's your number? 386. Heads up. Ooh, steer. All right. 250, 250, 225, 225, 225, $2, 2, 150. 50, 150, now 60, 60 now 5, 165 now 70, 175, 175, 180, 185, 185, 90, 190, 190, now 5, 195 now 2, $2, 205, 10, 210, 210, now 15, 15, now 20, 220, 220 now 5, 225, now 30, 230, 230, 230, 225 now 30, 230, sold 225, Leo 600, 600. Supposed to get nice, I think, Monday again. Oh, shit, nice one. This the heifer? No. Heads up, guys. Heifer, open heifer, 689. Yeah, we could get a weight on her. Oh, chain the gate. $15 something. Well, we haven't got a weight on her yet, but weighs 15 something. Hmm. 15 and a quarter. All right, bring her back. All right, $2.25, $2.25, $2, $2, $1.50. $1.50, now $5, $1.55, now $60, $1.65, $1.65, $1.65, $1.70, $1.70, now $5, $1.75, $1.75. Ah, Ron. $1.71, now $2, $1.71, now $2, $1.72, now $3, $1.73, $1.72, now $3, $1.73, $3, now $4, $1.74, now $5, $1.75, now $6, $1.77, $1.77, $1.77. Can't see you, Brian. 177, now 8, 178, 178, 178, now 1, 178, 178, 8, now 9, 19, 180, 180, now 1, 181, now 2, 182, 182, now 3, 183, now 4, 104, now 8, 85, now 6, 186, 7, 187, now 8, 189, 189, 189, now 90, 191, 191, 191, 191, sold 190, 258, 260. Set of steers. All right, what do we got? Couple. We'll sell you one or two. Buy one or two. $2.25, $2.25, $2, $2, $1.95. 180, now 5, 185, 185, 185, 185, 185, 185, 185, 185, 185, now 90, 190, Ron, 190, now 5, 195, 195, 195, now 7.5, 197 and a half, now 80, 180, 180, now 2.5, 82 and a 5, 85, 85 dollars, 85, 85, 87 and a half, 187 and a 190, now 2.5, 92 and a half, now 5, 195, now 7.5, 197, now $2, 2, now 5, 205, now 10, now 15, 215, now 20, now 25, 225, 225, 225, now 30, 230, 225, now 30, 230, 225, now 30, sold them 225, 33. Got a bull? Steer? All right, what do we got? A big old steer here? Oh, 250, 250, 225, 225, 225, 210, 210, $2. 190, 180. 180, 185, now 90, 195, 195, 192, 205, 205, 205, now 10, 210, 210, 210, now 15, now 20, 220, 220, 220, 215, now 20, 220, 220. Sold 215, 33, Ron. Did you get a burger? Steer? 225, 225, $2, $2, 180. Got 180. Now 5. 185, 180, now 5, 185, 185, 180, now 5, 185, now 90, 190, 195, 105, $2, 201, 201, $2 now 1, 201. Sold them $2, 260. Watch it, heads up. Steer? 250, 250, 245, 245, 245, 5, now 50, 250, 5, 255, 255, 255, 255, 255, 255, 60, 260, 5, 265, now 70, 275, 280, 280, 285, 285, now 90, 2.5, now 5, 10 to 95, now 7.5, now 3, now 2.5, now 5, 305, now 7.5, now 10, 310, 12.5, 15, now 17.5, now 20, 325, 325, now 30, 335, 40, 5, 345, now 50, 355, 5, now 60, 360, 355, now 60, 360, sold 355, 102. Steer? Oh, yeah. Kind of what, a main probably? 686. $3. 3, 255, 255, 255, 225, 225, 210, 2. $2, 190. 190 for 2, now 5, 205, $2.05, 205, 205, 205, 5, now 10, 210, 15, 215, now 20, 220, 220, 220, now 5, 225, 225, 225, 225. Sold them. 220, 376. Oh, we got some black heifers maybe? Three heifers. Oh, bred 4 plus. Huh. Seemed pretty quiet. Bred to probably, I think, a black Angus bull. Oh. I think I'll just sell them to you by the head. 250, 250, 225, 225. What's that? Pound. Oh, I meant by the pound. Sorry. 225 a pound. Get a weight on them? We can weigh them. They're heavy enough. They're pretty nice looking, pretty fancy looking black Angus. Perfect size. 225, 225, 210, 210, $2. 2, now 10, 210, $2.10, $2.10, 210, 210, now 15, 215, now 20, 220, 225, 225, 225, now 30, 230, 230, nice looking heifers, 230, 230, 230, now 5, 235, 235, now 40, 245, 245, 245, now 50, 255, 255, now 60, 265, 265, now 70, 270, 5, 80, 285, 285, 285, 285, 285. Sold them 280, 616, 616. Oh. Open. Open heifer 250, 250, 220, 225, 225, 225, 210, 180, 150, 150, 155, 155 on 160, 165, 165 on 70, 170, 175, 175, 180, 185, 185 on 90, 190, now 5, 195, 195 now $2, 205, now 10, 210 now 15, 215, 215, 215 now 20, 220, 215 now 20, 220. Sold 215, 376. Heifer, open heifer. $225, $225, $225, $2, 2, 190, 90 now 5, 195, 199, 90 now 5, 195, 195 now 2, 2, 5, 205, 205 now 10, 210 now 15, 215, 20, 225, 225 now 30, 230 to 5, 235, 235 now 40, 240, 240, 235 now 40, 240. Sold 235, 33. Cross heifer, bred 6 months. All right. I don't know what this one's bred to. Maybe an Angus? You're probably right. Bred to a bull, Denise said. All right. By the head, 2,000, 2,000, 1,500, 1,500, 1,500, 15. 12. I got 12. Now a quarter. Now half. 12 and a half. Now 50. Now 75. 12.75. Now 30. 13.50. 7. 13.75. 14. 14. Now 75. 14.50. 14.50. Now 75. Now 15. 1,500. 15. 25. 15.25. Now 60. 15.70. 75. 16 and a quarter. 16 and a quarter and a half. 16 and a half. Now 75. 16.75. Now 17 and a quarter. 17 and a quarter and a half, 17 and a half, now 75, 18, now a quarter, 18 and a quarter and a half, 18 and a half, now 75, 18 and 19, now a quarter, 19 and a quarter, 19 and a quarter, 19 and a quarter, now half, 19 and a half, now 75, 1975, 1975, 1975, sold 1950. 63 on them. 4 months. 4 months, 250, 250, 2 by the pound, 250, 225, 225, nice looking heifer, 225, 225, 2. Now 10, 210, now 10, 210, now 15, 215, now 20, 220, 225, now 30, 230, now 5, 235, now 40, 240, 240, 5, 50, 250, 250, 255, 255, now 260, 5, 70, 270, 265, now 70, 270, 265, now 70. Sold 265, 616. Well, what? Yeah, what? Yeah. We don't want one of them up here. 2 months, did it say? I thought I saw 2 on it.
These are bred to a Sim Angus bull or
Bred to a. That's a combination. Okay. Sim Angus or a Hereford bull. Had both running with them. All right. 250, 250, 225, 225, 225, 225, 210. 210, now 15. 215, 210, and 15, 215, now 20, 220, 225, now 30, 230, 235, 235, now 40, 240, 245, 245, 245, now 50, 250, 55, 255, 255, 250, now 5, 255, sold 250, 33. What's he running? Angus bull and a Hereford bull?
he was a Sim Angus bull for a little while.
Oh, no.
And then he went to the Hereford bull. There was a Hereford bull.
All right, what do we got here? 3 plus. 275, 275, 250, 250, don't weigh too much, 250, 250, 50, now 5, 255, now 60, 260, 260, 5, 265, now 70, 275, 275, now 80, 280, 280, 5, 285, now 90, 295, 295, 295, 295, 295, sold them, 290, 63. Open heifer. Open. All right. $3. 3, 250, 250, 250, 250, 250, now 5, 255, 255, 255, 250, now 5, 255, not a bad looking heifer, 255, 255, 255, 255. Sold them 250, 33. Oh, what are we, a little Charlotte? Open heifer. $3. 3, 275, 275, 275, 250. Now 5, 255, 250, now 5, 255, 255, 255, 255, 255, 255, now 60, now 5, 265, now 70, 270, 275, 275, 280, 285, 285 to 90, 290, 295, 295 to 3, $3, sold, 295 up top, 618, 618. We're under 200. Yeah, we're under 200, or under, yeah, we're under 200. We're getting there. Now, here we go. Heifers. I'm gonna get one of those. That looks pretty good. All right, 3. Junior, that one was eyeballing you. All right, Duffner cattle. 325, 325, $3, 250. 225, now 30. 225 to 30, 230, 225 to 30, 30, now 5, 235 to 40, 240, now 5, 245, now 50, 5, 255, 255, 255 to 60, 265, 265, now 70, now 1, 71, 271 to 2, 22 now 3, 73, 4, 274 to 5, 295 7, 76, 275, now 6, 276, 7, 277, 78, 79, 279 now 80, 281, 281 now 2, 82 now 3, 83, 84, 85, 85 now 6, 86 now 7, 87, 288, 289, now 90, 290, 291, 102, 92 now 3, 93, now 4, 95, 95 now 6, 96 now 7, 97 now 8, 98, 99, 299, sold. Todd, 296, 298. Oh, lightweight little calf here. All right, $4. 4, lightweight little calf, $4, $350. 350. Got 350. Now 5. 355. Now 60. 365. 365 7. 375. 75 80. 380. 5. 90. 395. 95 now 4. $4 now 5. 405 now 10. 410. 15. 20. 425. 20, 40, 30. Now 5. Now 40. 40 now 45. Now 40. 46. 48. 49. Now 50. 250 now 1. 251 now 3. 51. Now 2. 405. Now 10. Now 20. 15. Now 20. 420 now 5. 25 now 30. 205. 45 now 50. 450. Now 5. 455. Ron. 455. Sold. 450. 63. Yes. By the pound. God, I'm rusty on these damn feeders. Shit. Got here. Yeah. All right. Yeah, just a little rusty. All right, what do we got? $4. 4, 350. 350, 3. $3. 250. 225. Now 30. 235. 235, 235 to 40, 245, 250, 255. Now 60. 5, 265, 265, 265. Now 70, 270. 5, 80, 285, 285 to 90, 295, 295. Todd, now $3. Now 5, 305, 305. Now 10, 310. Now 15, 315, 315, 315. Sold 310, 63. Oh, look at these pretty little things. All right. Nice little quiet batch of open heifers, Herefords, Hildebrink cattle. All right, Herefords $3, 250. $2. 180. 150. 150. 5. Now 60. Now 5. 175 7. 175. 175 8. 185. 185 9. 190. 5. $1.95, $2, $2.05, $2.05, $2.05, $2.05, $2.05, now 10, $2.10, $2.05, now 10, $2.10, now 15, now 20, $25, $2.25, now 30, $2.35, $2.35, now 40, $2.45, $50, $2.50, $2.50, now 5, $2.55, now 2.60, $5, $2.65, now 70, now 5, $2.75, now 80, $2.80, $2.80, $5, now 90, $5, $2.95, now $3, $3, now 5, $3.05, $3.05, sold $3 right here. What's the number? 628, 628. That was kind of high price Herefords. He got them. All right, we're shutting the grill down. The ladies are shutting the grill down at 4. Nope. Bowl. 2.5, 2.50, 2.50, 2.45, $2, $1.50. 50, now 5, 155, 155, 165, 165, 170, 170, 170, 170, now 5, 175, 175, 80, 180, 185, 185, 9, 190, now 5, 195, now $2, 2, now 5, 205, 205, 210, 210, now 15, 215, now 20, 220, 225, now 30, 230, 225, now 30, 230, sold 225, camper 360. Oh, what do we got here? Murray Gray cross steers. Wetzel cattle. Up country. All right, 325, 325, $3, 3. Got 3. Now 5, 305, now 10, 310, 310, now 15, 315, now 20, 320, now 5, 30, 330, now 5, 335, now 40, 345, 345, now 50, 350, 5, now 60, 360, 70, 375, 375, now 80, 385, 385, now 90, 95, 395, sold 390, 250 by 5. All right, Wetzel cattle, same cattle. Steers. All right, little lighter, $4, 4, 350, 325, 3. 3, now 5, now 10, 310, 310, 310, now 15, now 20, 325, 30, 5, 335, 40, 45, 341, 50, 55, now 60, 5, 70, 375, now 80, 385, 385, 95, $4, sold 395, 63. Oh, we're getting down now. $571. No, Van Zoost cattle right up the road here. White heifer. $4 for 350. 350. Nice effort. $3. 3. 250. Yeah, that's pretty fancy. 225. Now 30. 230. 225 now 30. 230. 225 now 30. 230. 225 now 30. 230. 225 now 30. 230. Sold 225. 33.
All right, let's finish her up here. Had a 10-pound sandwich over here, ready to keep going. $179, $179 to go. What do we got here? It's a stout one. Probably another Van Zeus heifer here. You betcha. Here we go. Open okay. $2 here. 185, gonna be 185. 185 here, gonna be 185 here, gonna be 150, gonna be 150, 150 there, gonna be 152 and a half, gonna be 152 and a half, 52 and a half, gonna be 155, 52 and a half, 160, 162 and gonna be 135, 132 and a half, gonna be 135, 135, 132 and a half, 135, 165, 167 and a half, gonna be 135. 137 and a half, gonna be 137 and a half, 137 and a half, 135, 167 and a half, 165, then I'm gonna be 137 and a half, then I'm going to be 135, 167 and a half, 170, 167 and a half, gonna be 130 here, gonna be 132 and a half, gonna be 132 and a half, gonna be 135, 132 and a half, put a bowl on her, 172 and a half, gonna be 135, 132 and a half, gonna be 135, gonna be 135, 132 and a half, gonna be 135, 175, all in all done, 172 and a half, your way, 376. Yeah, there's a bull in there. 3 bulls, 1 steer. I see what's going on. I don't know. Is this it? Yeah. Weaned 2 months, had the first round of shots. Have a registered Angus bull. Bull is a hometown son. Here we go. What do you want to do here? It's her cattle here. Gonna be $4 here. Gonna be $4. 350. 350. 350. 350 here. Gonna be $225. $3. $3 here. Gonna be 202 and a half. Gonna be 32 and a half. 2 and a half. Gonna be 5. Now 5. Now 7 and a half here. Gonna be 7 and a half. Half hand. Gonna be 10. Gonna be 12 and a half. Gonna be 12 and a half. Gonna be 15. 17 and a half. Now 20. Now 320. Gonna be 320. 20. Here. Gonna be 222 and a half. Gonna be 225. 27 and a half. Gonna be 30. Now 30 here. Gonna be 32 and a half. Gonna be 35. 35. 37 and a half. Gonna be 40. 340. Gonna be 40. Gonna be 42 and a half. 345. 340. Gonna be 40, 347 and a half, gonna be 50 here, gonna be 50, 52 and a half, gonna be 52 and a half, 352 and a half, gonna be, did you say 352 and a half? 350 here, gonna be 352 and a half, then I'm gonna be 352 and a half, 350 here, gonna be 352 and a half, 355 here, gonna be 357 and a half, gonna be 60 here, gonna be 60, now 62 and a half, 65, 65, then I'm gonna be 35, 67 and a half, 67 and a half, gonna be 70 here, gonna be 70 here, gonna be 70 here, and 72 and a half, now 75, now 375, then I'm gonna be 377 and a half, gonna be 380 here, gonna be 380, 382 and a half, gonna be 385, 385, 87 and a half, now 390, 390 here. 392 and a half, gonna be 392 and a half, gonna be 395, gonna be 397 and a half, 395, gonna be 397 and a half, 395, 7 and a half, all in all done. 395 your way, put it on 250 on 5. 569, another Van Zeus heifer here. Another Van Zeus heifer. Here we go, fancy stuff here. 350, 350. 350, gonna be 350, gonna be 325, 325, gonna be 320 and a half, 327 and a half, gonna be 330, 330, 332 and a half, gonna be 335, gonna be 37 and a half, gonna be 40 here, gonna be 42 and a half, gonna be 45, 47. I'm going to be 50 here, 52 and a half, 55, 57 and a half, 60, 62 and a half, 65, 67 and a half, 70, 72 and a half, 375, 77 and a half, got to be 80 here, I'm going to be 80 here, 377 and a half, going to be 80, 377 and a half, who to be 80, 377 and a half, who to the limit, going to be 80, who to be 80, who to be 80, sold it to you, 377 and a half, 63. 350 here. 350. 325. 325, 325, $3 here, give me $3 here, $3. Now $2.50, $3 here, gonna be $2.50, let me give you $2.50 here, gonna be $5, let me give you $5, let me give you $5 right there, $7.50, $7.50, $10, now $12.50, gonna be $15, $17.50, gonna be $20 here, gonna be $22, gonna be $22.50, now $25, $27.50, let me give you $30 here, gonna be $30, $32.50, gonna be $35, $335, $37.50, $337.50, gonna be $40, now $42.50, gonna be $45, $342.50, gonna be $345, $342.50, gonna be $45, $342.50, gonna be $345, all in, all done. Sold it to you, $342.50 up there. 100, buyer 100. Here we go. Good heifer here. Gonna be 275. Gonna be 250. 250. 250 here. Gonna be 50. 250. 225. 225, then gonna be 227 ahead, 225, 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 227 ahead, 30. Now 30 here, gonna be 32 ahead, gonna be 35, 35, 37 ahead, gonna be 40 here, gonna be 40, 40, 40, 40, 42 and a half, 45. Now 45, then gonna be 47 ahead, 47 ahead, gonna be 50, 50, 50, 250, 252. Now 252 and a half, 255, 255, gonna be 257 ahead, 57 ahead, 57 ahead, 57 ahead, 255, gonna be 257 ahead, 257 ahead, 255, 257 ahead, gonna be 257 ahead, all in, all done, all in, all done. Sold it to you, 255, 250 on 33. $668. Hey, 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 you got the Mauer cattle in the ring. Mauer cattle in the ring. These are all weaned and bunk broke. Weaned and bunk broke here, sired by the Diamond D Bull. 350 here. 350. What is it going to be? 350. 350 here. Going to be $3 and 2 and a half. Going to be 2 and a half. $3 here. Going to be 2 and a half. $2 and a half. $3 here. Going to be 2 and a half. $3 here. Going to be 2 and a half. $3 here. Going to be 302 and a half. $3 going to be 302 and a half. 302 and a half. Going to be 305. 5. Going to be 5 here. Going to be 5. 305. 305. Going to be 5. 5. Ron. Going to be 305. 5. Going to be 5. Going to be 302 and a half. Going to be 5. 5. Going to be 7 and a half. Now 10. Now 10, 10, 10, gonna be 12 and a half, gonna be 12 and a half, gonna be 15 here, 17 and a half, now 20, now 22 to hang, gonna be 25, gonna be 25, 27 and a half here, gonna be 27 and a half and 30, now 2, gonna be 332 to hang, gonna be 332 and a half, 335, 37 and a half, gonna be 40, now 40 here, gonna be 340, now 40, 42 to hang, gonna be 345, 47 and a half here, gonna be 50, 50, 50, 52 and a half, now 52 and a half, 55, 55, 57 and a half, gonna be 60 here, gonna be 30, 62 and a half, gonna be 35, 55, 35, 37 and a half, 67 and a half, 65, 67 and a half here, gonna be 70 here, gonna be 70, gonna be 72 and a half, 72 and a half, 75, gonna be 75, 77 and a half, gonna be 80 here, gonna be 380, 382 and a half, 385, 387 and a half, 390 here, gonna be 392 and gonna be 395, gonna be 395, gonna be 397 and a half, gonna be 444, gonna be 4, 397 and a half, gonna be 444, 397 and a half, gonna be 4 and a 4, 2 and a half, now 2 and a half, 5, 2 and a half, 5, 5, gonna be 405, 5, 5 here, 4, 2 and a half, and 5. Sold them to you 402 and a half, put it on 63. Here we go, Mauer cattle here, and get the heifers going. $4 here. 4, 4, 4. Gonna be 4. Gonna be 4, 4, 4. Gonna be 4. 350. 50 here, gonna be 350 here, gonna be 350, 50, gonna be 325, 325, 327 ahead, 327, get the 30. Now 330, 332 and a half, 332 and a half, gonna be 330 here, gonna be 332 and a half, hang, gonna be 332 and a half, 335, 335, gonna be 337 and a half. Now 40 here, gonna be 42 and a half, gonna be 42 and a half, gonna be 45, gonna be 45, 5, 47 and a half here, now 50, now 50. Here, gonna be 50, 50, 50, 50, 52 and a half, gonna be 352 and a half, gonna be 355, 5, 55, 5, 5, 355, 5, 355, 55, 5, 5. Sold them to you 352 and a half, 63. The bowls, get into the bowls here. Mauer bowls. $3 here. Gonna be three. Gonna be 3. Gonna be 285. Gonna be 285. Gonna be 285. 5. Gonna be 285. 250. 252 and a half. 250 here. Gonna be 252 and a half. Gonna be 255. 5. Gonna be 257 and a half. Gonna be 260 here. And 32 and a half. 62 and a half. 62 and a half. Gonna be 35. 5. 37 and a half. Gonna be 70 here. Gonna be 72 and a half. 75. 77 and a half. Gonna be 82 and a half. 282 and a half. Gonna be 285. 287 and a half. 287 and a half. Gonna be 290 here. Gonna be 292 and a half. Gonna be 292 and a half. Gonna be 295. Gonna be 297 and a half. Gonna be 297 and a half and 3. 3 and 2. Now 305, gonna be 75, gonna be 7 and a half here. Now 310, 10, gonna be 310, 10, gonna be 212 and a half, 312 and a half, 315, 17 and a half, gonna be 320, 320, gonna be 322 and a half, gonna be 322 and a half, 325, 5, gonna be 327 and a half. Now 27 and a half, 325, 7 and a half. Now 320, 325, gonna be 327 and a half. Now 330, 332 and a half here, and it would be 332 and a half, 330 here, and going to be 332 and a half, 330 here, it would be 332 and a half, 332 and a half, all in, all done. Sold them to you 330. Put it on 131. More bowls here, more bowls. 72, 80, 77, 5, 74. 250 here. Make it 250. 250. Gonna be $2 a pound. Gonna be two. Gonna be two. Right there. Now 2, 2.5. Now 5 here. Gonna be 2, 5, 5. Who'd be 7.5 here? Gonna be 7.5. Gonna be 2, 10, 10, 10. Who'd be 12.5 here? Gonna be 15, 17.5. Now 20. Gonna be 20 to 22.5. Gonna be 22.5. 25, 5, 5. Who'd be 27.5. Now 220 to 30. 230 here. Gonna be 232.5. Gonna be 235, 5, 5. Who'd be 235. 237.5. Gonna be 240 here. Who'd be 240, 242.5. 242.5. Gonna be 242.5. Dave, you want to be 242.5? 245, 47.5, 50. 52 and a half, 55, 57 and a half here, 257 and a half, 257 and a half here, going to be 260, 260, 262 and a half, now 262 and a half, going to be 235, going to be 237 and a half, 237 and a half, going to be 270, now 272 and a half, 272 and a half, going to be 275, 5, going to be 277 and a half, 77 and a half, going to be 280 here, going to be 280, 282 and a half, going to be 285, 5, 287 and a half, 287 and a half, going to be 290 here, going to be 292 and a half, going to be 295, 5, 295, 297 and a half, 3, now 233, 297 and a half, going to be 333, who'd be going to be 3, 297 and a half, going to be 333, who'd be 3, all in all done, 297 and a half, 131, 297 and a half, 131. $5 a pound, now 2.5. 2.5 here, gonna be 10, or 2.5, gonna be 5, gonna be 7.5 here, gonna be 10, 10, 12.5, gonna be 15, 17.5, down 20, down 22.5, gonna be 25, 27.5, now 30, 32.5, 35, 32.5, gonna be 35, 532.5, gonna be 535, 532.5, gonna be 535, 55, 532.5, who'd be 535, sold them to you 532.5, 63. Here we go. $3 here. Gonna be three. Gonna be 302.5. Gonna be 2.5. Gonna be 5. Now 7.5. Now 10. Gonna be 10. Gonna be 3. 10. 12.5 here. Gonna be 15. 17.5. Gonna be 20. 22.5. Gonna be 25. Gonna be 27.5. Gonna be 30. 32.5. 35. 37.5. Now 40. 42.5. Gonna be 42.5. Gonna be 45. 55. 47.5. 47.5. 347.5. 345. Gonna be 347.5. 345. Gonna be 347.5. Gonna be 350 here. Gonna be 350. 352.5. 352 and then gonna be 352 and a half. 350 here, gonna be 352 and a half. Who'd be 350? All in, all done. 350 on 360. Warline steers here. John Warline steers. Nice broccoli faces there. Here, gonna be $3 a pound here. Gonna be 333. Gonna be 285. 285. Then gonna be 285. Gonna be 285. 250. 250 right there. Now 252 and a half. 250 here. Gonna be 252 and a half. 250 here. Gonna be 252 and a half. 250 here. 252 and a half. Gonna be 255. Gonna be 255. 257 and a half. 257 and a half. 260. Gonna be 262 and a half. Gonna be 262 and a half. Gonna be 265. 67 and a half, 267 and a half, gonna be 270 here, gonna be 270 here, gonna be 272 and a half, who'd be 272 and a half, 275, 275, 55, now 277 and a half, gonna be 277 and a half, who'd be 80, gonna be 280 here, gonna be 280, 282 and a half, 282 and a half, gonna be 285, 287 and a half, 285, gonna be 287 and 290 here, who'd be 290 here, gonna be 292 and a half, gonna be 292 and a half, 95, 55, who'd be 295, gonna be 297 and a half, 297 and a half, now 3, gonna be 302 and a half, who'd be 302 and a half, gonna be 305, 55, who'd be 5 here, 7 and a half, now 7 and a half, 10, 310, 12 and a half, gonna be 12 and a half here, gonna be 315, 15, gonna be 17 and a half, who'd be 17 and a half, gonna be 320, 322 and a half, 322 and a half, gonna be 325, 55, who'd be 325, 55, gonna be 325, 327 and a half, 327 and a half, gonna be 330, 332 and a half, gonna be 335, 55, who'd be 337 and a half, gonna be 340 here, gonna be 340, 342 and a half, 340 here, gonna be 342 and a half, gonna be 342 and a half, 345, 347 and a half, 347 and a half, gonna be 350, 50, 50, 50, 347 and a half, gonna be 350. 347 and a half, gonna be 350, all in all. You want to be 350? Now 352 and a half. 350 here, gonna be 352 and a half, gonna be 352 and a half, 350 here, gonna be 352 and a half, all in, all done. 350 your way. I got you at 350. You bought them at 350. 113. Thank you, 113. Junior, can you stop that fan switch when you go by there next time? Nice bowl here. 250. 250 here, gonna be 250 here, gonna be 250, 225, 225, $2, 225, 227 and a half, 220, gonna be 227 and a half, gonna be 227 and a half, 225, gonna be 227 and a half, now 30, now 32, and then gonna be 232 and a half, gonna be 235, gonna be 235, gonna be 35, 37 and a half, now 40 here, gonna be 240 here, gonna be 240, 40, 40, gonna be 242 and a half, 242 and a half, 245, 245, gonna be 245, gonna be 247 and a half, gonna be 240, gonna be 250, 252 and a half, 255, 252 and a half, gonna be 255, 55. Dave, gotta be 255, 252 and a half, gonna be 255, 252 and a half, gonna be 255, 255. All in, all done. 252 and a half right there. 250 on 131. Look at that. Don't buy her for a breeder. She's hot to trot. 250 here. Gonna be 250. $2. $2 here in the middle, gonna be two, and a two, 2.5, gonna be 2.5, 2.5, $2 here in the middle, gonna be two, and a 2.5, gonna be 2.5, half, gonna be 2.5, gonna be 2.5, 5, gonna be 2.7.5, and a 2.10, 2.10, 12.5. Now 15, gonna be 15, 17.5, gonna be 2.20, 20, gonna be 2.22.5, half, gonna be 2.25, 2.25, 2.27.5. Now 30 here, gonna be 2.32.5, gonna be 2.35, 5, 37.5, 37.5, gonna be 2.37.5, 2.35, gonna be 2.37.5, 2.35, gonna be 2.37.5, 2.35, 37.5. Sold her to you at 2.35 on 2.50 by 5. Got some limousine cattle here. 5 months bred. Five months bred, right on track here. What do you want to do here? We'll try him by the head here. Gonna be 2,500. 2,500. Gonna be 25. Gonna be 2,500 here. Gonna make it easy on you. 500. 25. Gonna be 25. 500. Gonna be 25. Gonna be 2,500 here. Gonna be 25. Hey, 22. 2,200. Gonna be 22. 22. Gonna be 22. Gonna be 22. Gonna be 2,200. By the pound here. Gonna be 145. 145, 5, gonna be 145, 5, gonna be 145, 145 and 147.5. Right here, 150 here, gonna be 150, 50, Marv, you gotta be 150, 152.5 right in front of you, 155, 155, gonna be 155, 5, gonna be 155, 152.5, 155, 152.5, 155, gonna be 157.5, half, gonna be 157.5 and 160, 162.5, 132.5, gonna be 132.5, 130 here, gonna be 132.5. Good ones here, 132.5, 130 here, gonna be 132.5, 132.5, 165, 135, gonna be 137.5, half, gonna be 137.5, 135, gonna be 137.5, gonna be 137.5, 66, 167, 137, gonna be 138.88, gonna be 138, 169, 170, 171, gonna be 171, 170 here, gonna be 171, gonna be 171, 170 here, gonna be 171. That's cheap, 172, 22, gonna be 172, gonna be 172, 22, 173, 4. Now 174, gonna be 174, 173, gonna be 174, 44, gonna be 175, 5, gonna be 176 here, 176 here, 177, gonna be 177, 776 here, gonna be 177, gonna be 178 over here, 179, 178, gonna be 179 down here, gonna be 179, who did 179, 178, gonna be 179.80, 181, 181, little middle, gonna be 181, 180 here, gonna be 181, 180 here, gonna be 181, 180 here, gonna be 181, all in, all done. Be 180, 250 over there. On 33, it looks like. Here's another one. How about we cut right to the chase? 175, gonna be 175, 5, gonna be 175 here, gonna be 175. Now 176, 175, gonna be 176 here, same deal here, gonna be 176 here, 175, gonna be 176 here, gonna be 176, 177. Back to you, Bill. 177 here, gonna be 176, gonna be 177, 177 here, 176 here, gonna be 177, 710, gonna be 178 over here, 178, 179, 179, gonna be 180, 181, 182, 22, 181, gonna be 182, 22, 181, who did 182, 182. Now 183, 33, gonna be 183. Now 184, gonna be 185, 5, who do we 184, gonna be 185, 186 here, 187, 77, gonna be 187, who do we 187, gonna be 188 here, gonna be 188, 187, gonna be 188. How about you woolly boys down there? 187, gonna be 188 here, gonna be 188, 187, gonna be 188, 188 there. Now 189, 189 here, gonna be 189, and 190 here, gonna be 191, gonna be 191, 11, gonna be 192, 22, gonna be 93, 193. 193 here, gonna be 193, 3, 194 here, who's gonna be 195, who's gonna be 195, and 195, 6 here. 197 here, gonna be 197, 6 here, gonna be 197, 196 here, gonna be 197, 6 here, gonna be 197, 196 here, gonna be 197, all in, all done, 196 right there, 260. Here are a couple open ones. Buck 65 here, gonna be 135, gonna be 137.5, 35, gonna be 137.5, 35, gonna be 137.5, 137.5, gonna be 170, and 170, gonna be 132.5, gonna be 135, gonna be 137.5, gonna be 80 here, gonna be 80, 82.5, gonna be 82, gonna be 85, 85, gonna be 85, 85, gonna be 87.5, and 90 here, gonna be 190 here, who'd have been 190. Oh wow, 6 months and 5 months. 190 here, gonna be 192.5. 195, gonna be 195, 192 to hang, gonna be 195, 192 to hang, gonna be 195, 197 and a half, 197 and a half, gonna be 2, now 2, 2 and a half, now 2 of 5, gonna be 5, 5, gonna be 2 of 7 and a half, here, gonna be 2, 10, 10, 10, who to be 2, 10, 2, 12 and a half, 2, 15, 2, 15, gonna be 2, 12 and a half, who to be 15, 15, 15, now 17 and a half, 2, 20, now 2, 22 to hang, gonna be 2, 25, 5, 5, gonna be 2, 22 to hang, gonna be 2, 25, gonna be 2, 27 and a half, gonna be 2, 30 here, gonna be 2, 32 and a half, 2, 30 here, and 2, 32 and a half, 2, 32 and a half, 230 here, gonna be 232 and a half, half, and 230 here, gonna be 232 and a half, 230 here, gonna be 232 and a half, all in, all done, all in, all done, 230 on 6, 1, 7, thank you. 1 month and a 3 plus, spin 'em around, spin 'em around, they're not bad, 2 plus and a 1. $2 here. 2, 2, 2. 185, 187 and a half, 85. 187 and a half. 187 and a half, 87 and a half. Now 190, 190 here. 190 here. 192 and a half. Now 195, 5, 5. Who to be 195? Gonna be 197 and a half here. Gonna be $2 here. Gonna be 2 and a half. Gonna be who to be 5, 7 and a half. Now 10 here, going to be 12 and a half. Going to be who to be 15 here, going to be 15, 15, 17 and a half. 217 and a half. 220. Now 222 and a half. Who to be 222 and a half. Going to be 225, 5, 5. Going to be 227 and a half. 227 and a half here. Now 230, little bit to be 232 and a half, little bit to be 232 and a half, gonna be 235, 237 and a half. Now 240 here, who to be 240, now 242 and a half, 242 and a half, gonna be 245, 5, 5, 247 and a half here, gonna be 250, 50, 50, gonna be 250, 252 and a half, gonna be 252 and a half, 255, 257 and a half, 257 and a half, 255, gonna be 257 and a half. Now 260 here, gonna be 260, who to be 262, gonna be 262 and a half, 260 here, gonna be 262 and a half, all in all done, 260 on 33. $3 here. Gonna be $3 here in the middle. Gonna be three in the middle. Gonna be $3 here in the middle. Gonna be three in the middle. Gonna be 3. Gonna be 285, 285, 5 in the middle. Gonna be 285. Gonna be 285. Gonna be 287 and a half. 285. Gonna be 287 and a half. 287 and a half. 285. Gonna be 287 and a half. Gonna be 290 here. Gonna be 290. 290 here. Gonna be 290 and 292 and a half. Gonna be 295. 297 and a half. Gonna be 3. You got 3 right there. Now 3 and a half. Half. Gonna be 5. 5. Gonna be 3 and 7 and a half. Now 310. 312 and a half, gonna be 15 here, who'd be 17 and a half, now 20, now 20, now 20 here, gonna be 320, 17 and a half, gonna be 320, now 22 and a half, 22 and a half, gonna be 25, 325, 327 and a half, 325, 7 and a half, gonna be 330 here, who'd be 30, 327 and a half, gonna be 330, 332 and a half, now 332 and a half, gonna be 330, who'd be 332 and a half, gonna be 335, 5, gonna be 337 and a half, 340, 342 and a half, gonna be 342 and a half, who'd be gonna be 342 and a half, 340, 342 and a half. Sold it to you 340 up there, 250. I'm going to put it on 130, 250 by 5. $3. Good bulls. $3 here. We're gonna be 3, 3, 3, 3. Now 2 and a half. $3 here. Gonna be 2 and a half. Now 5, 5, 5. Gonna be 7 and a half. 7 and a half. Gonna be 10. Now 12 and a half. Gonna be 15 here. Gonna be 15. 17 and a half. Gonna be 320, 20, 20. Gonna be 22 and a half. 25. 27 and a half. Now 30. Now 32 and a half. Gonna be 35, 5, 5. 37 and a half. Gonna be 40 here. 42 and a half. Gonna be 45. 47 and a half. Gonna be 50. Now 52 and a half. 52 and a half. 52 and a half. 55. 57 and a half. 7 and a half, gonna be 360 here, gonna be 332 and a half, gonna be 335, 5, 5, 337 and a half, gonna be 70, now 372 and a half, 372 and a half, gonna be 375, 77 and a half, 77 and a half, gonna be 80 here, who'd be 82 and a half, gonna be 85, 87 and a half, gonna be 90 here, now 92 and a half, gonna be 92 and a half, gonna be 95, 5, 97 and a half here, gonna be 93, 97 and a half, gonna be 4, now 2 and a half, now 4, 2 and a half, gonna be 405, gonna be 405, 4, 2 and a half, who'd be gonna be 5, 5, 5, 4, 2 and a half, 405, 7 and a half, 407 and a half here, gonna be 407 and a half, 405, gonna be 407 and a half, you bought them 405 up top. 100, buyer 100. $5. $5 here. Gonna be 5, 5, 5. Gonna be 5, 5, 5. Gonna be 5. Gonna be 5, 5. Who'd be 5? Good black heifers here. Gonna be 5, 5. Gonna be 485. Gonna be 45, 5, 5. Who'd be 45? Gonna be 45. Spin them around. 485. Gonna be who'd be 45, 5, 5. Gonna be 45. Who'd be 45? Gonna be 450. 450. 450 here, and then I'm gonna be 425. And then I'm gonna be 425. Gonna be $4 here, and then I'm gonna be four. Gonna be four. Gonna be $4 here. 385. 385. 350. Now 352 and a half. Sell one at 350. 52 and a half. Now 352 and a half. 350 here, gonna be 352 and a half. 350 here, gonna be 352 and a half. 352 and a half. Here, gonna be 352 and a half. Gonna be 352 and a half. All in, all done. 350, 250 buy. Takes the one. Takes 478. 478 going out the door. On your 33s or your 5s? 15 he wants it on. $3 here. Gonna be three on the other one. Three. Now 3 here. Gonna be three. Gonna be three. Gonna be three. $2 a pound. $3 a pound. How about by the head? Gonna be 800 here. Gonna be 800 here. Gonna be 888. Gonna be 888. Gonna be 500. 500 now 6. 6 now 7. Now 7 gonna be 8. 888 gonna be 9. 9 here gonna be 1,000. 1,000 here gonna be 1,100. Gonna be 1,100. And then 1,100 gonna be 12. 12. Who'll be 12? 1,100 now 12. 1,100 now 12. Now 13. 12 here gonna be 1,300. Then 12. Who'll be 13. 12 here gonna be 13. 1225. 1225. 1,200 here gonna be 1225. All in, all done. Gonna be 1225. All in, all done. 1,263. How many we got left? $250 here. $250. $2. Now $2 here, and I'm gonna give you two and a half. I'm gonna give you two and a half here. $2 here, $2 and a half. $2 here, and gonna be two and a half. Then I'm gonna give you two and a half. Half. I'm gonna give you two and a half. $2 here, two and a half. You're in it too. Need two and a half. Now two and I'm gonna give you two and a half here. I'm gonna give you two and a half. $2 here, I'm gonna be two and a half. Gonna be two and a half. $2 here, gonna be two and a half. Now 5. Now 7 and a half. Now 10. Gonna be 10. 12 and a half. Gonna be 12 and a half. Gonna be 15. 15. Gonna be 17 and a half. Here, gonna be 220. 222 and a half. 225. 225. Gonna be 227 and a half. Here, 225. Gonna be 227 and a half. 225. Gonna be 227 and a half. All in, all done. All in, all done. 225 your way. 260. 250 here. Gonna be 250. Gonna be 250. 250 here. Gonna be 250. 250. 255. 257 and a half. 260 here. Gonna be 232 and a half. Gonna be 235. 37 and a half. Now 270. 270 here. Gonna be 272 and a half. Gonna be 275. 55. Gonna be 275. 55. Gonna be 275. 77 and a half here. Gonna be 280. 280 here. Gonna be 282 and a half. Gonna be 282 and a half. Gonna be 285. 55. Gonna be 285. Gonna be 287 and a half. 287 and a half here. Now 287 and a half. Gonna be 290 here. Gonna be 292 and a half. Gonna be 295. 55. Gonna be 295. Gonna be 297 and a half. Now 302 and a half. Gonna be 305. 55. Gonna be 307 and a half. 305. 307 and a half. Gonna be 310. 10. 10. Gonna be 310. Gonna be 310. 7 and a half. 10. 307 and a half. Gonna be 310. 10. 10. 307 and a half. 310. Sold it to you at 307 and a half on 258. Here we go. Nope. Let them sort it. $3 here. We got 333. Gonna be 333. Limo cattle. Limousine cattle here. Gonna be 3. Gonna be 333. Gonna be 333. Gonna be 250. 250 here. Gonna be 250. Gonna be 252 and a half. 52 and a half. 250 here. Gonna be 52 and a half. Gonna be here. Gonna be 52 and a half. 52 and a half. 55. 255. Gonna be 257 and a half. 57 and a half. City here. Gonna be 52 and a half. 35. 55. Gonna be 35. 37 and a half. 270. 272 and a half. Gonna be 275. 55. 275. Gonna be 277 and a half. Gonna be 280. 282 and a half. 282 and a half. Gonna be 285. Gonna be 287 and a half. Gonna be 290 here. Gonna be 292 and a half. 292 and a half. Gonna be 295. Gonna be 295. 297 and a half. $3 here and 302 and a half. Now 5, 7 and a half, 10, 12 and a half. Here going to be 15, 17 and a half. Going to be 20. Going to be 22 and a half. Going to be 25, 27 and a half. Now 30, 332 and a half. 335, 37 and a half. 40, 42 and a half. 45, 47 and a half. Now 50. Now 52 and a half. 350 here. Going to be 352 and a half. All in, all done. Going to be 350 on 258. Nice little smoky steer. $3 here. Gonna be 3, 3, 3, 3. Gonna be 3, 3. 285, 285 right there, and a 290 here. Gonna be 295, 5. Gonna be 295. Gonna be 295. Now $3 here. Gonna be 305. Now 304, 405. Now 405, 410 here. Gonna be 410, 10, 10. Gonna be 410 and 415. Who to be 415 and 415, 415, 410. Gonna be 415, 410. Who to be 415? All in, all done. 410. 410 on 250 by 5. There's a couple nice ones. 416, 414. How do you pronounce that last name? Here we go. What do you want to do here? 250 here. 250. 250. Couple good. 250. You got $2. Now 2.5. 5. Now 5 here. Going to be 7.5. Going to be 10. 10. 10. Going to be 12.5. Going to be 15 here. Going to be 17.5. Going to be 20. 22.5. Going to be 25. 27.5. Now 27.5. Going to be 30. 230. Going to be 232.5. 35. 37.5. And 40. 42. 45, 247 and a half, 250 here, going to be 252 and a half, 55, 55, 257 and a half, 260, 262 and a half, 265, 265 here, 267 and a half, now 270, 272 and a half, going to be 272 and a half, 270 here, going to be 272 and a half, 270 here, going to be 272 and a half, going to be 272 and a half, 270 here, going to be 272 and a half, 270 here, going to be 272 and a half, half, all in, all done, 270 on 113, 270 on 113, thank you. All different sizes today. Here we go. $4 a pound here. Gonna be $4 here. Gonna be $4. 3. You got 4? You say it? Now 4, 2.5. Gonna be 4, 2.5. Gonna be 4, 2.5. 4 here. Gonna be 4, 2.5. Gonna be 2.5. $4 here. Gonna be 2.5. $4 here. Gonna be 4, 2.5. All in, all done. Sold it. $4 your way. 250 on 5. 250 on 15. Good little steer here. 250 here. Let's send him onto the scale there. 250 here. Going to be 225. 225, 5, going to be 225. Going to be 225, 5, going to be 225. Who to be 225? What's the way? 890. 225. Going to be 225 right there. Now 227 ahead. 225. Who to be 227 half, half, half. 225, 27 and 30. Now 30 here. Going to be 232 to hand. Going to be 235, 5, 5. 37 ahead. 240. Going to be 242 to hand. 45, 5, 5. 47 ahead. 50. Now 50, 250, 50, 50. Going to be 250, 252 to hand. Going to be 255, 5, 5. Who to be 255? 255, 257 and a half. Now 260, 260 here, 257 a hand, gonna be 260 where, 257 a hand, gonna be 260, 257 a hand, 60, 257 a hand, gonna be 260 here, and 257 a hand, gonna be 260, all in, all done. Sold at 257 and a half, put it on New House, 628. 415, another good steer here. 250, no, I'm going to be 250, I'm going to be 250, I'm going to be 250, now 252 and a half. I'm going to be 252 and a half, 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 252 and a half, going to be 252 and a half, half, going to be 252 and a half, 252 and a half. Put it on the scale, boys. Going to be 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 250 here, going to be 252 and a half, going to be 252 and a half, 250 here, going to be 252 and a half. Let's see what it weighs. Scale's empty. $800. 252 to hang, gonna be 255, 5, then gonna be 255, 253 $3. Now 302 to hang, gonna be 305, then 7.5. Now 10, 12 to hang, gonna be 15, 17 to hang, gonna be 20, 22 to hang, gonna be 25, 27 to hang, now 30 here, and 32 to hang, 35, 37 to hang, now 40, now 42 to hang, 45, 47 to hang, now 50, 50, 50, 50, 50, 47 to hang, now 50, 347 to hang, gonna be 50, 50, 50, 50, 47 to hang, gonna be 50, all in, all done. Sold it to you 347 and a half, 102, 347 and a half, 102. This must be for you, Denise. Ooh, here's a really good one here. One more time around. $120 here. Gonna be 122 to hand. Gonna be 122 to hand. Gonna be 122 to hand. Gonna be 120 here. Gonna be 122 and a half. 122 and a half. Now 125, 5, 5. Who do we 27 and a half here? Gonna be 130 here. Who do we 32 to hand? Gonna be 132 and a half. 132 and a half. 135. 137 and a half. 37 and a half. Gonna be 140 here. Who do we 140? Now 142 and a half. Gonna be 142 and a half. 140 here. Gonna be 142 and a half. 40 here. Gonna be 142 and a half. 140 here. Gonna be 142 and a half. Gonna be 142 and a half. All in, all done. All in, all done. Sold it to you 140 your way. 250 on 131. Excuse me, 131. Here's a good black one here. Open okay. Some of them, this could be some of that rolling acres right here. Sim Angus. January. Good on fences, grass fed, sweet and friendly. Here we go. 275, 5 high. Gonna be 275. Gonna be 250. 250 and a 252 to hand. Gonna be 252 to hand. 250 here. Gonna be 252 to hand. Gonna be 252 to hand. 250 here. Gonna be 252 to half. 250 here. Gonna be 252 to hand. Gonna be 255, 5, 5, 55, 55, 52 to hand. 55, 5, 5, 57 and a half. Now 257 to hand. 255. Gonna be 252 to hand. Gonna be 260 here. Gonna be 260. Gonna be 32 and a half. 32 and a half. 35. 35, 5, 5. Gonna be 35. 35, 35. 32 and a hand. Gonna be 35. 232 and a half. 35. 37 and a half. 67 and a half. Blake. 237 and a half. 237 and a half, gonna be 270 here, gonna be 272 and a half, gonna be 272 and a half, 275, 275, gonna be half, gonna be 280 here, gonna be 282 and a half, gonna be 280, gonna be 5, 5, 5, 287 and a half, gonna be 290, now 292 and a half, 295, gonna be 295, gonna be 297 and a half, gonna be 333, gonna be 3, 302 and a half, gonna be 302 and a half, gonna be 305, 5, 5, gonna be 305, 5, gonna be 305, 2 and a half, now 5, 302 and a half, gonna be 305, gonna be 305, all in all done, 302 and a half, your way, 258. Thank you. What do we got here? This one needs some groceries. Here we go. What do you want to be? Hey, take it home, put it on feed here. $2 here. $2. 150 here. 152 to hand. 52 to hand. 150 here, gonna be 152 and a half. 150 here, then I'm gonna be 152 and a half, gonna be 155, gonna be 155, gonna be 157 and a half, gonna be 157 and a half. Now 160 here, gonna be 152 and a half, gonna be 155, who to be 67 and a half. 165, gonna be 167 and a half. 165, gonna be 137 and a half, 35, gonna be 137 and a half, 135, gonna be 137 and a half, 135, gonna be 137 and a half. All in, all done. Sold it to you 165, 203 on 10, 203 on 10. Angus heifer, Wyman heifer here. By the pound here. What do you want to do? But then I'm gonna be 150 by the pound. 150 here. I'm gonna be 150. Now 151. Gonna be 152. 22. Gonna be 153. 33. Gonna be 154. Gonna be 155. 156. 157. 159. 159. Gonna be 160 here. 1 gonna be 132, 133, gonna be 134, 135, 136 here, 137, 138, 138, 139, 99, 169 here, gonna be 170, 171, gonna be 171, 11, gonna be 171, 170 here, gonna be 171, 170 here, gonna be 170, little gonna be 171, 1, 2, gonna be 171, 170 here, gonna be 171, all in, all done. 70, 170, 170 on 250 on 99, thank you. Here's a cool little steer. Here we go. Like an old school cattle here. Gonna be 250. 250 here. Gonna be 250. Gonna be 225. Gonna be 225. 225. Gonna be 225. Gonna be $2. $2. $2 here. Gonna be 222. Gonna be 185. Gonna be 185. Gonna be 185. Welcome back to the county, Rickners. Here we're gonna be 150 on. I'm gonna be 150 here. I'm gonna be 150, 50. I'm gonna be $1. Now 2.5. 2.5 gonna be 105. 7.5, 10. 12.5 gonna be 15. 17.5 gonna be 20. 22.5, 25. 27.5 gonna be 30. 32.5, 35. 37.5, 40. 42.5, 45. 47.5, 50. 52.5, 55. 57.5, 60. 62.5, 65. 67.5, 70 here. 72.5. 75, 77.5. 75 gonna be 177.5. 175 gonna be 177.5. 75, 177.5 gonna be 180. 180. 180 here. Gonna be 182 gonna be 185. Gonna be 187.5. Gonna be 190 here. 190. 87 gonna be 190. 87 gonna be 190. All in, all done. 187.5. Put it on 203 straight. 203 straight. Thank you. What'd you get? Oh yeah. Figured it out. Here we go. What do you want to be 150? 150 here. We're going to be 152 and a half. It's going to be 152 and a half. 50 here. Going to be 152 and a half. Going to be 152 and a half right there. And 155, 57 and a half. Going to be 132 and a half. 135 going to be 137 and a half. 137 and a half going to be 170 here. 132 and a half going to be 175. 175. 177 and a half going to be 180 here. Going to be 182 and a half. Going to be 185. Going to be 185. 185 going to be 187 and a half. 190. 190 here. Going to be 192 and a half. Going to be 192 and a half. 190 here. Going to be 192 and a half. Going to be 195. 195. 197 and a half. 197 and a half going to be 2. Now 222 going to be 2. 2 and a half. Going to be 2. 2 and a half here. Going to be $2 here. Going to be 2. 2 and a half. $2 here. Going to be 2. 2 and a half. $2 here. Going to be 2 and a half. Going to be 2 and a half. All in, all done. Sold at $2 right here. 260, 260. Is that a heifer? 5 months bred, and here's that fancy one here. This is going to be Stella from Rolling Acres Farms. Good with fences. Knows what headlocks are. Easy to handle, easy to move. Purebred Angus bull. This one's, she's been on Facebook for a few days. Thank you. Now 24. 2300. I'm going to be 24 here. I'm going to get 23. I'm going to get 23. I'm going to be 24. 4. Who to be 24? 2300. I'm going to be 24. Now 25. Now 25. 2600. I'm going to be 27 here. Who to be 27? I'm going to be 28. I'm going to be 29. 99. Who to be 29? 28. Going to be 29. 28 and 29. 28 here. Going to be 29. 99. Who to be 29? 2800. Who to be 29? 99. 28 here. Going to be 29. 28. Going to be 29. 99. 28 here. Going to be 29. Who to be 29? 99. 29. 28. 29. 28. I'm going to be 29. All in, all done. Sold at 2800 right here. 415. I think 415 is you, maybe. I think so. This is going to be another Rolling Acres heifer, I'm probably sure there. Yeah, 574, yep. Here we go. Easy going, good cattle. What do you want to do here? I'm going to be 250 here. I'm going to be 252 and a half. I'm going to be 250 here. I'm going to be 252 and a half. I'm going to be 252 and a half. 250 and go here. I'm going to be 252 and a half. I'm going to be 252 and a half. Half and 250 here. I'm going to be 252 and a half. 250 here. I'm going to be 252 and a half. 250 here. I'm going to be 252 and a half. I'm going to be 252 and a half. Half and 252 and a half. I'm going to be 252 and a half. 252 and a half. All in, all done. All in, all done. Sold it to you 250. 250 by 33. Holy smokes. No, that's a cool one. Usually the other way around. $2 here, and gonna be two now, 2.5, two and a half, two here, who to be 2.5, $2 here, gonna be two and a half, who to be $2.5, here, gonna be 2.5, $2.5, $2 here, gonna be two and a half, gonna be 2.5, here, gonna be 2.5, gonna be 2.5, $2 and 2.5, all in all, 2.5, gonna be 205, 55, 7. 210, 10, gonna be 12 and a half, 15, 7, 15, gonna be 17 and a half, now 20, gonna be 220, 20, 20, 17 and a half, gonna be 220, 217 and a half, gonna be 220, 20, 20, gonna be 220, 217 and a half, gonna be 220, where, gonna be 220, 220, all in, all done, 217 and a half, Ron, put it on 255. Another nice smoky steer. Yeah, for $3 here, gonna be 250. 250, 250, I'm gonna be 250, 250, 2 and a half, 250 here, gonna be 250, 2 and a half, half, 250, 2 and a half, 250, gonna be 250, 250, 2 and a half, here, gonna be 250, 2 and a half, gonna be 250, 2 and a half, 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 250, gonna be 250, 2 and a half, 250, 250 on 5. $737. Nice big heifer. $2 here. Gonna be two. Gonna be 185. Gonna be 185. 5. Gonna be 185. Let's catch a weight. Gonna be 185. 5. Gonna be 185. Gonna be 185. Gonna be 165. 165. 165. 5. Gonna be 135. 5. Gonna be 135. Gonna be 135. Let's see what she weighs. No. 1255. 165, gonna be 135, 5, gonna be 150 here, gonna be 150, no 152 to hang, gonna be 155, 5, gonna be 157 and 160, 132 to hang, gonna be 132 to hang, gonna be 135, 37 to hang, gonna be 130 here, 130 here, gonna be 130 here, 137, 130, 132 to hang, gonna be 132 to hang, gonna be 135, 5, gonna be 135, 132 to hang, gonna be 135, gonna be 135, gonna be 137 to hang, gonna be 180 here, gonna be 180, 182 to hang, gonna be 182 and a half, 182 and a half, 181, Ron? I was in the 70s, wasn't I? 172 and a half. 172 to hang, gonna be 175. 175, 172 to hang, gonna be 175, 5, 172 to hang, gonna be 175. 172 to hang, gonna be 175, 5, 172 to hang, gonna be 175. All in, all done, sold at 172 and a half, 600. $150 here. Gonna be 150. 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 I'm gonna be $1 here. I'm gonna be 50. You want to do 150, Blake? 2.5. Now 55. 157 and a half. Gonna be 160 here. 132 and a half. 135. 37 and a half. 170 here. Gonna be 132 and a half. Gonna be 135. 77 and a half. 180. 180 here. Gonna be 82 and a half. Gonna be 185. Gonna be 185. 87 and a half. Gonna be 190 here. Gonna be 190 here. Gonna be 192 and a half. Gonna be 195. 55. 197 and a half. Gonna be 197 and a half. Gonna be 2. Now 2. Gonna be 2. 2 and a half here. Gonna be 2 and a half. 2 and a half. Now 5 here. Gonna be 205. 5. Gonna be 5. 5. Gonna be 2 and a half. Gonna be 205. 205, all in, all done. Sold 205, 7.5, 210, gonna be 212 and a half, gonna be 215. Now 217 and a half, gonna be 220, gonna be 220, 20, gonna be 220, 220. Sold it, yeah, 217 and a half, 102. Here we go. Gonna be 250 here. Gonna be 250. Gonna be 250, $2 here. Gonna be 2, gonna be 2, gonna be 2, gonna be 2. $2 a pound. Gonna be 185. Then gonna be 187 and a half. 85. Then gonna be 187 and a half. 85 going to be 187 and a half. 85 going to be 187 and a half. Half. 87 and a half. 85 going to be 187 and a half. 185 going to be 187 and a half. 190 here. Going to be 192 and a half. Going to be 192 and a half. Going to be 195 by 197 and a half. Here going to be 2. Now 2 and a half. Now 5. Here going to be 7 and a half. Going to be 7 and a half. Going to be 10, 10, 10. Going to be 12 and a half. Going to be 12 and a half. 12 going to be 12 and a half. 215, 215, gonna be 215, gonna be 215, 15, gonna be 212 and a half, gonna be 215, 212 and a half, gonna be 215, 212 and a half, gonna be 215, all in on sold at 212 and a half, put it on 250, by 5. Nice bull here. 250 here. Gonna be 2. Gonna be 250. Gonna be 2 bucks. Now 2 and a half. 2 and a half. Gonna be 5, 5, 5, 7 and a half here. Gonna be 10 today. Gonna be 12 and a half. Gonna be 15, 17 and a half. Gonna be 220. 222 and a half. Gonna be 225. Gonna be 227 and a half. And 30 here. Gonna be 32 and a half. 35, 37 and a half. 237 and a half. 240. Now 242 and a half. Gonna be 245. 5, 47 and a half. Gonna be 250 here. Gonna be 252 and a half. Gonna be 255. 57 and a half. Now 60. 260. 257 and a half. Gonna be 260. Where? 257 and a half. Gonna be 250 here. 252 and a half. Gonna be 260. All in, all done. Sold at 257 and a half. 360. 257 and a half on 360. $685. $2 here. Let me be 2. 2. Let me be 2. Now 2. 2 and a half. Here. Let me get 2. 2 and a half. Here. $2 and a half. $2 here. Gonna be 2 and a half. $2 here. Gonna be 2 and a half. Then let me get 2 and a half. Gonna be 2 and a half. All gonna be 2 and a half. All in, all done. $2. 616. $2. 616. That's a sweet one. I think so. Here we go. Gonna be 250. 250. Gonna be 250. Gonna be 250. Gonna be 225. 225. 220. Gonna be 225. Gonna be 227 and a half. 227. Gonna be 227 and a half. 225 here. Gonna be 227 and a half. 225. Gonna be 227 and a half. Gonna be 220 and a half. 225. Then gonna be 227 and a half. 220. Sold it to you at 225. 250 on 5. Got into the cockleburrs. Okay. Well, we'll see if it's counting for math. Yep. 250. 250. Let me give you 250. $2. 2, 2 and a half. $2 here. Let me give you 2, 2 and a half. Half. 2 and a half. Gonna be 2, 5, 5. Gonna be 7 and a half. Here. Gonna be 10. 212 and a half. 215 here. Gonna be 17 and a half. Gonna be 220 here. Gonna be 222 and a half. Gonna be 225. 5. 227 and a half. Gonna be 230. 232 and a half. Gonna be 235. 237 and a half. Gonna be 240 here. 242 and a half. 45. 47 and a half. Now 50. 252 and a half. 255. 57 and a half. Gonna be 257 and a half. Gonna be 260. 262 and a half. 265. 77 and a half. Now 72 and a half. 75. 77 and a half. 77 and a half. Gonna be 280 here. Gonna be 277 and a half. 277 and a half. Gonna be 280. 277 and a half. Gonna be 280. 277 and a half. Gonna be 280. 280. 280. All in, all done. 277 and a half. Perfect. $104 to go. All downhill from here. Where's all those nice DeBoer steers hiding at? That's what I'm wondering.
Gotta be getting close. With all them Holsteins, there's about 15 or so.
Aaron DeBoer steers.
Big ones.
Not the giant freak ones, but the good ones, the big ones, yeah. They're like 1,200 pounds probably. Send him around. What do we got here? 716 bull. $275. That's gonna be $275. Gonna be $277 and a half. $75. Gonna be $77. $280. $282 and a half. Gonna be $282 and a half. Gonna be $285. Gonna be $287 and a half. Gonna be $290 and a half. Gonna be $295. Gonna be $297 and a half. Gonna be $302 and a half. Gonna be $555. $307 and a half. $307 and a half. $307 and a half. $307 and a half. Yes. 10 10 10 10. Gonna be $312 and a half. $315. $317 and a half. Gonna be $320. $22 and a half. Gonna be $22. Gonna be $25. $27 and a half. Now 30. 3. Gonna be 2. Are we at 330? 332 and a half, 335, 337 and a half, 337 and a half, 340 here, going to be 342 and a half, 342 and a half, 345, 47 and a half, 50, 352 and a half, 352 and a half, 350 here, sold it to you 350, 260, 258. Yeah. Denise's famous mushroom tea. Psilocybins. Nice heifer. $3. $3 here, and it could be 2 and a half. $3 here, and it could be 2 and a half. Gonna be 5, 5 and a half. Gonna be 10. Gonna be 12 and a half. 15, 17 and a half. 20, 22 and a half. Gonna be 25, 27 and a half. 30, 32 and a half. 35, 37 and a half. 40, 42 and a half. 45, 47 and a half. 50, 52 and a half. 55, 57 and a half. 60 here is 82 and a half. 75, 77 and a half. Now 70, 72 and a half. 75, 77 and a half. Now 80 here, gonna be 82 and a half. 85, 82 and a half. Gonna be 85. 382 and a half. Gonna be 385. 382 and a half. Gonna be 385. 5, 5. All in, all done. Sold it to you 382 and a half. 258, 258. Thank you. Not a good idea. Look at this stocky little guy. He's a brick. Does he have a back tag number? What is that there? 614. Sullivan cattle here. Super friendly. $3 here, gonna be 250, 250, gonna be 252 and a half, 250 here, gonna be 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 250 here, gonna be 252 and a half, 252 and a half, 250 here, gonna be 252 and a half, gonna be 252 and a half, 255, 255, gonna be 257 and a half, here, gonna be 60, now 262 and a half, gonna be 232 and a half, gonna be 235, 265, 265, 267 and a half, now 270, 272 and a half, 275, 275, gonna be 275, 272 and a half, gonna be 275. 277 and a half, 280 here. Now 282 and a half, gonna be 282, gonna be 282 and a half, gonna be 282 and a half, 285, 287 and a half, 290, 292 and a half, 295. Gotta be 295, 292 and a half, 295. Now 3, 302, 297 and a half. Now 3, 2 and a half, 302 and a half, gonna be 302 and a half, gonna be 305, 5, here to be 7 and a half here, 307 and a half. Now 310. Sold 310, 312 and a half, 315, 317 and a half, 320, 22 and a half, 325, 327 and a half, 327 and a half, 325, 327 and a half. Sold it to you 325. Put it on 628, 628. Thank you. 6 months bred. $150 here. Gonna be 150. Gonna be 150. Gonna be 150. Gonna be 150. 150. 150. 150. $1. $1. 2 and a half. 5. Now 7 and a half. 10. 12. 15, 17 and a half, 20, 22 and a half, 25, 27 and a half, 30, 32 and a half, 35, 37 and a half, 40, 42 and a half, gonna be 45, 55, 47 and a half, gonna be 150 here, 52 and a half, 55, 157 and a half, gonna be 157 and a half, gonna be 157 and a half, 55, let's see what it weighs. 157 and a half, 160, 172 and a half, gonna be 175, 167 and a half, gonna be 170 here, gonna be 172 and a half, 75, 77 and a half, 175, 177 and a half, 75, gonna be 177 and a half, all in, all done, sold it to you, 77 and a half, gonna be 180, 180, sold it to you, 177 and a half, Tacho's way, 624. All right, Terry, you gotta run a couple for me. I gotta take a piss.
All right, steer. All right, $2, 150, 50 to 150, 150, 125, 125 now 30, now 5, 135 now 40, 40 now 5, 145 now 50, 155 now 6, 165, 70, 5, 75 now 80, 185, 185 now 90, 195 now $2, 205, 205, $2 now 5, 205, now 10, 210, 210, now 15, 215 now 20, now 25, 225 now 30, 235, now 40, 5, 245, 245, 245. Sold 240, 102. Oh, that's a good looking little steer. 350, 350, 325, 325, $3, 3. Got 3, now 5, 305, 305, 305, 305, 305, now 10, 310, now 15, now 20, 25, 30, 35, 335, now 40, 345, 345, now 50, 355, 60, 365, 365, now 70, 370, 370, 365, now 70, 370. Sold 365, way up top, Todd, 100. Little bowl, $2, $2, 150. You got 2, 150. Now 5, 155, 155, 155, 155, 155, 155. Got 150. Now 155, 155. Now say 160, 165, 165. Now 70, 175, 175. Now 80, 185, 185. Now 90, 195, 195, 190. Now 5, 195, 195. Sold 196, 16. All right, is it bred heifer or 5 months? Bred to a Trinity Bowl, 3,000, 3,000, 2,500, 25, 25, 25, 24. Ron, it's a nice looking cow. 23, 2,000, bred to a Trinity Bowl. Who? Down south, Mount Vernon. $2,000, 2,000, worth the money. 18, 18, now 19, 1,900, 18 to 19, 1,900, 18 to 19, 19, now 20, 2,000, 2,000, Ron, 19, now 2,000, 2,000, 21, 2,100, 21, 21, 21, 21, 2050, 2050, 2050, 2050, 21, 21, 21, Ron, 21, sold 2050, Bill, 181. Open heifer, boy, kind of fancy thing. 350, 350, 325, 325, 325, 325, 3. Fancy heifer, 3. Now 5. 255, 250, now 5. 255, 255, 255, 255, 255, 260, 260, 255, 60, now 5. 265, 265, 70, 270, 270, now 5. 275, 275, 275. Did you say it, Trent? 275, now 80, 280, 280, now 5. 85, 285, 285, now 90, 290, 5. 295, now 3, $3, 295, now 3, 3, now 5, 305, now 10, 310, 15, 315, now 20, 325, 325, sold 320, 33. Five months, 587. Bred to a Sim Angus Trinity Bull. 3,000, 3,000, 2,500, 2,500, 25, 2,500, 25, 21, 2,000. 18, now 19. 18, now 19. 1,900, 18, now 19, now 20. 20 down, 2,000, 21, 2,100, 21, 2,000, 21, 2,100, 21, 21, 22, 22, 21, now 2, 22. Sold 21, 181. Nope, watch out, heads up. 5 months bred. Trinity. First calf heifer. $2,500. 25, 21, 2,100, 21, 2,000, 2,000. I got 18, now 19, 19, now 20, 2,000, 2,000. Bill, 2,000. Now 1, 21 done, 21, 21, 21, 100, 21, 2, now 3, 2250, 2250, 2250, 23, 2,300, 23. Sold 2250. 133. All right. Cow, bred cow. 6 months, bred Angus bull, I believe. Yep. 2,500, 2,500, 2,500, 25, 2,000. 18, Bill. 18. 6 months bred. 7. 1750. 1750, now 18. 1850, 1850, 19, 19. Now 50. 1950, 1900, now 50. 1950, 1950. Sold 1900, 616. No, what do we got here? Man, I don't know where this one came from. All right, what? By the head, 1,500, 12. $5 a pound. 5.5. 5.5. $600. 650. 6.25. 6 by the pound. Sold at $6. 15. There we go. $6 calves all day long. All right, what do we got here? Open cow. $130. $130. $125. 125, 125, now 126, now 7, 127, 128, 128, 29, now 30, now 1, 131, now 2, 132, now 3, 133, now 4, 134, now 5, 6, 7, 8, 138, now 9, 139, now 40, 140, 101, 112, 142, 3, 143, now 4, 144, now 5, 145, now 6, 146, 7, 8, 148, now 9, 149, now 50, 150, 150, 149, now 50, 150, sold 149, 250. Oh, what do we got here? A little. That's a fancy one. $4 for 325. Now 30. 330. 325 now 30. 30 now 5. 35 now 40. 340 now 5. 340 now 50. 350. 5. 355. 355 now 60. With 365. 365. 70. 370. 5. 375 now 80. 385. 385 now 9. 390. 390. One more time, Blake. 390. Sold 385. 250 by 5. Did you find them steers? Oh. Okay. Oh, what do we got here? Bread or open? 4 months. $1,500. 15, 12 by the head. $1,200. 11. 11 and a half. Now 12. 12 and a half. Now 13 and a half. 13 and a half now 14. 14. $14 now a half. 14 and a half. 14 and a half now 15. 15. 15. 14, 50. Now 15. 15 now half. 15 and a half. 16. 16 and a half. 16 and a half. Now 17. 17 and a half. 17 and a half. 18 and a half. 18 and a half. 18 and a half. 18 and a half. 19. Sold 1850. 260. Should have been a Rickner cow. Getting darker out. Oh, watch it. Heads up. Bull. $2, 2, 150, 150, 150, 150, 155, 155, 155, 150. Now 5. Ron, 155, 155, 15. Sold 150, 260. He's checking on him, Aaron. What do we got here? All right. 225, 225, $2, 2, 180. Now 5. 185, 180, now 5. 185 to 90, 190, 195, 195, now 2, $2, 5. 205, now 10, 210, 210, now 15, 215, 20, 220, 5. 225, now 30, 230, 230, 5. 235, now 40, 240, 245, 245, 245. So 40, 250 by 33. Oh, you should switch me though, because I got a bid on something. Yeah.
$2.25. The minute can be $2.25. The minute can be $2 here. The minute can be $2. The minute can be $2. The minute can be $2. $150. 150 here. The minute can be 150. The minute can be 150. The minute can be 150. It'll be 125. Gonna be 125. Gonna be 127 and a half. 125. Gonna be 127 and a half. Gonna be 130. 32 and a half. Gonna be 135. 37 and a half. Gonna be 140 here. 42 and a half. 45. 47 and a half. Gonna be 150. 152. 155, 87 and a half, 180 here, 82 and a half, 185, 167 and a half, gonna be 187 and a half, gonna be 180 here, gonna be 180 here, gonna be 170, 182 and a half, gonna be 182 and a half, gonna be 175, gonna be 177 and a half, gonna be 180 here, gonna be 182 and a half, gonna be 185, gonna be 185, 5, 187 and a half here, gonna be 187 and a half, 85, gonna be 187 and a half, 185, gonna be 187 and a half, 185, gonna be 187 and a half, all in, all done, sold it to you 185, 181. Get them banded, send them to the vet. $2 here. I'm gonna be two. I'm gonna be two. I'm gonna be two. I'm gonna be two. I'm gonna be 185, 187 and a half, 185. I'm gonna be 187 and a half. Gonna be 190 here. I'm gonna be 190, 192 and a half. Gonna be 195, 5. Gonna be 195. Gonna be 197 and a half. Gonna be $2 here. Gonna be two and a half. Now 5. Now 7 and a half here. Gonna be two. Gonna be 2.7 and a half. Gonna be 210. Gonna be 2.7 and a half. 210. 210 here, 212 and a half, and I'm going to be 215 here, and going to be 215, going to be 17 and a half, 220, 222 and a half, 225, then I'm going to be 225, going to be 227 and a half here, and going to be 30, and I'm going to be 30, 30, and 232 and a half, going to be 30, going to be 232 and a half, 230 here, and going to be 232 and a half, 232 and a half, all in, all done, going to be 230 on 250, 33, 250 on 33, heads up. 5 months spread to a Sim Angus Bowl, Trinity Bowl. 2,000 by the head, and I'm going to be 2, and I'm going to be 1,800, 1,819, 18, and I'm going to be 1,900 here, and I'm going to be 18, and I'm going to be 19, 18, and I'm going to be 19, 18, and I'm going to be 19, 18, going to be 1,900, 18, 19, 2,000, and I'm going to be 2, and 2,100, 21, and I'm going to be 21, 1, 1, 2,000, going to be 21, and I'm going to be 21, 1, 2,000 here, going to be 21, 2,000 here, going to be 2,100, all in, all done, 2,000, 250, bye. 33. $7.45 down there. $2 a pound. Gonna be two. Gonna be 150 here. Gonna be 150. 150 here. Gonna be 125. Gonna be $1. Gonna be one. Gonna be one. Gonna be one. Gonna be 85 cents on them. 85 cents on here. Gonna be 85. Gonna be 85. Gonna be 85. Gonna be 85. 50 cents. 52 and a half. 50 here, going to be 52 and a half, I'm going to be 52 and a half, 50 here, going to be 52 and a half, 50 here, going to be 52 and a half, 50 here, going to be 52 and a half, all in, all done, 52 and a half, 55, 55, 57 and a half, here, going to be 60 cents, here, going to be 32 and a half, 32 and a half, 30 here, 32 and a half, 35, 5, 62 and a half, going to be 35, 32 and a half, going to be 35, 5, 32 and a half, going to be 35, 35, 5, all in, all done, 62 and a half up here, sold it to you, 6-2, your thumbs over the number, 4, 624. Yeah. You get $6 a pound earlier? Highest cows in the state. Yeah. That'll keep them coming back. They're right around the corner. He's bluffing. There you go. Got 2 new guys on the payroll. James and Sig. Is he still a bull? He's just, yeah, what's he got going on there? Spin him around. 684. Angus bull, red Angus bull. Pretty good bull here. I'm gonna be $2 a pound here. I'm gonna be two. And then I'm gonna be two. I'm gonna be two. And then I'm gonna be 1 and 2. 85, 185, 5. And then I'm gonna be 1. And then I'm gonna be 185. 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 I'm gonna be 165, 167 and a half. 135. And then I'm gonna be 137 and a half. 35. And then I'm gonna be 137 and a half. 37 and a half. 135. I'm gonna be 167 and a half. Right there. Now 170, 172. And then I'm gonna be 175, 5. I'm gonna be 175, 5. Who'd be 175, 172, and 173. 174 here, and then I'm going to be 174, going to be 175, 5, 5, then I'm going to be 176 here, going to be 177, and 178 here, going to be 179, 99, who'd be 180 here, going to be 181, 11, going to be 182, 22, going to be 183, 184, going to be 185, then I'm going to be 186 here, going to be 187, going to be 188 here, 187, going to be 188, 187 here, going to be 188, 88, who'd be 88, 187, going to be 188, all in, all done, sold at 187 on 7X. 7X Bulls. Yeah, nice little red steer. 285, 285, 285, gonna be 287, gonna be 285, gonna be 287 and a half, 285, gonna be 287 and a half, half hand, 287 and a half, 285, gonna be 287 and a half, 285, gonna be 287 and a half, half hand, 285, gonna be 287 and a half, 285, gonna be 287 and a half. Oh, 287 and a half, gonna be 290. Now 292, gonna be 295, gonna be 295, 297 and a half, gonna be 333, gonna be 302 and a half, gonna be 555. Now 7 and a half, here gonna be 307 and a half, 305, sold it to you 305. Your way 250 on. 250 M5. You're good still. $3 here. Three, two and a half, 5. Now 7.5. Now 10 here. Gonna be 12 and a half. Gonna be 15. Gonna be 17 and a half. Gonna be 20 here. Gonna be 22 and a half. Gonna be 25, 27 and a half. Now 30. Now 32 and a half. Gonna be 35, 32 and a half. 40, 42 and a half. 45, 47 and a half. 50, 50, 50. 55, 57 and a half, 60, 360, 2 and a half, 65, 5, gonna be 77 and a half, gonna be 70 here, 72 and a half, 75, 77 and a half, gonna be 80, 380, 382 and a half, gonna be 32 and a half, here, gonna be 382 and a half, 30 here, gonna be 32 and a half, all in, all done, gonna be 380 on 258, 258, thank you. $1.50 here. 125. Gonna be 125. Gonna be $1. $1 here. Little gonna be one. Little gonna be one. Little gonna be one. Little gonna be $1 on. Little gonna be 2.5. 102. Gonna be 102 and a half. Half $1 here. Gonna be 2.5. $1 gonna be 2.5. 105. Gonna be 105. 5, 7.5 here. Gonna be 110. 10, 10. Who do 10, 10, 10. Gonna be 112 and a half. Gonna be 15 here. Gonna be 117 and a half. 120. 22 and a half. Now 125. Gonna be 127 and a half. Gonna be 130 here. Gonna be 130. Gonna be 132 and a half. Gonna be 135. 5, 137 and a half. Gonna be 137 and a half. 35, 37 and a half. 140. 142 and a half. 140 here, gonna be 142 and a half, gonna be 145, 5, gonna be 145, 5, 42 and a half, gonna be 145. 142 and a half, gonna be 145, 142 and a half, here gonna be 145, gonna be 145, all in, all done. Sold at 142 and a half, 624, 624. That's a little smoky bull. $3 here, gonna be 3, no 2 and a half, gonna be 3, 2 and a half, no 5, 5, gonna be 7 and a half. Today, gonna be 10 and 12 and a half. Now 15, 17 and a half. Gonna be 20 here. Gonna be 22 and a half. Gonna be 25. Gonna be 27 and a half. And 30, 30, 30, 30. Gonna be 32 and a half. 35, 37 and a half. 40, 42 and a half. 45, 45, 3, 45, 47 and a half. And 50. Now 52 and a half. 55, 57 and a half. 50 here. 52 and a half. 55, 55, 55, 55, 67 and a half. 70 here. Gonna be 72 and a half. 72 and a half. 70 here. Gonna be 370 and 30, 72 and a half. All in, all done. 370, 258. 370, 258. Thank you. 250 here, gonna be 250, gonna be 225, gonna be 225, gonna be 225, gonna be $2. $2. 222, gonna be 222, gonna be 180, gonna be 185, gonna be 185, 150. 150 here, gonna be $1. Another one gonna be one. Another one gonna be one. And $1 now 2.5. $1 here, gonna be 2.5. $1 here, gonna be 2.5. Another one gonna be 102 to hand. Another one 105, gonna be 7.5 here, gonna be 110, gonna be 112.5. 15. 117 and a half, gonna be 120, gonna be 122 to hand, gonna be 125, 27 and a half, and 30 here, gonna be 30 here, gonna be 127 and a half, 130, 127 and 30, and 32 and a half. 135, 137 and a half, 140 here, 142 and a half, gonna be 142 and a half, half, 40 here, 142 and a half, 145, 147 and a half, gonna be 147 and a half, half. Did you say 147 and a half? You're gonna be 150, 150, Blake, you gotta be 150, 147 and a half, gonna be 150, 50. Sold it to you, 147 and a half, 203 by, 50, on 10, 10, yeah, 10, yeah. Give me 2.5. $3. Now 2.5. Gotta be 2.5 and a 5. Who'd be 7.5 here? Gonna be 10. Gonna be 12.5. 15. 387.5. Now 90. Now 92.5. Gonna be 95. 97.5. Gonna be $4. 93. 97.5. Gonna be 4. Sold at 397.5. 258. 397.5. 258. Yeah. What do you think, Ron? Now 155. 152 and then gonna be 155. 52 and then gonna be 155. 52 and then gonna be 155. Gonna be 157 and a half. 130 here. 132 and a half. 35. 37 and a half. Now 70. Now 170 here. Gonna be 72 and a half. Gonna be 135. 37 and a half. Gonna be 80 here. Gonna be 82 and a half. Gonna be 85. Gonna be 87 and a half. Gonna be 90 here. Gonna be 190. 192 and a half. Gonna be 192 and a half. 90 here. Gonna be 192 and a half. Gonna be 190 here. Gonna be 192 and a half. Sold at 190. 181. 190. 181. Send it to the vet. Creeping along. 380, or yeah, 385. Got to be 350. 350, and then gonna be 320, gonna be 325. 325, and then gonna be 325. 327 a hand, then gonna be 25. 27 a hand, 325, then gonna be 327 a half. Sold it to you 325, 250 on 5. I don't get how we're. 350 here, gonna be 350 here, gonna be 325. 320, gonna be 325, and then $3. 3, 3, 3, going to be 302 and a half. Now 5, 7 and a half, going to be 10, going to be 10, 10, going to be 12 and a half, going to be 15, 17 and a half, going to be 20, 22 and a half, going to be 25, 27 and a half, 27 and a half, 332 and a half, going to be 335, going to be 335, 5, going to be 335, 337 and a half, 340, 342 and a half, going to be 345, 47 and a half, going to be 47 and a half, going to be 347 and a half, 350. 350 here, going to be 352 and a half, 355, going to be 357 and a half, going to be 360 here, going to be 357, going to be 360, 357 and going to be 360 where, 357 and a half, going to be 360 where, all in, all done, sold it to you, 357 and a half, 1, 2, 3, thank you. How about a $1.52 and a half, or going to be 155, 152 and a half, going to be Billy, you want to be 155 here, same style, 152 and a half, going to be 155, the bull, 152 and a half, going to be 155, 552 and a half, going to be 155, 152 and a half, going to be 155, 555, 155, 157 and a half, 157 and a half, going to be 160 here, going to be 32 and a half, 35, 55, 35, 37 and a half, 170, 172 and a half, going to be 135, 37 and a half, going to be 180 here, going to be 182 and a half, going to be 182 and a half, going to be 182 and a half, 180 here, going to be 182 and a half, all in, all done, sold it to you, 180, 181, 180 and 181, send it to the vet. $350, another going to be $350, $52 and a half, going to be $350, $352 and a half, $350 here, going to be $352 and a half, $350 here, going to be $352 and a half, $52 and a half, $350 here, going to be $352 and a half, $355, 55, 55, 57 and a half, now 60, now 62 and a half, now 65, going to be 35, 35, 37 and a half, 37 and a half, going to be 70 here, going to be 70 here, going to be 72 and a half, 375, 377 and a half here, going to be 377 and a half, and 377 and a half, 375, 377 and a half, Todd, 377 and a half, 375, going to be 377 and a half. Sold him 375, Ron. 250 on 5, thank you. Ooh, we got a blue roan. Blue roan heifer. 6 months bred. Here we go. What do you want to do? Going to be 175. Going to be 135. Going to be 150. 152 and a half. 152 and a half. 152 and a half. 152 and a half. 52 and a half. Going to be 155. 55. Going to be 157 and a half. 130 here. Going to be 132 and a half. 135. 37 and a half. 170. 132 and a half. 135. 137 and a half. 80 here. Going to be 182 and a half. 82 and a half. 182 and a half. Going to be 185. 82 and a half. Going to be 185. 87 and a half. 187 and a half. Going to be 192 to hang, gonna be 195, 195, gonna be 197 and a half here, who to be 2, 2, gonna be 2 and a half, now 5, 5, 2, 2 and a half, gonna be 5, 5, who to be 2 to 5, gonna be 2, 7 and a half, gonna be 2, 10, 10, 10, gonna be 2, 12 and a half, 2, 12 and a half, gonna be 2, 15, 2, 17 and a half, 2, 17 and a half, 220, 220 here, gonna be 220, 20, gonna be 222 to hang, gonna be 225, 5, 222 to hang, gonna be 225. 222 to hang, gonna be 225, gonna be 225, all in, all done, all in, all done. Sold it to you 222 and a half, 250 on the 33s. $69 to go. 69. Oh yeah. Here we go. 5. 135, let me be 135, 5, let me be 135, let me be 135, 120, $1 here, let me be one, let me be one, let me be one, gonna be 85 cents. 85 cents, he's a bull. 85, let me be 85, 65. Let me be 35, 65, 67 and a half. 65 gonna be 37 and a half, 35, 66, 67. 67 gonna be 67. Marv, you gotta be 67. 66 here, gonna be 67, 68. Now 69, now 70, now 71, 72, gonna be 73, 74, 75, 76 here, 77, 78, 79, gonna be 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, gonna be 85, 86, 85, 86, 87, 88, here gonna be 89, gonna be 90 here, 91, gonna be 90 here, gonna be 91, 90 here, gonna be 91, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, sold at the 90, 203 by 4X. Hey, just the one for 4 open cows. Open heifers. Grass fed. Let's catch a weight on them. They gonna fit? I don't know. That might be the end of the scale today if we put all 4 of those on there. Yeah, put 2. Yeah, check the one. There you go. 16.90, big girls. Well, maybe just leave the 2 on there. Leave the 2 on there. Selling all 4. 165. That'll be 135. 5. That'll make it be 136 here. 35. That'll make it be 136 here. 35. That'll make it be 136. 167. And 137 going to be 138 here. Going to be 139. 99. 139 here. Going to be 139. Going to be 170. 171. 1. Going to be 172. 22. Going to be 173. 174. 174. 33. Going to be 134. 33. And I'm going to be 134. 4. 4. 133. Going to be 134. 33. Going to be 134. 133. Going to be 134. 4. 4. 133. Going to be 134. All in, all done. All in, all done. Sold them to you 173. 7 on 4. There's a payday. But these are all 4 were sold. Yeah. Get that shank pen going back there. There you go, Terry. Now we did it, yeah. Here we go. $539. $539 is the other one. What are they gonna weigh? Yeah, they are. Let's put them on their stage. See what we got. All right, bring them back. Here we go. 285. 285. 5. 250. 250. 250 here. Going to be 225. 5. Going to be 225. Going to be 227 and a half. 227. Going to be 227 and a half. 225. 227 and a half. 225. Going to be 227 and a half. 225. Going to be 227 and a half. 225. Going to be 227 and a half. 227 and a half. 225. Going to be 227 and a half. And then going to be 227 and a half. 225. Going to be 227 and a half. Going to be 230. Now 230 here, going to be 232 and a half, going to be 235, 5, 37 and a half, going to be 240 here, going to be 242 and a half, 242 and a half, 240 here, going to be 242 and a half, going to be 240 here, going to be 242 and a half, going to be 242 and a half, 240 here, going to be all in, all done. Sold them right here, 240. 603, 240. Send them around the room one more time, and they're going on the scale. Big boys. Yep. Tonka. This one's name is Tonka. Yeah. This one's going to be a ton for sure. Yeah. Out they go. Take a good look at them. 1668, 250 here. 225, 225, 225, 210. Now 212 and a half. Gonna be 212 and a half. Gonna be 210. Gonna be 212 and a half. Gonna be 215, 15. Gonna be 217 and a half. Gonna be 220, 222 and a half. Gonna be 225, 27 and a half. Gonna be 230, 232 and a half. Gonna be 232 and a half. Gonna be 235, 237 and a half. 235 and a half. Gonna be 237 and a half. 235. Gonna be 237 and a half. 237 and a half. 235. Gonna be 237 and a half. 235 here. Gonna be 237 and a half. Gonna be 237 and a half. 235. Gonna be 237 and a half. All in, all done. 235, 603. Here we go. Terry, we gotta push on these ones. No, but just one more time around. Send them out the door. Yeah, put them on the scale. Buck 75, 135, 5, 135, 177 and a half, 177 and a half, 177 and a half, 177 and a half. Sold them 175, 393. I don't know. 542, 543. $2 here. Let me give you two, 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 two. Let me give you two. Let me give you two, two. Let me give you two, two, two. $2 here. Let me give you two. Let me give you two, two, two. Let me give you 185, 5, 5. Let me give you 185, 5, 5. 185 here. Let me give you 185. Let me give you 185. 185. I need a bid. Yeah. Not on those ones, no. 165, 135, 150, 140, 140 there, and gonna be 142 and a half, gonna be 145, gonna be 147 and a half, gonna be 150, 152 and a half, 155, gonna be 155, 157 and a half, gonna be 160 here, and gonna be 160 here, and gonna be 162 and a half, gonna be 135, gonna be 135, 163, 134, gonna be 134, gonna be 133, gonna be 134, 134 here, and gonna be 135, 165, 66 here, and gonna be 137, gonna be 137, 138, 139, 170, 171, gonna be 171, gonna be 171. You say 171? 170 here, gonna be 171, 170 here, gonna be 171, 170 here, gonna be 171. You bottom 170, 145, 145. Heads up. 511, 511. Big Wester green steer. $2 here. Two, 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 two. Gonna be one. Gonna be $2 here. Out 2.5. Two. Gonna be two. No, gonna be two. 2.5. Half. Half. Gonna be 2.5. $2 here. Gonna be two. 2.5. Two. 2.5. 2.5. 2.7.5. Now 2.10. Gonna be 2.12.5. Gonna be 2.15. Gonna be 17.5 here. 2.15. 2.17.5. 2.15 here. Brian. Gonna be 2.17.5. 2.15. Gonna be 2.17.5. Gonna be 17.5. 2.15. Gonna be 2.17.5. All in, all done. 215, 603, 215, 603. It's gotta be. Mean Gene. What's going on there? Let's see it, Junior. $1.50 here. 151. Gotta be 151. 151. 151. Tacho 151. 150 here. Gonna be 151. 11. Gonna be 151. 151. 151. Gonna be 151 and 2. At 152. 153 here, gonna be 154, gonna be 154, 4, gonna be 155, 55, 156 here, gonna be 157, 158, 159, 159, 58, gonna be 159, 58, gonna be 159, 99, 158, gonna be 159, all in, all done, sold at 158, 7 by 5. Gee whiz, look at that. Yep, 728. Here we go. We're getting in there in the boar feeders, or the steers finally. Been on TMR, grass, and corn silage, and minerals. Let's catch a weight on them, please, Sage. Here's the high quality steers here. We're gonna bring them back. There you go. Here we go. What do you want to do here? Steer here. Gonna be 250. 250 here. Gonna be 2. Gonna be 2. Gonna be 250. Gonna be 2. Gonna be 250. 250 here. Gonna be 250. Gonna be 235. 5. Gonna be 235. 235. 220. Gonna be 220 here. Gonna be 220. 20. Who'd be 220? $2 here. Gonna be 2. 2.5. Gonna be 2. Gonna be 2. 2.5. Half. Who'd be 2.5? $2 here. Gonna be 2. 2.5. Half. Gonna be 2. 2.5. Gonna be 2. 2.5. $2 here. Gonna be 2. 2.5. $2 here, going to be 2, 2.5. Now 205, 5, going to be 205, 7.5, 210, 10, 10. 210, 10, 10, going to be 212 and a half. 212 and a half, 210, going to be 212 and a half. Junior, 212 and a half. 210 here, going to be 212 and a half. 212 and a half, half, going to be 212 and a half, going to be 215. 217 and a half. 220, going to be 220, 20, 20, going to be 220. Who do we 220? 217 and a half, going to be 220. 217 and a half, 220. 222 and a half. Now 220, maybe 222 and a half, going to be 225, 5, going to be 222 and a half. Who do we 225? 225. 222 and then going to be 225, 5, who do we 225? 225. You going for it? 225? You bidding? 225? I know. 222 to hang. Going to be 225? All in, all done. Sold it to you 222 and a half. Put it on 260. 260, right, Blake? Okay. 446. Zamzow steer from up the road. $2 here. Gonna be 2. Gonna be 2. 2. Gonna be 2. 2. 2. 2. 2. Gonna be 2. 2. 2. Gonna be 185. It's a Zam. His last name is Zamzow. Big steer from up the road. 185. What is it? Gonna be 185. Gonna be 150. 150 here, gonna be 150, now 151, gonna be 151, 150 here, gonna be 151, 150 here, gonna be 151, 150 here, gonna be 151, 152, 152, 153, gonna be 154, 155, 56 here, gonna be 157, gonna be 158, 159, 159, 160, 161, gonna be 131, 1, who to be 131, 160 here, gonna be 161, 161, 161, all in, all done, 162, 2, 2, gonna be 162, 163, once he sold it to you, 162, 7 on 5. $165, gonna be 135, then gonna be 136 here, 35, then gonna be 136 here, 135, gonna be 136, 135, then gonna be 136 here, gonna be 137, gonna be 138, 138, gonna be 139, 170, 171, 172, 173, gonna be 134, gonna be 135, 76 here, gonna be 177, 178, 189, 180, 181, 182, 183, gonna be 184, gonna be 185, 86, 87, 88, 89, now 90, 191. You want to be 190 on it, John? That's what I need to get it sold. That's what I need to get it sold. 190, 393. Or you want to be 189, John? You want to be 189? I need 190. You want to be 189? We'll call it a day. He was just bidding it up for. Oh. Here's a DeBoer steer again, right here. Let's catch its weight, please. TMR, grass silage, corn silage, minerals. I don't think so. 1820. You just. Oh, I don't know. $13.80. Bring it back. Now $2.50. $2 here, and then gonna be $2, and then gonna be $2, $2.50. $2 here, and then gonna be $2, $2.50. Who do we $2.50? $2 here, and then gonna be $2, $2.50. Half, gonna be $2.50. $2 here, gonna be $2, $2.50. $2 and 5. Now 7.5, gonna be 210, 212.5, gonna be 215, gonna be 217.5, gonna be 220 and a 222.5, 225, 227.5, gonna be 230, 232.5, 230 here, gonna be 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 232.5, half, gonna be 232.5, 230 here, gonna be 232.5. All in, all done. 230 on 603. Probably at close to 6, aren't you? Well, the price is right for you today, that's for sure.
No, I know. They're under his budget again. Need the same board?
Yeah, probably. 727, 726. Same deal. Here we go. 210, 212.5, 210, I'm going to be 212.5, half, 210 here, going to be 212.5, 210 here, going to be 212.5, I'm going to be 212.5, and a 215, 217.5, 220, 222.5, going to be 225, going to be 227.5, going to be 230 here, going to be 232.5, going to be 232.5, 235, 237.5, going to be 237.5, 235, going to be 237.5, 235 Jim, 237.5, 235, then I'm going to be 237.5, 235, going to be 237.5. Right there, now 240. 240 here, going to be 240, 40, 40, who to be 240, and 242, 245, 245, going to be 247 and a half, who to be 247 and a half, and a 250, last chance, 250. 7 and a half, going to be 250 here, 247 and a half, going to be 250, 50, 50, going to be 250, 247 and a half, sold it to you at 247 and a half, 600. Thank you. Buyer 600, yep. Or just wrap them up. Yes. Buck 50 here, gonna be 150, gonna be 125, 5, who to be 125, 125, right there. Now 6 here, 125, 26, and then gonna be 127, 77, gonna be 128 over here, 129, 130, 1. Gonna be 132, 22, gonna be 133. I can't see your hands, Blake. 134 here, gonna be 135. 136 here, gonna be 137. Gonna be 138, 88, gonna be 138, gonna be 139, 140, and 141, 142, 143. Gonna be 144, gonna be 145. 6 here, gonna be 147. Gonna be 148 over here, 148 and 149, 150. Now 151, gonna be 1, gonna be 152, 22, gonna be 153. Gonna be 154, 4, who do we 155, 5, gonna be 156, 157, 158. 159, 99, gonna be 160 here, gonna be 131, 131, 11, gonna be 131, 130 here, gonna be 131, 160 here, gonna be 131, 11, 130 here, gonna be 131, 130 here, gonna be 131, all in, all done. 160, 250 buy. Holsteins.
I sold them around 140, 150, I think.
Did you?
Yeah, so we were.
Yeah. Buck 50 here. 150, down to it, 150. 150. Now 150. Gonna be 151, 150, and then gonna be 151 and 2, 2, 2, gonna be 153, 154, 155, 155, 154, 155, 56 here, 157, 157, then gonna be 158, 88, gonna be 159, 99, gonna be 159 here, now 160 here, gonna be 131, 131, then gonna be 132, 2, 2, gonna be 133, 30, gonna be 133, now 164, gotta be 134, 4, 33, 34, 35. Now 136 here, 135, gonna be 136 here, 135, gonna be 136, 135, now 136. Did you say it? 136, 167, gonna be 138 over here, 138 and 139. 139 gonna be 170, and 170 here, gonna be 170, 170, 179, gonna be 170, Blake, 170. All in, all done. 160, one on 250 on Holsteins. It doesn't say here. Messman. Messman. How about a buck 65? The going to be 135, 5, 5. The going to be 135. The going to be 135, 5, 5. 155. The going to be 155. Here, 55, then I'm going to be 156 here, 55, going to be 156, 155, then I'm going to be 156 here, 156 here, going to be 157, 77, going to be 150, then I'm going to be 159, 99, 160, 131, then I'm going to be 132, 22, going to be 133, 33, going to be 134, 135, 136, 137, going to be 137 and 138 over here, 138, 88, 139, 170 here, now 170 here, going to be 171, 11, who to be 132, 22, going to be 132, and 133, then I'm going to be 133, 174, 174, going to be 135, 5, 5, going to be 135, going to be 134, going to be 135, 5, 5, 5, 174, going to be 175, all in, all done. 174, 250 by Holsteins. Yeah. Little cow calf pair. Yep. From Remlinger Farms. Little heifer calf. British white, short little British white cow. Too short for me. Wouldn't be able to see. How about 500 here? Going to be 500 here. Now 600. Then I'm going to be 600 here. Then I'm going to be 500. 600. Now 7. Now 8. Now 900. Going to be 1,000. Going to be 1,100. Now 12. 12. 12. 1,100. Here to be 12. 1,100 here. Going to be 12. 1,100 here. Then I'm going to be 1,200 here. Then I'm going to be 12. 12. 12. 1,100. Then I'm going to be 12. 1,100. Going to be 12. Jim's 11. Need 12. 1,100. Going to be 12. 12. 12. 1,100. Here to be 12. 12. 1,100. Here to be 12. 1,100. 12. Now 13. Going to be 14. Then I'm going to be 14. 13. Going to be 1,400 here. Here to be 14. 13. Going to be 14. 13. 14. 13 here. Going to be 1,400. 1325, 5, going to be 1325, who to be 1325, 1325, 1325, 1350 here, going to be 1375, then I'm going to be 1375, 1375, 1370, still under 14, 1375, then I'm going to be 1375, 1375, 1350 here, 1375, 1400, going to be 1425, going to be 1450, 50, 1475, and 15, now 15, 1525, 15, then I'm going to be 1525, 5, 5, who to be 1525, 50, going to be 1525, 1525, 1550, 1575, then I'm going to be 1575, 5, 5, 5, 1575. Tanner, you know you've been waiting for those ones all day. 1575, 1575, 1550 here, going to be 1575, 5, 5, who to be 1575. You're in, Jim, all in, all done. 1550, 1575. Sold at Jim's way, 1550, 248. Thank you. Hey, little baldy pair, little baldy pair. Send him around, Sage. Let's look at him. Gotta love that little baldy calf. Good cow. Hey, what do you want to McCourt cattle here? 2,000. Gonna be 2,000 Gonna be 2,000 here. Now 2,000. 2,000. Gonna be 2,000 Gonna be 1,500. Gonna be 15. Gonna be 1,500 here. Now 15, 16. 15, 1,600. Where? 16, 17, 18, 19. 2,000, I'm going to be 21, I'm going to be 2,100, I'm going to be 22, 22, I'm going to be 23, now 23, 24, now 25, I'm going to be 25, I'm going to be 24 and a quarter, 24 and a quarter, now 24 and a half, 24, 75, 25, and then I'm going to be 25, I'm going to be 25, 25, 5, I'm going to be 25 and a quarter here, I'm going to be 25 and a half, I'm going to be 25 and a half, 25, 75, 25, 75, then I'm going to be 25, 75, 5, I'm going to be 25, 75, 25, 50, and 25, 75, 25, 50, going to be 25, 75, going to be 25, 75, 25, 50, going to be 25, 75, all in, all done. Sold at 25.50. Jim's way 248. Last chance at a pair today. Small cow won't eat much this winter. Nice little bull calf. 2,000. Going to be 2. 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 Now 2,000. Going to be 1,800. Going to be 15. 15, 16, 17. Going to be 18 here. Going to be 19. Going to be 2,000. Now 21. Going to be 21. Going to be 22. Going to be 23. Going to be 23. Now 24. 25. 2,500. Going to be 24, going to be 25. Austin, you ought to bring that one home. 24, going to be 25, 5 high. 24, going to be 2,500 here. Going to be 24 and a quarter, Blake. 24, 25, 24 and a quarter. They got 24, and then going to be 24 and a quarter here. Going to be 24 and a quarter, 24, going to be 24 and a quarter, all in, all done. 2,400, same way. 2,400, same way. Thank you. Here we go. Last 25 head. Here going to be 135. 135. Then going to be 135. And who to be 135? 5. Open cow. Here going to be 135. 5. Who to be 135? Going to be 120. 120. 120. Then going to be who to be 20. 20. Going to be 110. 10. 10. Then going to be 10. 11. 110. Going to be 11. 110. Then going to be 111 here. Then going to be 11. 12. 12. Who to be 13. Then going to be 14. Going to be 115. 116, 117, going to be 118, 119, going to be 119, 19, going to be 120, 120, going to be 122, 22, going to be 123, going to be 123, 33, going to be 123, going to be 124, 125, 126, 127, 28, 29, 130, 131, going to be 131, 1222, going to be 133, 33, going to be 134, going to be 135, 55, at 136 here, going to be 137, 138, 139, going to be 140, 139, going to be 140, 40 now 141, going to be 141, 11, who to be 141. 140's down here, now 1. Sold it to you, 140. 260. 4 month spread, what do we got? Sim Angus cattle here. 2,000 in the 2,000 by the head here. Let me be 2. By the pound here, and then maybe 135, then going to be 135, going to be 136 here, 35, then going to be 136 here, 135, then going to be 136 here, 135, would have been 136, 135, going to be 136 here, going to be 137, going to be 137, going to be 138 over here, 139, 99, going to be 139, 140, 141, 142. 143, going to be 143, 144, 44, going to be 144, going to be 145, 55, going to be 146 here. Now 146 here, going to be 147, then going to be 147, 77, going to be 148 over here, 149, 149, 99, going to be 149, going to be 148, going to be 149. Marv, 149, 140, going to be 149. All in, all done. Sold it to you 148, 203 by 1, 203 by 1. Okay. Okay. Just had their calf pulled off this morning here. Buck 20 here, going to be 120, going to be $1 here, going to be 1 at 2.5, 102 and a half, going to be 105, going to be 107 and a half here, going to be 10, going to be 112 and a half, 115, 117 and a half, going to be 120, 122 and a half, 125, 127 and a half, 30 here, going to be 132 and a half, 131, 132, going to be 133, 33, going to be 134, going to be 135, going to be 136 here, going to be 137, going to be 137, at 138, 139 here, going to be 139, 30, going to be 139, 999. 139, 138, sold it to you 138, 260, 138, 260. 1 plus. Buck 35, let me be 135, let me be 135, 5, let me go up to buck 30. 130, 125, let me be 125, 5, let me be 125, 5, 126 here, 125, going to be 126, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, now 30, 131, going to be 132, 33, going to be 133, 33, going to be 133, 134, 135, 136, 37, 138, 139, 141, 2, 3, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, got to be 150, 50, 50, Travis has got to be 150 here, and got to be 150, 50, 50, 149, 50, sold it 149, 7 on 4, 7 on 4. Oh, look at this one. 3 months bred. What's she bred to? What kind of a bull, boys, guys? Big Brahmer? Silver? A Silver Angus? Here we go. What do you want to do here? Going to be 135. Going to be 135. 5. Going to be 135. 120. 120 here. Going to be 120. Going to be 120. 20. Going to be 110. 10. 10. Going to be 110. 110. 110. 110. 105. Going to be 105. 5. Going to be 105. Going to be $1. $1 here, not there. Now 102 and a half. Going to be 102 and a half. $1 here. Going to be 102 and a half. Half. 105. Now 105. 107 and a half. Going to be 110. Going to be 112 and a half. Going to be 15. 15. 17 and a half. Going to be 120. 125, 127 and a half, 30, 132 and a half, going to be 131, 1, who do we do 131, 130 here, going to be 131, 132, 133, going to be 134, and 135, 136 here. Let's catch a weight on her. Let's catch a weight on her. Gotta be 136 here, 137, that'll make it be 138, 88, who'd be 139 here, gonna be 138, gonna be 139, 138, that'll make it be 139, 999, all in, all done. You bought her, Kenny, 138, buy her 500, 138, buy her 500. You have to show us, you gotta show that picture of that calf someday. Same bull on this one. The Silver Angus sire. $1 here. Kenny, you might as well keep them together here. Gonna be $1 here, $2.50. Gonna be $1.50. $1 here. Gonna be $1.50. Gonna be $1.50. $1 here. Gonna be $1.50. And a half, be 105, 107 and a half, 110, gonna be 112 and a half, gonna be 115, 17 and a half here, gonna be 117, 16, gonna be 117, 118, 119, 120, gonna be 121, gonna be 122, 123, gonna be 124, 125, 6 here, gonna be 127, gonna be 128, 129, 128, gonna be 129, 128, Kenny, 129, 129, gonna be 129, 128 here, gonna be 129, 130, now 131, 132, gonna be 132, 22, gonna be 133, 33, gonna be 134, gonna be 134, 4, 4, gonna be 134, 135, 136 here, gonna be 137, gonna be 138, 138, 88, 137, gonna be 138, 137, then I'm gonna be 138, gonna be 138, all in, all done. Sold at 137, 123, 137, 123, thank you. Oh boy. Probably bred to a red Simmental bull, I would imagine. Yep. Bred to a nice Simmental. How about 2,200? Gonna be 2,200 here. Gonna be 22, 2, by the head. Gonna be 20. How about 2,000? 2,000, 2,000. Gonna be 2, by the pound. 140, 140. Then gonna be 141, 1, gonna be 142, 2, gonna be 143, gonna be 144, 145, 5, 145. 146 here, gonna be 147, gonna be 148, 88, gonna be 148, 148. Yeah, I see him. 148, 88, 148, 148. Ron. 147 gonna be 148, 149, 150, 150 here gonna be 150, 50, 50, 149 gonna be 150, 150, 149, 150, 151 gonna be 152, 22 gonna be 153, 154, 154 gonna be 154, 153 gonna be 154, 4, gonna be 154, 155, 156 here 155 gonna be 156 here, 155 gonna be 156 here, 155 gonna be 156. Sold it to you 155, 1, 2, 3. What if she has a bull calf, Gary? She might have a bull calf. You can, there you go. There you go. What do we got here, Junior? Open. Just had the calves pulled off, like you said. Open cow. Buck 10. Gonna be 110. Gonna be 1. Gonna be 1. Gonna be $1 here. Gonna be $1. $1. $80 there. Gonna be 102 to hand. Gonna be 102 to hand. Gonna be 105, 107 to hand. Gonna be 110. Gonna be 12 and a half. 115. Gonna be 117 and a half. 15. Gonna be 120. 122 to half. 125. Gonna be 27 and a half here. Gonna be 127. 125. 126. 7. 128. 129. Gonna be 130. Gonna be 131. Gonna be 131. 130 here. Gonna be 131. Sold it to you 130, 203 buy. 1X, 203 on 1X. 5 months spread. Buck 40 here. Gonna be 140. You said it. Now 141. Little gonna be 141. 140. Here gonna be 141. 141. 141. Gonna be 141. I got you in at 141. Here gonna be little gonna be 141. 11. Gonna be 142. 22. Gonna be 142. 142, 143, 144, and gonna be 145, 5, 146 here, and gonna be 147, and gonna be 148, over here, 148, 149, 99, gonna be 150, 151, 152, 153, 154, 404, and gonna be 154, 404, and gonna be 155, now 156, 157, 157, gonna be 158, 88, gonna be 158, over here, 159, 99, gonna be 158, and 159, 158, gonna be 159, all in, all done. Sold it 158, 123, 158, buyer 123, yep. 105, 105, gonna be 105, 5, gonna be 105, gonna be $1 and a 2.5. $1 here and a 2, then gonna be 102 and a half, gonna be 105, 5, 107 and a half, gonna be 110, 112 and a half, gonna be 15, 17 and a half, 120, 20 and a half, gonna be 121, gonna be 122, 23, gonna be 124 and 25, 5, gonna be 126 here, gonna be 127, 128, 129, 129, gonna be 130 here, gonna be 130, 129, gonna be 130, 130, 129, who'd be 30, gonna be 130, all in, all done, all in, all done. Sold her 129, 203 on 1X, 203 on 1X. Thank you. Ooh, Blue Roan. Blue Roan. Number 5. 591. 5 months bred, 591. Bred to a Sim Angus bull. A Trinity bull. Here you go. Sweet hide on this one. You get a little Blue Roan calf out of her again, probably. What do you want to do here? 5 months bred here. Who give me $2,000? 2,000. 2,000. Let me be 2. Let me be 2. Let me be 2. 2. 2. Let me be 2. 2. Let me be 2. Now 2,000 here. Let me be 2. 2. 2. 2. By the pound here. Let me be 150. 150 here. Let me be 1. Let me be 150. 50. 50. Let me be 140. 140. Now 130. 131. 132. I'm gonna be 133. I'm gonna be 134. I'm gonna be 135. 60. I'm gonna be 137. 138. 139. 140. 141. Gonna be 142. 22. I'm gonna be 143. I'm gonna be 144. 44. 144. Did you say? 144, 143, 144, going to be 145, 5, going to be 144, going to be 145, 145, 146, 147, Brandon, 148, back to you, Travis, 149, 150, 151, now 2, now 153, going to be 154, 44, going to be 155, 55, 156 here, 156 here, now 157, 150, going to be 159, 99, going to be 159, 160 here, and then I'm going to be 180, 181, 11. Marvin, 181, 11. 161 here, 160 now 1, all in, all done. 160 over there, 203 by 1X. 203 on 7, 203 on 7. 4 month spread here. Is this her, 591? No, it's not. Let's see what we got here. 710. It's a Warline cow. Buck 40 here, gonna be 141, gonna be 141, 1. He had a lot of body stuff here today. 140, gotta be 141, gonna be 141. 140 here, gonna be 141. 140, gonna be 141, 1, gonna be 142, 22, gonna be 143, then gonna be 143, and 144, and 145, 146 here, and then gonna be 147, gonna be 148, 149, 9, 50, 50, 50, 50, 151, 11, gonna be 152, gonna be 153, 154, 155, 156 here, gonna be 157, gonna be 158. 159, 99, gonna be 160 here, gonna be 131, 11, gonna be 132, gonna be 133, gonna be 134, 135, 136, 137, gonna be 138 here, gonna be 139, 9, gonna be 170 here, gonna be 171, gonna be 132, 22, gonna be 173, 134, 134, gonna be 135, gonna be 176 here, gonna be 177, gonna be 178, 178, 88, gonna be 179, 179 up there, Ron, 179, 179, Ron, 178, gonna be 179, all in, all done, 178, 260. Yep. Who is she? 723. 6 months bred to Coster. Sim Angus. Who give me 2,500? Who give me 2,500? Who give me 2,500? Who give me 2,500? 22. What? 6 months bred. It's a DeCoster cow. It's a Sim Angus cow. $2,000. Now 21. 2,000 gonna be 21. Gonna be 2,100. 2,000 gonna be 21. Who gonna be 2,1? 2,000 gonna be 21. 2,000 here. Gonna be 2,100. Gonna be 21. 1. Gonna be 21. A little room there to wiggle. 20 here. Gonna be 21. 2,000 here. Gonna be 21. Gonna be 21. 1. Gonna be 21. Gonna be 21. 2,021. All in, all done. You bought her 2,000. 250. BC. Put her on the Holsteins. Big heavy heifer. Or big heavy cow, I guess. $150 here. Gonna be 151. Gonna be 151. 150. Gonna be 151. 150 here. Gonna be 151. 1. Gonna be 152. 2. Gonna be 153. 154. 155. 156 here. Gonna be 157. Gonna be 158. Gonna be 159 here. Gonna be 160. 159. Gonna be 160. 160. 159. Gonna be 160. Where? 159. Gonna be 1 city. 1 city. 1 city. 59. Gonna be 160. Let's catch your weight. We gotta catch your weight. 60. 159 gonna be 160. All in, all done. 159. 7 on 4. Thank you. Here's a fun one. Murray Grays. 131. Oh, what do you want to do here? It's kind of that silver. $1 here. $1. $1.85. 85. Now 87.5. 87.5. 85. 87.5. 85. Gonna be 87.5. 85 gonna be 87.5. 85 gonna be 87.5. Gonna be 87.5. 85 gonna be 87.5. 87.5 to 90. Now 92.5. Now 95 gonna be 97.5. Gonna be $1. Gonna be 2.5. Gonna be 102.5. Gonna be 105. 107.5. 107.5. 6 here. Gonna be 107. Gonna be 108 here. Gonna be 109. Gonna be 110. Gonna be 11. 112. 13. 14. 115. 116. 116. Then gonna be 117. Gonna be 118. Gonna be 119 here. Gonna be 119. 18. Gonna be 119. 118. Gonna be 119. All in, all done. Sold at 118, your way 203 on Forex. A 5-month spread. Another DeCoster cow here. By the pound, it could be 150, it could be 150, 150, 140, 135, 135, 120, it could be 120, 120, it could be 122, 22, it could be 123, it could be 124. Ron, you're 124, 125, 6 here, going to be 127, 128 here, going to be 129, 129, 128 going to be 129, then who be 129, 9, 130, now 131 going to be 132, 133, 134, 35, 36, 37, 38, 137 going to be 138, 138, 139, 140, 141, 142, 3, 4, 145, 46 here, 146 here, 145 going to be 146, 47, 148, 149, 150, 152, 2, 2, going to be, did you say that, Blake? 152, 151 going to be 152, all in, all done, 152, 2, sold, you want to be 152? Sold at 151, 203 buy, or 7 on 4. $1.20 here. Gonna be 120, 120, and then gonna be 120. $1. Now 2.5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 7.5. 107.5 gonna be 107.5, half gonna be 107.5, 110, 112.5, 115 gonna be 117.5, gonna be 120, 122.5 gonna be 125, 125, 123 gonna be 123, 122.5 gonna be 123, 3, 3, 124, 125, 126, 7. 128, 129, 130, 131, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. Now 130, going to be 139, 9, 140 here, going to be 141, 142, 43, 44, 45, 144, 145, all in, all done. 144, 203 buy. 7X. Buck 145, 50, now 151, 150 here, going to be 151, 150 here, going to be 151, 150 here, gonna be 151, 152, 153, 33, gonna be 154, gonna be 154, and 155, 55, 155, 156, 157, 158, 159, 160, now 151. Let's see what she weighs. I got 160 with Marv. Let's see what she weighs. 131, 132. Marv, you gotta be 132, 22, 131, gotta be 132. All in, all done. 161, 203, bye. On 22, 203 on 22. What you got, 2 left? 8 to go. Nothing on that one? Cool cow here, cool cattle. What do you want to do here? It's gonna be 120. 120, then it's gonna be 121, gonna be 121, 11, gonna be 122. Now 123. 4, gonna be 125, gonna be 126 here, 140, 141, 142, 22, gonna be 143, gonna be 143, 33, 142, gonna be 143. Blake, you wanna be 143? 142, gonna be 143. I got Marvin, all in, all done. 142, 7 on 4. Hey, big fatty here. $150. Then it'll make it be 150, 50, 50, then it'll be 135. 135, 5, 5, it'll make it be 135, then it'll make it 135, 5, 5. She's full. She's a full cow. $120. $120 here, and then it'll make it be 120, and then it'll put her on a chance. It's 545. 121, 22, 123, gonna be 124, gonna be 125, gonna be 125, 124, 25, 26, 27, 128, gonna be 129, gonna be 130 here, gonna be 131, gonna be 132, 133, gonna be 134, 135, 136, 137, now 137, gonna be 138, 88, 137, gonna be 138, gonna be 139 here, gonna be 139, gonna be 140, 141, now 142, 143, gonna be 143, Marv, 144, 145, 146, 147, 148, 149, 150, 151, gonna be 151, 150 here, now 151, all in, all done. 150, 203 buy. 22x, 22x. 6 months bred. Another day now. $135. Gonna be 135, 500. Gonna be 135, 5. Gonna be 135. 6 now. Gotta be 136 here. 135. Gonna be 136 here. 135. Gonna be 136 here. 135. Gonna be 137. 138. 139. Now 140 here. Gonna be 141. 11. Gonna be 142. 2. Gonna be 143. Gonna be 144. 145. 46. 147. 147. Gonna be 147. 148. Over 148. 149. 99. Gonna be 149. 150, gotta be 150, 149, gotta be 150 here. 149, gotta be 150, 50, 50, 50, 50, now 151, 52, 53, 54, 155, 56 here, gonna be 157, 156 here, gonna be 157, gonna be 157, all in, all done. 156, 74, 150, whoop. 7X cows, you got it. 154, 7X cows. 439 down there. $120 here. How about $140? Gonna be 140 here. Gonna be 140, 40, gonna be 125. 126, 125, gonna be 126 here. Gonna be 127, 128, 129, gonna be 131, 222, gonna be 133, 134, 135, 141. Now 142, 143, gonna be 150, 151, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56 here, 57, 186, 185, 86, 87. 186 gotta be 87, 188. What? Now 201, 202, 203. Now 204 gonna be 555. Who'd be 206 here? 207, 208, 209 gonna be 210, 10, 10 gonna be 211. Who'd be 212, 213 gonna be 214, 215, 216, 217, 218, 219, 220, 221, 222, 223, 224, 225. 226 here, gonna be 227. 226 here, you're going to be 227, 7, hit it with 227, 226 here, you're going to be 227. Blake, last chance, 227. You want to do it? Yes or no? Sold it to you at 226, Ron. 250 by Holsteins. Yeah, no kidding. Sage, you're training him next week. $165. Gonna be 176 here. 177. 177. Gonna be 178. 88. 179. 170. 171 here. Gonna be 172. 173. 174. 175. 76 here. Gonna be 177. 178. Travis. 178. 178 here. 177. Gonna be 178. All in, all done. Sold at 177. 7 bulls. I think this is gonna be your Stremler bull. Here's the father to all them Stremler calves we sold today. $185, $186, $185. Gonna be 186 here. 185. Gonna be 186. 185. Gonna be 186. Where? Gonna be 185. Gonna be 186 here. 185. Gonna be 186. Gonna be 186. All in, all done. 185. 7 bulls. Here's a big boy. 709. 185. Gonna be 185. 5. Gonna be 185. Gonna be 185. 5. Who did 185? 185. 185. Gonna be 185. 5. Gonna be 185. 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 We'll be 185 right here. 186. 185. 186. 187. Gonna be 188 here. Gonna be 189. Gonna be 190 here. Gonna be 190. 190. 190. 190. 190 here. 189. Gonna be 190. Put 189. 393. Last one. Last one. $185. Gonna be 185. 5. Gonna be 185. 5. Gonna be 185. Gonna be 185. Gonna be 175. 175. Spin him around, hold here and spin him around. 185. Gonna be 185. 180. 180. 180 here. Gonna be 180. 180. Gonna be 180. Gonna be 180. 180. Gonna be 180. 180. 175. 175. Gonna be 176 here. 175. Gonna be 176 here. 175. Who do we 176? 175. 76. Sold him 175 on 7 by bulls. 175. 7 by bulls. That'll do her. That'll do her. Thanks for coming in, everybody. See you back for some alpacas.